Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Building Holistic Resilience to Address Emerging Ethical and Social Challenges in the Digital and AI Age. Day 3, August 23rd, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3, the last day of APrIGF, so I hope you'll engage. I'm Ashura Tripathi, Vice Chair of APrIGF and President of Educating Nepal. So today we'll be talking on the session. Welcome to the session, Building Holistic Resilience to Address Ethical and Social Challenges in Digital and AI Age. I think that's been the talk of the town, but we would try to get perspective from different stakeholder groups in different parts of the world so that together we can build a resilient world and a resilient internet within digital and AI age. So as esteemed speakers, we have Professor Salma Abbasi. She is Chairman and CEO of eWorldwide Group, an international social enterprise focusing on innovation, sustainable development, and security. She works with governments and development agencies to achieve SDGs. She has immense experience, and she is also one of the women in tech who's been working in tech for more than 40 years. So we are very much pleased to have you, Professor Salma. We have Professor Izumi Aizu. I think most of us here know Professor Izumi Aizu, as he's been working in the internet governance space from maybe right from the very, very early days. He was the one who introduced me to APrIGF, and yeah, we've been working together after the earthquake on doing research work on how internet was effective, while the findings said it was actually not effective in rural areas. I don't remember that. Next, we have Shrikant from IEEE. He's been associated with IEEE Standards Association for the past 9 years as Senior Director and Practice Lead for IEEE Foundational Technologies. He focused on developing key programs that address core issues of security, identity, trust, and building end-to-end trustworthy devices and systems across emerging areas such as IoT, smart cities, sensors, and blockchain. He also has the standardization activities for IEEE Standards Organization in the Asia Pacific. And we have our MSc member as well, Charles Monk. He's a research scholar at a Global Digital Policy Incubator of Cyber Policy Center at Stanford University. He is a member of Board of Trustees of the Internet Society and board member of International Center for Trade and Transparency. So in this session, we'll focus on highlighting the current challenges in balancing the benefits versus the risk to society at large versus the negative consequences that are accelerating conflicts and differences in digital ecosystem. The special focus will be on APAC region. So the flow would be that we'll go with one round of questions with each panelist, then we'll get back to the floor because I think you're the most important part of this session. Then we'll again come back with another round of questions, and let's see how much time we'll have by then. So I would start with Aizu-san. So you've been involved from a very long time in this ecosystem, maybe in this world, and you've always been advocating for resilient internet, not just that, but how it should be to serve society. And you know things what are going on. So can you give me your perspective on what things are going on around the world? What's happening in Asia Pacific in adaptation of AI policies?
May I ask you to play back the video first?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So he'll be
just 1 second. I want to show you the other side of the world first. That is not present here. Please.
Can we have that video on the screen, please?
To your surprise. This is what I made last year. I shot and I edited, but I also attended this interesting conference in China. It's a dialogue on the digital civilization with some ambassador and a few foreigners like me. They all welcomed me in the holy place, sacred place of the Confucius. It's very serious. It's tourism, regional economy development, a big light and whatever show with Confucius, and the classical dance of the ladies, and hip-hop or contemporary roller skating dancing like Japanese pop stars. Why they're putting this? It will take only 3 minutes, don't worry. We share the common community. Began with the Minister of Digital Affairs, like our conference. He's a very high-level official in the party. With Alibaba and Baidu and 360, all the players of the AI. And the large language model, of course, will be the new industrial revolution, European perspective or approach for AI regulation with the 4 risks are introduced. They're looking around the world. And then the Baidu guy said, and this is my dear friend who passed away, unfortunately, who contributed a lot of development of internet in Asia and China. This guy is from the director of arms control of the foreign ministry in charge of the negotiation of AI-based arms. And this is the friend of mine who was moderating a panel by some of the media people of the People's Daily or national TV. They all talk about AI. Not too much about the ethics, but Confucius is basically pushing a lot of ethics and morale, as you may or may not know. So see that. There's some spell typos, but never mind. That's Confucius theory pushing. It's a big show, tourism and propaganda, and putting educational performance by kids, reading analytics by Confucius. Facebook for the morale and social order. You have to read it out. With interesting songs, and I just edited, compiled with the outcome of the conference. Open, inclusive, shared benefit for all with the rest of the world. That's the age of AI. That's an educational event largely aimed to domestic audience of China. They may expand that to international. I think in the UN in New York, you can see the efforts. But what I want to say is, yes, ethics, social, freedom or order. Does digital come first, or the society at large, education or policy regulation, businesses would? So I may stop here and I may add more after I hear other speakers and you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisa. So now we'll move to Professor Salma Abbasi. She has also been teaching AI in various schools, various universities around the world. Also in Malaysia and Asia as well, and Africa. So with your experience, Professor Abbasi, what do you think are current ethical and social challenges that we face? 3 minutes, please.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for coming at this time, 9 o'clock in the morning on the last day, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ashirwad, and I'm really grateful for the IGF to allow me this opportunity to present and share my thoughts on this important topic. 3 minutes is very short for me to say how it's impacting our society and our ethics and the way we live and treat each other in the world. We have choices, we have freedom of expression, so we think. The values are being challenged every day. People are being manipulated by big tech for financial gain. We have new businesses that are evolving because of our data out there, and we have become the product. So if we agree and understand that digital rights, data agency, data ownership are the biggest challenge we face on the internet space and let's say the digital sphere, we have to understand how do we balance humanity, our values, and the future of our next generation, the children. And this is where I really want us to sort of discuss and debate. If we understand the ethical challenges and the society's movement towards greed and manipulation, this is what I'm really worried about. I have taken upon myself, in addition to running a worldwide group, I'm a visiting lecturer in 7 universities across the globe, trying to influence young minds as they develop AI with ethics and understanding of humanity at the core, not to mislead or exploit others. At the moment, we have a series of conflicts occurring around the world that you can see. United Kingdom social media has spread the lies about the tragic killing, stabbing of 3 little girls in Southport. It was misinformation spread like wildfire, causing and polarizing society, causing riots on the street. So whose responsibility is that for causing and this, let's say, distress, violence, loss of lives on the streets? We have a duty of care, which I discussed yesterday as well, with what we feed the population, the community, the society. I'm not talking about propaganda that's written or driven by government's ulterior motives and agenda for control. I'm talking about people who are deliberately misinforming us, pumping out billions of information bytes that are not true. Whose responsibility is it to control it, to safeguard us, build that resilience in our young people? I'm starting with children because they are the most vulnerable and most gullible and easily exploited. When you see a 14-year-old boy kicking some Asian-looking person on the street because he believes it's a Muslim migrant, we're in serious trouble. When you see Sikh people with a beard being incorrectly assumed to be Muslim and being targeted, you have a problem. On the other side, since the pandemic, Interpol and other legal agencies, law enforcement agencies will tell you gender-based violence has increased. How is it possible that with our values, with ethics in our hearts, that we can have games allowed to be played, that you get points when you kill a woman, when you gang rape a woman, and your points increase, your credits increase? We are breeding a society. And this, to me, is a very important ethical challenge. What are we teaching young people? Those that are addicted online with games and looking at these false, fake social media role models. Who on earth vetted them and said, these are the people that my children should follow? These are the boys, these are the alpha males my boy should be. Or the girls need to go into serious depression and self-harm because they don't look like a certain person who has 60 million followers. These are the challenges that we face in society. So it's ideological, it's political, but it's also our values. And it's the next generation that I'm worried about, who are the most vulnerable and susceptible. Of course, violence prevails all people in society, but most vulnerable are women and children. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So while we're touching on the subject, like Aizu-san told us about the other side of the world, what's happening around and what's needed. So Professor Abbasi talked about the social impacts that's happening in the UK and all from the civil society kind of perspective. So it would not be complete if we don't get a governmental perspective as well. So for that, I would like to move to Charles. So Charles, so what do you think is the overall motivation between what's the relation between motivation and outcomes? You know, how government authorities regulate or legislate the technology. The mic is yours, Charles.
Yes, thank you, Ashwan. Great to be here. Thanks for coming over here the first thing in the morning. I've been thinking about what is the government motivation behind all the talk about regulating technologies, whether it be AI, misinformation, and so on, or technology development in general. In short, I jump right to my conclusion. I am very concerned that government's motivation is increasingly about control. Control in terms of political power as well as regime control. When you talk about some of these issues like surveillance, censorship, shutdowns, and so on, those are only the tactics. when we think about the motivations, they often talk about issues such as, and very important issues as well, such as protecting the minorities, protecting the vulnerable, children, women, and so on, and countering disinformation. But unfortunately, in many cases, particularly including in Asia, I do see that the purpose of the government is about control. But you can understand that governments do feel that they are losing control. Over the last 20, 30 years, corporate interests, particularly American big tech corporate interests, has taken over, and governments feel that they are out of control, out of the government's own control. But my question is, particularly in the forum of APrIGF and IGF in general, is where is civil society? When they talk about multi-stakeholderism, when they talk about regulating all these AI or platforms, where is the role of civil society? I think this is one of the major challenges that we're facing against, or the challenges against multi-stakeholderism as we know it, that we're facing now. And quickly, very interesting to see what Izumi showed us about the World Internet Conference or Congress in China. I'd like to say a few things about Confucius as well. You know, Confucius obviously has something to say about everything, everything that goes into our fortune cookies. But most of all, Confucianism is about tradition, in a sense, feudalism. And it's used by generations of rulers to justify feudalism and obedience to authorities and seniors. It's never really about personal freedom or choice or agency, so we have to remember that. And it's also important to remember that the Chinese regime was actually against Confucianism. If you think back about 50, 40 years ago during the Cultural Revolution, but now they embrace it. So that is the essence of new Confucianism.
Thank you, Charles. Interesting insights. So we've heard about what's happening from civil society perspective, from a little bit how governments think. We all know the private sectors are always motivated by their profit, and I don't say it is wrong, because that's how economy develop, and you know they pay tax, and there has been development as well. But in terms of getting a standard, I think we also need a technical perspective here. So that's why Shri is here. So in terms of standards, what are your views?
First of all, thank you, Ashirwad, for inviting me to this panel, and I want to take a minute to thank the Internet Governance Forum Asia for putting this topic on this very important subject. So for people who are not aware or probably have an awareness of IEEE from the past, it was predominantly a technology organization. We used to develop standards around specific protocols. You might know standards around Wi-Fi, Ethernet, and things like that. But technology has now evolved quite significantly, right? So over the past decade, IEEE has recognized that the impact of technology on society is far greater. The mission of IEEE, for people who may not be aware, is advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. So I think over the past 10 years, we have started focusing a lot stronger on what it means to understand and define for the benefit of society. Over a decade back, we started looking at the influence of AI. There was a group of experts who came together defining what they called as ethically aligned design, right? So in the age of AI, in the age of machine learning, we were facing significant challenges. Technology was probably a couple of orders ahead of regulation and standardization. And in that context, IEEE started thinking about what it means to the society. Back in the day, standards used to be a game of B2B, business to business. But as technology was becoming a lot more pervasive within the society, IEEE felt that there was a need to understand and define risk governance processes, technology governance. So it is not just about how fast data is transferred, how much power is being used, but in the context of data transfer and other technical requirements, how do you manage the data? How do you govern the data? How do you govern the technology itself? So I'm talking about things like identity, privacy, cyber security. So we developed a framework called the TIPS framework. The TIPS framework was basically essentially building trust in systems. And it is not about just trust in a single system. Today we are living in a system of systems. So it's building trust in end-to-end systems. And how is trust defined? You know, like today, Charles talked about agency of data, right? So it is very difficult to even define who has agency over data today, right? In the era of cloud computing, in the era of so many players and so many SLAs in the process, right? So we started taking a look at ethically aligned design and what kind of standards need to be designed for a system level design process, right? So we started looking at a data privacy process, governance of data, whether it is an employer and employee governance or children data governance. And we created a series of standards called the IEEE 7000 series of standards. And more recently, I think Professor Salma Abbasi pointed to this, we have started looking at the next generation of the population, which is children. So today we are looking at how do we design and define online framework for children and young adolescents. You know, I am talking about various aspects, but one of the biggest challenges that we face today is online addiction, right? And online addiction is giving rise to a lot of challenges. You know, not recently, a few years back, I heard about harassment between digital avatars. You know, who would have thunk that, right? Like it's incredible. You know, it was mind-blowing when I heard about that. So in the context of metaverse, people living in the digital, constantly connected digital world, I think we sometimes get lost what is real and what is digital. And in that context, we are trying to define standards around, what do we mean by a digital avatar? What are the different properties of digital avatar? What does it mean by defining online age verification for children, building trust in systems that are targeted towards children, and overall what we call as human-centric data design, right? Where we put people at the center, the technology is an enabler, and of course this is always a challenging problem. So there are quite a lot of standards that are being worked upon today. I will stop here at this point of time, and I will come back to other questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri. I remember back in Brisbane, the theme of APrIGF was putting people in the center, and I think we're in the right direction, but we sometimes kind of deviate as well as a community or as technology advances. But talking about, as you touched upon on the terms and conditions, I'm also in the standards working committee with Professor Abbasi. Could you just briefly add something so that we can go back to the floor?
Absolutely. Thank you. It'll take 2 minutes. Shri, wonderful. Absolutely. I'm working with the IEEE on volunteer groups working on AI, privacy, governance, accountability, algorithm, bias, and explainability. And I encourage more and more people to join. That's number one. Number two, Ashirwad is very much working with us since the pandemic on the education ecosystem. We have, and I was so delighted to see the youth Asia Pacific IGF. We're working on co-creating terms and conditions, a global standard on terms and conditions for young people, children, to engage with social media and gaming platforms. This is really revolutionary and wonderful under the IEEE. Since AI is in this space, targeting them, it's really critical that we do. The other thing, last point, is in the context of the metaverse and the harassment behavior. Let me tell you, Shuri, it's taken another dimension, which I'm going to discuss with the UK Ofcom and the police, and that is the harassment, rape, and gang rape of women as avatars. And when they come out of it, they're traumatized. I mentioned it yesterday in a video, and I didn't understand that you wouldn't know what's behind my head, what I've just experienced. And with the technology that makes it so real, you're immersed and think that this physically happened to you. We need to look at this too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. So now we'll move to floor if there's any comment, questions, any insights that you can provide. Kenny, please.
Thank you, Kenny Huang from TWIGF. Speaking in my personal capacity, just running into some sort of quiz, because Izumi just mentioned about China World Internet Conference, and Charles also mentioned about what's the background about what sort of propaganda they try to propose. And I just raised one simple question. Actually, that's what lecture I given to the student during the internet governance lecture. For example, I have this fourth question. Do you support technology innovation? That's the first question. Second, do you support to improve the legal framework? The third question is, do you want to improve the internet governance? The fourth question is, do you agree to increase the international collaboration? If the answer is, oh yes, congratulations. That's a propaganda that's proposed by 2015 China Worldwide Internet Conference. So from this case, I just try to emphasize, probably in broader way, it looks very similar. But in terms of showing, in terms of our internal insight, we better use a proper or more precise wording to indicate what kind of framework we try to approach. Thank you very much.
Isa, any response?
Before answering to your great questions, may I just ask you guys, could you express your opinions and comments instead of questions to us about the role of the private sector behind us, Meta and Facebook or Google or these guys? We are multi-stakeholder event, but I don't see them here on the panel. It's more of the civil society and tech community, but no business, not to mention government. So if you want to say something from that perspective or about that perspective, that will be greatly appreciated. And then I will come back to Kenny's question. May I? Thank you.
We had the panel yesterday, actually, with Google, Meta, myself, the civil society lady. I think our Internet Governance Forum is actually bringing those stakeholders to the table, I think.
At least they're back. So.
Let me try and respond to it. There are two parts of it, Izumi. Firstly, this was a panel, it's a workshop which was proposed. The speakers were proposed by the organizers, so that's one. So whether they choose a private sector or not, or whether they agree is not under our purview, this meeting is open for everyone and can speak and regarding your question of private sector's role, yes, they have a role. But if you look at the governance discussions which are going everywhere, you have to have everyone. Everyone is responsible, right? The private sector does have responsibility. There is a question on accountability, transparency of how data is used, or how the big systems are being trained, etc. Simultaneously, I think it could not happen in silos if governments and private sector starts doing everything. We end users or even civil society will really not know how to work on it. So I think everyone needs to be in the room. Everyone is welcome. If they're not here, it's unfortunate, but it's not something which is staged by any stakeholder.
Just to add to that, Isa, so eWorldwide Group kind of is a private sector, not as Google, but usually there's a tendency that the private sector, if we talk about private sector, especially in the field of AI, I think Global North has been taken over, especially few countries in Global North. But there are private sectors whose focus is kind of not in the profit, but still I completely agree with you. We do need them in table. It's a multi-stakeholder model, and without that, I don't think we'll reach anywhere. We'll just, if working in silo doesn't work, so as the title says, holistic, but I'll keep it in my mind next time I organize a session.
So can I, okay, I will go after the lady.
Thank you. Eve Gaumont, Canada CFAR Chair on AI and Human Rights. We talked about age verification earlier. I would just like to ask, how do we reconcile the will to protect children online and also the risks that pose these kind of technology in terms of discrimination, right to equality and privacy, and right to anonymity online? Thank you.
You directed to anyone of the panel, or is it a specific question to somebody?
Yeah, I can take a shot at it, right? So when it comes to digital online rights, this work started within IEEE through an effort that was led by UK, Baroness Beban. Actually, she runs a foundation called the Fi Rights Foundation. And there was significant work that they were doing on how to define the privacy of children and their online rights. And that started the work on what we call as the IEEE 2089, and that has now also been adopted as an UN resolution, and that's also been into policy within the UK government, right? So one of the things we have started noticing a change, technology and standards back in the day used to be reasonably unregulated in the ICT sector. In certain sectors like the power and energy sector, in the health sector, there was a lot of regulation, but in the ICT sector, quite unregulated. But now with the impact that technology is having on society, there is a stronger interest on government agencies to see a need on how they play a role, especially within IEEE where standards are developed by individuals and by private sector. They felt that there is a way for them to engage. And now we are seeing a lot more participation from regulatory bodies, from civil societies in defining the specifications for the standards. They may not be developing the products, but they care about what the products are targeted towards. And through that effort, this 2089 came. It is now into regulation. And now there is a work on 2089.1 actually looking at online age verification, right? So I think these are, we are just starting to break the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot more work to be done, especially when you talk about discrimination and harassment. And I think we have to start somewhere. If there is interest, these are all open communities where people can come and participate, provide their views, because despite the best efforts of we wanting to make our standards global, unless we have representation from each of these communities, from each of these regions, it is almost impossible to make it global, right? People bring in their perspectives, and that makes our standards stronger, and that makes people responsible for developing these products a lot more responsible, right? So thank you.
Jenna, right here, independent policy analyst. I have a questions, probably more about the ideological sides of questions, and also about value, because of how we could see China was like portraying, as well as one of the panelists also mentioned earlier about younger generation following or see internet sensations or influencer as role models. So my question is, what is actually the problem we see in this trend of them seeing these people online as a role model? That comes to the value problems. Is it because we think that we are departing from what we values from the past or traditionally embraced by the previous generation? Or we think the content on there that are promoting is the actual problem? So I wonder, what's the problem there? Because that's two different levels of conversation. I mean, to me personally, I think different generations will embrace different role models. And there are often times when policymakers try to reinstall values from the past. As I think one of the panelists also show how China embraced the cultural Chinese values and then branded into something more relevant to the modern political Chinese values. They are two separate things and two separate identities to me. So I want to bring this out here and see what's the problem there, because that will change the conversation around how we do policy making. Thank you.
Yes, Prasanna.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question. I think that the first thing I will state is that the generational difference, and I've actually already said after working, working for 4 decades, I understand the generational difference, which is why the work that we do with the IEEE and within eWorldwide is very much focused on engaging young people in the conversation so we can understand their lived experiences, and a lot of research so that we gather evidence base for making recommendations, suggestions in policy. The values and what's the danger? The danger is if you work and look at the global crime rate, serious organized crime has increased. Misogyny has increased. This is not good for anybody. So the empathy is missing. How many people used to help old people across the road, and how many people just walk right by? Everybody is busy in their lives to attain wealth. The values of humanity, like I said yesterday, we need to reset our moral compass. What's important for us? Is it taking care of each other, or is it making more money and being the richest person on the planet that can fly to the moon and back? So respect, ethics, dignity, caring is very important, not to hurt anybody, not to hate anybody. Children are learning hate speech online, hating different races, different genders. It's not right. And if you think that somebody could actually, I will stop there because it's my personal opinion, but what I'm trying to say, as people have been given a platform to promote their views, it is the responsibility of others who can actually use multi-stakeholderism, if you will, but present an alternative that is aligned with human values and humanity. The most important other aspect is, again, statistics are available globally in Asia, Europe, and America. Mental health issues, children committing suicide, teenagers in depression. The mental health institutions in the United Kingdom are overwhelmed. The self-harming, girls feeling that they don't comply to a certain image. There's a lot of research in this area, which gladly offline I can share links with you, because we continuously work with regulators to discuss the balance. You can free to do what you wish, but what should young people be seeing who are easily impressionable? Thanks.
Charles.
Yeah, it's complicated when you talk about values, and you talk about values in front of engineers who are developing the internet technologies and and trying to draft the standards and so on. You know, in the tradition of the engineers may be thinking more like the technology should be neutral, but now when technologies are being used by the masses, somehow things become very different. You know, unlike the days when engineers simply have to think about making things bigger and faster. So now, and the other problem is when we think about values that you mentioned, governments value, different stakeholders have very different values. Sometimes even civil societies, different civil society groups have different values. There are those that focus on freedoms. There are those that focus on protecting, let's say, children, and so on. And in some ways, some of the values, when it's applied to certain technologies and applications, they conflict. So how do we find the common ground? You mentioned also, well, some of us also mentioned about generational values. They might be different. Do we embrace diversity? Is it by default? But in the world, there are many people who only want to focus on making their own country great again. So how do you deal with that? Children learn a lot of these online hate, learning hatred online. But is it a problem with the society, or is it a problem with the tools that they are using, right? Well, or maybe a different sort of proportional brain between these different sources. We people in the internet community talk about one world, one internet for a long time, but clearly you also mentioned that Chinese values or Asian values or Western values, they also differ. So my question is it really a different value that people have, or is it a different value that these governments have? People, what is universal? We should find the common ground among the people, not the governments. You will never find common grounds with the governments. You try to find the common ground among the people. What is universal about protecting their own privacy or personal right, having more conversation, multi-stakeholder engagement, and so on. That might be part of the solution. It's difficult still, but I just want to mention that to say that governments, you will find it very difficult to find common ground among these governments.
No, just like a really quick response. I think Charles actually summarized quite a few things I want to mention. It's about the tools that we are using that amplifies the problem. Because I think we failed platform governance in the past decades, and now AI also entered the scenes which amplified the problems. And I think that's all the comments and responses from the panelists tied it back to multi-stakeholderism, which I think it's like a model we should embrace. But on a personal note, I really would like to ask everyone in this room to think about, yes, we should invite people to join the discussion here, but I feel like we should also proactively go out, especially when I like indulging into digging up into transcript from Parliament. And there are times when I think policymakers do not understand the technicality behind the internet, but they're the one who making the laws and govern the things that influence my generation. So I think there should be some more, I don't know what exactly, but go talk to them because it's frustrating. Thank you.
So,
Thanks,
Ashura, can I make a quick intervention? Yeah. So yes, I think engineers do think very utopian, right? One technology used same ways. And of course, after the fact, we realize that everybody uses it differently. Framing of policy is very challenging. When we looked at IEEE 7000, there is an aspect of how do you build ethical values within the system level design. And the way the standard was developed is, and we are not talking about morality here, right? We are talking about technology ethics. You can integrate your own version of technology ethics on top of the standard, so you bring the ethical value. When within IEEE, sometimes we see a lot of conflicts. You have the East and the West. They look at technologies quite differently. When I was growing up, I used to watch a lot of Japanese cartoons. They embrace robots. There are a place for AI in that society. And they look at, yes, there is a lot of help that they get, and how do you manage some of the risks? The West is very conservative from that perspective. So when we bring these two communities together and develop a common framework, there is a clash of the minds, if you can say that. So I think when we talk about technology governance, you need to allow for these opinions to be expressed in a way and captured in the specification as much as possible so that it makes policy framing a little bit less challenging, if I can say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri. And I remember I just also talked about we IG folks kind of reaching out in the opening plenary as well. So the other thing is that we do talk about diversity, we do talk about a lot of things, but we also need to understand that diversity is not just on race or how human characters are. Even the stakeholders are diverse. Private sector provides employment, they do their job just because they do it for profit doesn't mean that they're bad. Civil society watchdog doesn't, just because they speak doesn't mean that they're good, right? So there's always this kind of equilibrium point that we'll have to find, and that's, I think, taking in diversity in the right way. So we have just about 18 minutes left, so I'll move to, oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
How are you? My name is Milagros. I'm a youth advisor at ISOC, but here on personal capacity. I was actually reflecting on the title of the session and what building a holistic digital resilience means, and I believe that we are overlooking a crucial aspect, which is environmental protection. Given that AI relies heavily on natural resources, be it water, energy, or land, and it impacts community, this is a significant concern, and personally I believe that guidelines or principles are not enough to protect the environment and not enough to regulate this issue. So I would be interested in hearing your thoughts and how we can take into consideration the environment when we are talking about the ethics of AI. Thank you.
Okay, for the sake of time, we'll take two questions together and then get back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olame Posi, also an ISOC Youth Ambassador. And building on the topic, we're talking about building holistic resilience to address social change, social challenges, rather. So my question is on societal inequalities. And I would have loved to pose this question to someone from the private sector, but I would like to hear your views. So my question is, how can we ensure that AI systems are not biased and do not perpetuate the existing societal inequalities faced in various countries or societies? Thank you.
Thank you. So on environmental side, Isa, or anybody want to talk on environmental side?
Well, Kenny is out of the room, but he still left the question which hasn't been answered. And there are so many good questions that we are unable to really answer to match to your expectation. However, I want to point out one thing. Are we really seeing this social media or AI just creating problems? or offering some benefits to you. I have just a short conversation with my daughter a few minutes ago, who brought the grandchildren, or who attention about what I'm doing here. How many of you guys have small groups on Facebook or, interaction with your friends using the same technology that we are talking about, making defamation or social imbalances or, suicide and stuff? We often, forget about some of the real benefits we are taking as well as some problems. Of course, I don't know what the equation would result to, but can we live without all these? Do you want to just forget, throw away your cars, which is creating environmental problems, electricities, which we are creating, things like that? I don't have an answer, but likewise, are the governments really enemies? Or we don't have any common grounds with civil society? I don't think so. Even with the Chinese government or any other government. You engage and you get what your sort of result of engagement. That's how the multi-stakeholder means, I think. So I think there's some kind of sectionalism, kind of silos thing. Civil society is pushing that. I'm sorry, but I myself is part of the guilty chain. But I think we need to break some of these kind of circles to make it more positive, rewarding cycling beyond this stakeholder model.
Thank you. Yeah, the next one.
I think the questions are very good. Going back to the policy question for my young youth from Taiwan, I think one of the most important things that I think several people here are policymakers, is that there is a consultative process and you need to have your voice heard. And the opening ceremony, Professor Moray also said you need to have more youth in play as we are developing a world or a framework for them. So absolutely, and you just need to lobby more with your governments that through a collective that is there. I think the colleague from, I'm not sure which country you were from, but the context of social inequalities and the consumption of power, or what AI is doing, is exactly on the forefront of many conversations we're having, that especially in Africa, because there's a lot of shortage of electricity, internet, and data. So without having your own data, how on earth are you going to use AI? You need your localized data to be able to not have bias in there. So what again, I think this is all about consultation and the important role that IGF plays in that bringing multi-sector stakeholders together to have the conversation and raise the issues, just like the agenda of these last 3 days. But I think I also want to just not focus on the negative. One of the most important things that we do is we work with governments on digital transformation to achieve the SDGs, gender empowerment, job creation, climate, you name it, and of course mobile health and telemedicine, etc. So there is great, vast improvements. Otherwise, I would not be a professor of AI and teaching AI for SDGs. However, as a technologist and the intersection of social scientist, I've now realized that there is a gap. There's a disconnect between what are we rapidly integrating into society, and is the society ready to drink it? And that's what I'm worried about, why I found that my voice, I want to use it to raise both issues, the issue of good and the issue of risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we did talk about I think we have to be careful about intergenerational solidarity as well. We kind of talking about youth. We kind of leave the elderly here, because in the internet ecosystem, I think the elderly are more vulnerable than the youth. Maybe we have to start talking about that as well. And I think it's the discussions like this that initiate those thoughts. And I know one of you, or maybe me, somebody would take this initiative, move forward, kind of build in something. And also in terms of private sector are also made of human beings. They are not some aliens that came. Governments are also made of human beings. They're not some aliens that came, right? And even they say that currently they started with, marketing was about profit, but now we're always talking about the societal view of marketing. What is just the society, where the customer base is. So I think we are moving forward. We're not in utopia. We're not in utopia soon. We're not going to reach there soon, but we are in a direction. So let's keep on moving towards that. I don't think we have any questions from local hubs right now, so I would also encourage local hubs to kind of speak. And I see, while I read local hub, while I kind of go through local hub question, we have 10 minutes, so we've talked about risks, but the session is about balancing the risk and benefits, so I'd like to move towards the benefits as well. So I'll go with the panel again, maybe start with Charles and kind of end with Dr. Abbas at this time. So what are the opportunities, and what are the good points of having AI, and what are the good things that's happening? We've been very vague and we've stayed the set, but I would like, Charles, you to be a little bit specific, maybe from a country perspective, but kind of deep dive into specific things. So would she, and let's see what it does.
Well, I'll try. But AI is so new, right? You want to talk about AI, right? But AI is so, I think, particularly new in the sense, it's not new, actually, as a technology. It's been around for a long, long time, many decades. But I think it's been improving, basically, because of the fact that we have much better computing power and all that. And now a lot of and we have a lot more data also, right? So the opportunities right now is actually in many areas, right? In healthcare, in terms of, for particular economies, in terms of how they use AI for economic development, for manufacturing, and so on. I mean, we tend to think a lot about LLMs and the chatbots and so on, and how intelligent they are. But in reality, maybe the biggest impact that we will see in the near term is actually not in the sense of many of these general purpose AI, but actually more in the sense of using some of these technologies to solve very focused problems. But of course, that's also where some of the risks are. Because people would find it most easy to use AI to cause scams, to kill people with drones, and so on. So the conversation right now in terms of AI risk, unfortunately, seems to be still focused within government. And of course, the private sector try to counter that because they think this is going to be slowing down their innovation, slowing down their opportunities to make more money, and so on. So they are the biggest voices. Civil society still haven't found out what to say about it because we have very little idea, to be honest. I mean, other than looking at some of the obvious negatives and we complain about them. But I think we have to move beyond that and think about what are the solutions. Working with maybe the technical community, right? So we can have a better understanding about how these applications are affecting people's lives and what are the possible technical solutions to solve them. Rather than simply thinking about regulations from governments to solve these problems. So I think I also want to echo one point that I forgot who mentioned it about we don't want to look we want to look forward. We don't want to turn back. I mean, despite all these problems and issues we have with these technologies, including we worry about AI, but do we want to turn back the clock and say that we are going to live back in medieval time and we don't use any of these technologies and people die in their 40s because of bad health and so on? We don't want that. But so how do we manage? That is the human existential question that I have no answer for.
All right. So thanks, Ashirwad. And I'm just going back to I think somebody referred to the title of this track on building holistic resilience. And most of the session, from my perspective, I've been talking about standards. And I indicated that standards have a way of voluntary adoption. But I want to go back to figuring out how do we build this holistic resilience, right? So one of the things that we do is, how do we ensure that the systems that are out there in the market earn the trust of the people, right? So one program that I would like to highlight in this round is there's a program that IEEE has developed called the IEEE Certified, okay? So how do you go and certify AI systems around certain universal principles, right? So they have started with 4 principles, 4 pillars. privacy, accountability, transparency, and governance, right? So from that perspective, they are looking at how do we measure a particular system against these particular principles, and how do you ensure that IEEE is able to provide a trustworthy mark so that the common man, they don't understand these technologies. You know, the technology is moving so fast, engineers find it difficult to understand, but you leave it to trusted organizations to ensure that these systems are trustworthy. There's a mark of trustworthiness that is given so that people are able to use it safely, right? So I think IEEE is working very hard to ensure that they are able to bridge the gap between how fast the technology is moving and to ensure that people using these technologies are able to use it in a safe manner. So thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to Professor Izumi, I'll also speak out the question that's in that came from local host, and maybe while you sum up, we could kind of address that. Both of you can address it as well. So we've got a question from National University of. We've got a question from Philippines. Can we actually say that due to technological advancement, we are being molded into one-dimensional society where critical thinking is being hindered in some way? Just like what our honorable speaker Salma Abbasi said, so that's for you. And in line with this, how can we be free from it if society itself is gratified by it, especially with the rising of AI, I guess, rising of AI, with our values being different now? And the second one is from Nancy. She's from Papua New Guinea, voice from Pacific. I'm a technical person, and I involve in most policy drafting. I'm mostly involved in policy drafting in my country. I believe policymakers should include technical experts to ensure that policies are informed by a deep understanding of technologies they regulate. Their expertise ensures that the policies are grounded to practical realities, avoid unintentional consequences, and can be implemented smoothly within existing technical framework. So these are the comments and questions that we had from our local hub from the island nation of Philippines and also from the Pacific. So I start to you.
Well, first of all, thank you for all these online participants, which is usually a little bit more difficult to engage and concentrate than our physical participation. But anyway, I may just leave one idea. My good friend, Professor Deguchi, he is the philosophy professor at the University of Kyoto, which you guys may have come last year. Is a center almost of the philosophy studies in Japan. And he now is the head of the Kyoto Institute of Philosophy, aside from the academic head. He wrote a book called AI as a Close Friend. Don't treat AI as a slave while humans are the masters, which he characterizes that it's a relatively Greco-Roman or European approach, that humans should be higher above, or the animals are lower, the humans are the center, the machines and maybe the artifacts are lower. But he says, well, Astro Boy as a sort of comic, I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, a very Japanese one, but created right after the war almost, is a close friend, although he was given a constraints of the ethics, the human ethics, that the creator of this robot mandated. So, but I think, like the governments as well, if you treat them, or private sector from civil society, or treat them as your enemy or your slave, then I think the solution will not merge. And I'm a little worried about internet-centric views as well. The world is not made of the internet, or, you know, it's very small portions, like SDGs thing was given. Look at what's going on in Gaza. Are digital technology used to help solve the problem? Not really. It's amplifying. But it's the human activities, human decisions, social decisions, international and national. So that's what I really would like to address. And if you have time, please go to the Palace Museum in the city. You will see kids very diligently trying to learn what their cultural identity is all about. But Taiwan is one of the very few territories or economies or countries where it's under the direct threat of the military force integration. And kids are not living in the vacuum. I will stop here.
Thank you, Professor. 44 seconds, so maybe 30 seconds is hard, but...
Okay. Well, just to sort of try and sum up what the question was for the society, I think that further engagement with multi-sector stakeholders is critical for us. It's important that we drive the awareness of the technology that we live with in young people's minds. I love the question from the online participant, critical thinking and understanding the complexities of the information that they receive, teaching young people how to digest it and how to validate and verify multiple sources. Navigating through this digital world is not easy. Beyond digital skills, we need to also ensure balance, online and offline balance, human interaction and the virtual interaction, so we don't forget how to talk to people. Systemic changes are needed in the education system to holistically revise our curriculum as technology changes, not just in universities, but also in primary schools and also with the teachers. The academics need to also stay on top of what's going on in every sector, because digital is not just in the IT department. The other aspect is the skills that we need to have for the future of work, for all of us. Multiple generations need to understand that they have a role. The third part is policy systems. As, again, online, the technology people need to be involved, and more tech companies have a whole department on policy and regulations so they can influence it. Similarly, in universities, I think we should have a department on policy where the youth can be mobilized, galvanized to engage in policy formulation for transparency. And global collaboration and localization is a must in the policy system, because technology is borderless. The internet is borderless. We need to understand and improve the system that we have for the criminal justice system to be able to understand digital crime, those metaverse crimes that the police don't even understand yet. So that's really, really important. And I think the last thing is the duty of care that we have to each other, intergenerational, up and down, with governments, with private sector, and to make this multi-stakeholderism actually work. Keeping in mind that all the people here today, this morning, actually care about the outcome, and that's why you're here. So thank you so much.
So thank you so much, respected panelists, esteemed attendees, all of you, and also from people from remote world. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry we overran for a minute or two, but I think we deserve that because this topic deserves a little bit of extra time. Thank you so much, everyone, for your presence. You've been here in early in the morning. I hope you enjoy your day, last day in APrIGF. And yeah, see you around, and please do engage and do synthesis document. And yeah, it's not even, if you still have some questions, we have synthesis document. Jen is there, the drafting committee is there. So please do put your inputs on synthesis documents. And let's take this discussion forward and keep on discussing. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a call for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Infrastructures of Repression, Cybersecurity and Human Rights in the Asia Pacific, will commence at 10:10 to 11 a.m. We appreciate your participation and attention. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Infrastructures of Repression, Cybersecurity and Human Rights in the Asia Pacific. Day 3, August 23rd, 10:10 to 11 a.m. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host and lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you. Great. The door is closing. So thank you for joining us. My name is Michael Castor. I'm the Asia Digital Program Manager with Article 19. And I'll introduce each of our speakers when I turn to them for their interventions. So if you'll bear with me, I'll just sort of dive right into some opening remarks, and then we can hear from our expert colleagues here. The Asia-Pacific region is experiencing an observable trend in the drafting and adoption of cybersecurity laws and policies which raise concerns for the freedom of expression and information online and the right to privacy. They appear to put forward a model of internet governance that favors unaccountable state control. Cybersecurity laws across the region appear to increasingly align with Beijing's view of digital sovereignty, a mask for justifying restrictions on freedoms of expression and right to privacy, which are the hallmarks of an open, free, and interoperable internet. Such legislations appear to, for example, the management of critical information infrastructure, push for data localization and identity verification requirements, impose digital surveillance, and emphasize opacity and total government network control through sort of China-style firewalls. This can be seen in Vietnam's cybersecurity law, which took effect in 2019, and its subsequent decrees imposing concerning localization requirements and restrictive notice and takedown orders, or Cambodia's draft cybersecurity law, which seeks to label the media as critical information infrastructure, opening the way to restrictive media regulations and controls. To Nepal's 2013 National Cybersecurity Policy, which we'll hear about more specifically from one of our speakers. Pakistan, too, now appears to be in the process of trying to develop its own sort of great firewall. And just last month in Hong Kong, there was the introduction of a draft cybersecurity bill, which echoes a number of these concerns, among them vague and overbroad definitions for critical information infrastructure and others. In its 2022 white paper, Jointly Build a Community with a Shared Future in Cyberspace, China's State Council Information Office emphasized China's goal of accelerating digital partnerships in the region, particularly relating to cybersecurity. It hailed the expansion of partnerships under the National Computer Network Emergency Response Technical Team to 81 countries, including a number in the region, and many MOUs signed with those in the region, including Indonesia and Thailand, which we'll also hear more about momentarily. Since the launch of China's Digital Silk Road, it really has championed this approach, this more authoritarian model of cybersecurity and other internet governance models. Despite this, strategic, systematic research, capacity building, and advocacy to identify and counter the sort of regional influence, the diffusion of these types of authoritarian models of cybersecurity governance and norms remains a bit lacking. Taiwan, at the same time, is unique in this process as both a target of PRC transnational digital repression, but also a positive counterexample to some better practices in transparency, open digital governance, as a counterweight to such authoritarian models of cybersecurity governance and other norms. So as such, Article 19, as if I may, a brief plug, has begun a small research project to dig deeper into this issue of the diffusion of digital authoritarian models of cybersecurity governance and how it affects Taiwan and what Taiwan can do to offer a better way. So early next year, we aim to release the findings of this research and hope to invite those of you who are interested to stay in touch about possible future activities and workshops here in Taiwan on this topic. So please come speak with us afterwards if you would like to know more about this project. And perhaps as a teaser, we also have a copy of our recently released report on China's Digital Silk Road and the rise of digital authoritarianism in the region. My colleagues here somewhere are there. Hands are raised. So we'll have some copies of this report afterwards also if you're interested in that. But in the meantime, for today, as a sort of soft kickoff to this project on cybersecurity norms diffusion, we're fortunate to be joined here with several experts from the region who will walk us through some fascinating, if not perhaps depressing, examples from their country contexts, but also hopefully some uplifting examples of better practices and better ways. So we'll hear from Thailand, Nepal, Taiwan, and from a civil society perspective and sort of pushing for more transparency, civic tech cooperation, and so forth on these issues. So our first speaker, and we're not organized in any way here, but our first speaker is Darika from Thailand, who's a digital security trainer and digital rights advocate. Darika has worked in journalism as a campaigner with Amnesty International Thailand, with Engage Media and others. Currently, she's the digital rights program manager at Thai Netizens Network, and she holds a master's in public policy from the Central European University, where she focused on the intersection of the internet and human rights. So Darika, what's happening in Thailand?
Thank you so much, Michael, and for Article 19 for hosting this section. And good morning, everyone. I really appreciate this is last day, morning section on Friday. So I think we can have more time to discuss. So I'm Darika, that I'm based in Bangkok, Thailand. So for now that I'm working with the Thai Netizen Network that we monitor the internet freedom, digital right in Thailand. But interestingly, when the organization just successfully registered as a foundation in Thailand, that is the same week that the Thailand had the military coup in 2014, 6 days after the military junta took over the country. So you can imagine that how when we talk about internet freedoms, internet governance, digital rights in Thailand in the last, I think, 10 years, that it's quite challenging. So that's why maybe start with Thailand with a depressing case study first, and then probably hear from Taiwan later on for a better good case study. So I think especially when we have to talk about the case study of Thailand when it's come to the digital repression, when it's come to the cybersecurity, and then if I have to caption what's happening to Thailand as Michael asking, I think that it's a critical moment and it's also fragile at this moment. Just before I came here to Taipei, that the Constitutional Court ordered this resolution of the Progressive Party, that Move Forward Party, that actually they are the winner of the election last year, but they cannot form the government, and then the Constitutional Court ordered just disband political party. And then they came to Taipei last Wednesday, and then the same Constitutional Court also ordered to remove the Prime Minister. And for now, when I came back, go back to Thailand, and we're gonna have a new Prime Minister, which is a daughter of the former Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawat. Now we have the youngest female Prime Minister in the Thailand. So I think that the way when we have to discuss what's happening in the country, especially for the political situation, and for example, take Thailand as an example. And it's kind of not just only Thailand, and we look at Southeast Asia, we look at Myanmar, we look at what's happening yesterday in Indonesia. So I think the what's happening, especially in a number of countries in Southeast Asia, how the authoritarian regimes try to maintain their power. In Thailand, we're familiar that we have a number of military coups, but now it seems like the way that the authority try to adapt themselves innovative coup. So we can say this is judicial coup as well. And I think that when we talk about the cybersecurity in Thailand and have to start in the 2014 when the military coup that is happened in the country, that is how digital authoritarianism had evolved. Especially if we have to talk about cybersecurity, I would like to talk into two elements. So the one thing that is the digital infrastructure, and another one is about the policy and laws, how it shapes internet governance in the country. And for the observation, we have to mention a little bit how the Chinese influence has an impact on the cyber norms in Thailand. especially if we look at the China Index report, especially from the Damanting Lab, that they try to ranking Thailand actually is top 4, that the Chinese influence has an impact to the country, especially for the military, the technologies, domains in the country. And then if we have to look at the digital infrastructure, so the question is like, who owns the telecommunication and the internet infrastructure in the countries? And then take Thailand as an example when we look at the ISP or internet service provider or the mobile operators in the countries. I think that after the DTAC or Telenor group that has merged with the two corporation, which is the Thai big company in Thailand, and that is have makes the Thailand has only 2 major mobile operators, which is like AAS and 2 corporation. But if we have like do a little bit deeper research, we're gonna see that how the Thai mobile operator has a relationship and connection with the regimes and with the government. It seems like the Thai company, but if we have to look closer that both of the mobile operator in Thailand that have partnered with the Chinese tech companies, both like Huawei and ZTE corporations, especially when we have to talk the 5G technologies, that is like behind the scenes of the major of the Thai operators that have the Chinese company as a main partner, and then they have the MOU, which is like quite a number of the percentage of the involvement in the tech company in Thailand. And also have to mention especially Thailand as a member of the China Digital Silk Road Initiative. I think that's why Thailand has received a significant investment from the PRC and also for the Chinese tech company when it comes to digital infrastructure. For example, like if I take the example at the 5G Thailand Summit, I think in the 2022, when the former Prime Minister in Thailand that announced Thailand 5G alliance between private and public partnership. So we can see an actor, especially the Huawei, AIS and 2 corporations that is the main actor in this. And also I think it's another thing when we talk about the infrastructure and then the data center behind the scene, that is also the Chinese investment in the data center in Thailand. The last one I think that we have to mention when it comes to the infrastructure, that the fiber optics, and especially for the internet gateway. I think in Thailand is one of the example when the government is trying to control the internet infrastructure. The first thing they're thinking of to control the internet gateway. So in Thailand, the idea of the single gateway at that time, 1 year after the military coup, that how the Thai government is proposed the concept of the single gateway to monitor the internet traffic in the country. This is a similar idea when we talk about the Great China War, or maybe control the internet. Even like after that, the Cambodia internet gateway is also the idea that how they want to control the internet. But also, if we look at Thailand, when the government wants to control the internet gateway, it's not easy. So it's quite challenging, especially the impact to the economic development. So that's why they realized that how to control the internet infrastructure is might not easy than they thought. So maybe just move to the control by using the policy and then the legal frameworks. So that's why I think when it comes to the second element that I would like to discuss about the ICT laws and regulations, I think in Thailand we have the Cybersecurity Act that is passed in the 2019, along with the PDPA, or Personal Data Protection Act, which is the same year that they passed at the same time. And when we look at the Cybersecurity Act on the surface, I think that is quite similar to another country, that the idea how to protect the critical information infrastructure, the CII. I think that a number of the Cybersecurity Act in many countries is quite similar concept. But then when we look at some of the provisions when it comes to the national security, to protect the public safety, to public orders. So that's why the problematic of the implementation of the vague terms when we talk about the national security under authoritarian regimes that is happened. It's the same idea with the data protection or PDPA. Actually, Thailand is the first Southeast Asia country who we can say like copies from GDPR from the European countries. I think 90% of the PDPA on the paper is looking good. But then if we have to look at the implementation, the commission, how to implement, I think that is a questioning on that. I think properly, and then talk a little bit about the cybersecurity norms and how it's influenced by the Chinese models, especially, for example, July in the 2022, Thailand and PRC also have the MOU to develop the cybersecurity collaboration between Thai National Cybersecurity Agency and then the Cyberspace Administration of China, or CAC. So that's why we can see the formal MOU that how the development between the government and also the PRC, that is kind of the MOU. Okay, probably I will maybe stop on this, but when I talk about like cybersecurity bill in Thailand, I didn't talk as Thailand as a country itself, that how Thailand or even Southeast Asia has an implication. So part of my work that look at the Myanmar community in Thailand, look at some of the exile community in Thailand as well, that it also has an impact when we have to talk about the internet governance or digital rights. Thank you so much. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darika. Yeah, I mean, a number of those points, I think, are good as a transition also to talking about Nepal, and that the Cybersecurity Act in Thailand is about 5 years old now, whereas the National Cybersecurity Policy in Nepal is just pretty much 1 year old. So Santosh, next to you, but first, let me introduce you. So Santosh is a lawyer from Nepal with over 18 years of experience working at the intersection of human rights, transitional justice, right to information, and digital rights. Santosh is the founding chair and executive director of Digital Rights Nepal, a non-governmental organization promoting digital rights in Nepal. The name is self-explanatory, but Digital Rights Nepal works on various aspects, intersectional between technology and human rights, including privacy, data protection, information integrity, and cybersecurity. He also holds a degree from the Central European University, as well as Darika. So anyway, small world connections. Santosh, could you tell us a little bit more about the sort of process that led up to the National Cybersecurity Policy? Obviously, your organization has been involved a lot in the consultative process, such as it was, but also the analysis that you've done of this and some of the changes that you've mentioned to me recently and how the government is approaching the sort of implementation of this policy.
Good morning. Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everyone. When I was listening to Darika, I felt that the government authorities or the policymaker, either they go to same school or they get the orientation from the same institution, because the modus operandi is kind of similar across the government, and it is just similar to Thailand and Nepal as well. The way they tried with the infrastructure first, and after that they wanted to bring the laws and policies. So in Nepal, it started with, because we have only this Electronic Transaction Act. So it was a very few provision in the Electronic Transaction Act, and the cyber security incident, they were growing, and the government felt that they have to come up with the policies or laws or the technology to be secure. That was the initial idea from the perspective of the government. And they started with the technology first. So they proposed media device management services, MDMS. They tried to implement it for many years, and last year, November 2023, they have implemented this mobile device management system. So any phone is required to be registered in the system, and they can track the mobile, and if that is not registered, they can be termed as a gray phone, or they can be blacklisted and removed from the system. And through that,
there is no transparency how the data they have been collecting have been used or who has access to it and how they use it. So that was the one thing, and after that they proposed this TerraMox, telecommunication traffic monitoring and fraud control system. That was imported from Lebanon. A company from Verizon from Lebanon was delivering it. And interestingly, there was no laws or policies as a background to put that technology into system. And there was this public procurement, this misappropriation fund also, so internal probe was also constituted. Some of the people are still, the case is sub judice and this corruption charges has been going on. But what happened in between is it was to be implemented by the regulator, Nepal Telecom Authority, and there are two main telcos. One is Axiata, Ncell, and another is Nepal Telecom, which has the government stakes. But interestingly, the Nepal Telecom said that we are not going to implement it because it is going to provide you access to the personal data at the same time traffic monitoring data. So we are not going to implement it unless there is a policy or law requires us to let you install the system in our system. So it was kind of interesting from the government-owned company, but it was good. So what happened is in between parliamentary committee, the debate reached to the parliamentary committee, and parliamentary committee also suspended the implementation of TerraMox. So that has been not there. So now the government has moved from the technical part to the policy-making part. So they had started this cybersecurity policy discussion in 2018, and at that time, without any public consultation or consultation with the stakeholder, they proposed a bill, they prepared a draft, and they had asked for comment on the draft. So we convened a meeting of the stakeholder, and we also reviewed the draft proposal. We provided input to the government. And for 2 years, there was silent because there is a hung parliament and there is a Saki. They are always trying to save their chair, so that was not in priority. And in 2021 or early 22, they proposed the draft resurfaced. And this time also they asked for the input, and some of the input we provided earlier was included there, but there were many flawed provisions therein. For example, regular monitoring of the internet, and at the same time requiring companies to provide data, just Darika said, big and problematic provision of national security, social harmony, such kind of thing. But that time also we provided comment to the government, and interestingly, in the final bill, they prepared the final document, and they in the draft this policy, national cyber security policy, it had two new provision which was not there in the initial drafts, either the first or the second, and they had proposed intranet, government intranet, and the national government internet. So that was the very new it was very new to us. So there was no also explanation what these provisions or these mechanisms were, what is the kind of implementation mechanism, who will establish it, what is their power or anything. It was just a broad term included in the policy. So from then on, we have been working on it. We are trying to reach to the government and have discussion. At some point, they said that they just wanted one single point so that the price of the internet could be cut down. So they bring the internet, they import the internet from outside and provide to the inside the country, but it was not from the very senior level of the government. So there is no clarity about it. So we have been working with the civil society, media to have more discussion around it. Because of the provision and the other relating provision in the National Cybersecurity Policy, this National Internet Gateway, they have not said what is the rationale behind it, at the same time how it will be implemented, what is the technology they will be implemented. But looking at the practices around the world, this is kind of a great firewall where every internet traffic coming into the country or going out of the country has to go through the specified government allotted or government indicated network. And it will, apart from that, there are other provisions also. So the the bill could impose the severe restriction on the online speech and content, because there are many provisions which is very vague, and they have given they have gone beyond the limitation provided by the Constitution and under the freedom of expression and opinion, and the limitation they proposed in the bill is very vague and dubious kind of words. And the policy also provides for the regular monitoring of the online speech and activities. Actually, the provision, for example, this provision 1164 says that there will be a regular monitoring of the online space for the cybersecurity, especially aims to build a safe online space through the monitoring. So they have taken a restrictive approach for the security through controlling the whole platform and through the regular surveillance of the users. So that is the situation now. And after the kind of pushback from the civil society and stakeholder, now the government is using the term. They are no longer calling it Internet Gateway, National Internet Gateway. In the last meeting, they said that the government has proposed a broadband management policy, and now they have changed the title. And they commissioned a committee and they provided the report, but the report is not public. So Digital Rights Nepal is using the Right to Information tool, asking for the copy of the document from the government. And we want to engage with them. And cybersecurity is a common kind of aspiration and at the same time priority, but it should not be in the cost of privacy, right to privacy or freedom of speech, expression. Otherwise, it will defunct the democracy itself. So that is our stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Santosh. So we've heard two alarming case studies in repressive, more authoritarian models of cybersecurity governance, infrastructure governance, and so forth. Maybe to lighten the mood a little bit, we can move away from that and hear a little bit more about creative or perhaps solutions-oriented, more of an open civil society rights-based approach to tackling some of these issues from our next speaker. So Lulu here is based in Taiwan. She's the program manager with Freedom House, working on the Indo-Pacific Center for Promoting Civil Society Resilience Project. Long title, to which Article 19 is also a partner. The center aims to enhance collaboration among Taiwanese and Indo-Pacific regional civil society to counter disinformation, digital authoritarianism. And before this, Lulu was also working for 6 years in digital rights, sort of technology, civil society intersectional roles, particularly as a coordinator between tech communities and civil society. And it's, I think, really from this unique expertise that we're looking forward to hearing your intervention. So Lulu, perhaps you can draw on this and this perspective of bridging, coordinating between tech, government, civil society in more open and rights-based approaches. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Morning. But after a week's event, my brain doesn't have too much room to remember what I want to say. So I will check my notes frequently, yeah. So hi, I'm based in Taiwan, also from Taiwan. So today my sharing also about Taiwan cases will be much less the Freedom House point of view, but the Taiwan civil society's point of view. And what I'm going to share might be a little bit different from Thailand, Nepal cases. Like here in Taiwan, the major threats to society actually is an external factor, which is China. I think most people probably know already. So although it is not news that China hold military drills around Taiwan, but actually China already started invasion through digital space a long time ago, such as information operation campaigns, digital attacks through hackers, surveillance, censorship, and interference with internet structure. So I will have to say, when we talk about security, here in Taiwan, no matter it is for citizens or government, people think the same thing. We want national security and personal security at the same time. Basically, I would say most of the citizens and our current government in Taiwan have the same enemy. So actually, government and citizens in Taiwan is stand in the same line to face the outside threats. So the threat is definitely, as I described, is a big country next to us who plans to invade us by force. So under this context, the big question Taiwan has been discussed is that how to balance between national security and personal security. We know it's very difficult to deal with, no matter it's for civil society or government. So I will maybe just follow several cases to describe what's going on under this context. So not only, authoritarian region, not only authoritarian region want to build a regulation that violate people's digital right. Mature democratic countries also trying to have a regulation that might undermine rights and raise concern, such as like online safety bills in UK. So actually, Taiwan has gone through this discussion for a while, and at one point made by our National Human Rights Commission is that people actually always love to pursue conveniency and efficiency, especially government. They want a very efficient governance, but they should be online. Otherwise, implementing martial law is definitely the most effective way to deal with national security. Taiwan National Human Rights Commission also mentioned that the government itself doesn't have enough knowledge to know how to protect digital rights, human rights, privacy, and freedom of speech, but at the same time to protect national security. Since the situation is unique and it can be single-handedly addressed by one government agency, so that's why we keep talking about involving multi-stakeholders here in Taiwan is very important. And about how to balance national interest and individual rights, there is another case in Taiwan. According to the Constitution Court Reporter Interpretations 603, which is a case about can the Taiwan government require citizens to provide the fingerprint data when renewing our ID card. And the Supreme Court Justice made a decision and say no. It is against the Constitution, and they also provide very interesting explanation under their report, say that if the government can ask for this, that means in the future it can require people to provide DNA genetic information, record area scans, and so on. So what country we want to build together? If citizens cannot escape from state surveillance, it could be a society without any crime and a super efficient government. But at the same time, citizens will face a lot of surveillance and fear, and both social order and efficiency social order and efficiency are significant public interest that government should persuade. So we have to draw the line. We cannot push for that limit continuously. This is writing down document in our constitutional court. So I think it is indeed a draw the line, mean we cannot unlimited pushing the line. So under the legal framework, not only what the law regulation is important, a lot of people here in Taiwan also feel like the most important part is the process of developing the law. By reviewing the draft bills and having the debate, civil society is able to understand the right we should have, and the government is also able to find a better line for the regulation. Because actually this is really hard for no matter civil society or government to understand where will be the proper line. So that's why not the regulation itself important, the process to discuss this, it actually is even more important of that. Especially when we face the generative AI, this new issue, we probably need work with government together. I mean, civil society need to work with government together more to discuss how we face the balance in the future. So another scenario is how to maintain an open government under the interference of the foreign actors. So there are two stories. The first one is Taiwan government have a platform called Join, which is ideas from a civic tech project. And it is a participant hub that allows anyone legally registered in Taiwan to file a proposal about policy and new regulation. And the proposal, if receive at least 5,000 supporters, it will be sent into the government, and the government has to respond to that proposal. So there's a one time when we have a meeting, an international digital democracy expert as the government say, would you be afraid that Chinese state actor use joint platform, this open government type of policy forming system to propose terrible policy or navigate the policy discussion? And actually, the government representative made clear, say that since it is open to public, if there are any factors who are trying to undermine the system, everybody can see it. So this is not responsibility only for government. Whole society is able to supervise what is going on since it is an open system. So it's another similar case in civil side is that there is a well-known crowdsourcing fact-checking tool called FactCheck. And FactCheck was one of the project initiated from the Taiwanese civic tech community too. Anyone could be the fact-checker once you register in the platform. You can pick the reporter's suspicious post and write the fact-checking response into the system. So the question also brought up to Lynn all the time is that, will Colfax worry that Chinese actors might provide China-friendly fact-checking response into the system? Actually, the answer is also that if the user receives improper response, actually people will detect it and report to the system, and then they even will go to the system and write a new response to fact-check the original response. So actually, user can see all the response and getting to know the whole story about what's going on. And it even helps analyze to research the pattern of the bad actor because COFAT is an open source and open data system. So according to the experience here in Taiwan, a closed system will not make us safer or more secured. Once the system is dominated by a small group of people, there is no other way to monitor the problems and respond to on time. So unfortunately, if the bad actors are the government itself, I know it is much harder to create a transparency and open environment for the policy discussion. So I would say, although Taiwan's current government has more willingness to work with civil society on many issues, but of course, there's still so many things that government can improve, such as actually the personal ID number and ID information of every citizen in Taiwan was leaked and was sold online. So everyone here can purchase the package from dark website, and which has my ID number, but please don't do that.
That's not an endorsement to do it.
Yeah, this is illegal too, so don't do that. So like in Taiwan, the government actually lacks proper regulation to regulate what and how the government can do. When we face an issue about digital space and internet governance, consider a lot of other countries, Taiwan is behind many countries to build enough regulation to regulate digital space. And at the same time, it is required professional knowledge to understand the internet infrastructure and the mechanism behind the digital tool. So that's why many civil society organizations also find it's very hard for them to monitoring and engage the discussion of government when it's concerning digital space. So that's why we probably need more like multi-stakeholder coalition to deal with that. At least in Taiwan, there's one case is like civil society organization from the justice, like the lawyer group and a human rights group and a tech group forming a working group to be able to dealing with the digital regulation that is brought up by government and with a new issue, because no one have all the knowledge to understand what's going on to deal with digital regulation or cybersecurity. So mainly this is what I'm sharing. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lulu. And yeah, thanks for sharing that perspective about Taiwan. And we're also honored to be joined here by a representative from the Taiwanese Ministry of Digital Affairs, the acting deputy director at the Administration for Cybersecurity, in fact. Cha Shang is a senior specialist for the Division of Regulations and International Cooperation, the Administration for Cybersecurity is ACS, excuse me, where he oversees the enforcement and amendment of Taiwan's Cybersecurity Management Act, as well as the execution of international cooperation matters. Before joining MODA in 2022, he also worked on international affairs at the Ministry of Labor and as a labor attaché in Washington, D.C. for Taiwan from 2015 to 2019. So please, and I believe you have the slides are already up, fantastic. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us again. And please, from the government perspective, walk us through the approach here.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you for having me. I'm very honored and privileged to have this opportunity to speak in this panel. Today's presentation, I would like to focus more on the cybersecurity management implementation in Taiwan. And this is my presentation's overview. I will cover from four perspectives of this presentation. The first one is to talk about the structure of Cybersecurity Management Act, hereafter refers to CSMA. And the second part is I'm going to talk about the purpose and coverage of CSMA. And the third one is going to talk about every government agency's role in CSMA. And last but not least, one is legal compliance for covered entity. Taiwan recognized the widespread adoption of digital technologies and other information and communication technologies, leading to increasing attention to information security issues. To effectively plan our national information security management policies and implement them in both the public and private sectors, thereby building a secure information government and ensuring national security while safeguarding the public interest. The Cybersecurity Management Act was established in 2018. The Cybersecurity Management Act is divided into 4 chapters. The first chapter is general principles, including legislative objectives and relevant definitions, and the responsibilities of competent authority. The second chapter is talking about the Information Security Management Act for government agency. And the third chapter is Information Security Management for specific non-government agency. And the last but not least part is the penalties. The aim of this act is to strike a balance between minimizing the impact on the private sector and maximizing the pursuit of public interest and national security. So from this slide, we can see that the legislative purpose of CSMA is to positively carry out the national security policy and accelerate the construction of environment for national cybersecurity to safeguard national security and protect public interest of the entire society. The CSMA governs both government agency and then specific non-government agencies. For government agencies include central and local government agencies, public juristic person. However, military and intelligence agencies are not included. For non-government agencies include critical infrastructure provider, government-owned enterprises, for example, Taiwan Water Corporation, Taiwan Power Corporation, and CPC Corporation, etc., and a government-endowed foundation. So this is the structure of government agencies' role in CSMA. And executive yuan at the top of this slide, the executive yuan determines our national security strategy. And then the second layer is Ministry of Digital Affairs, MODA, is the competent authority over CSMA, plans to positively promote the national cybersecurity policies. And then Administration for Cybersecurity is the agency I'm from, implements national cybersecurity affairs. And then other supervisory government agencies, they can supervise cybersecurity management of the agencies that is affiliated, supervised, or under jurisdiction by the supervisory authority. For central competent authorities in charge of relevant industries, they can oversee regulated specific non-government agencies to act in compliance with the CSMA. So this is the framework of Cybersecurity Management Act. From this chart, we can see more clearly the regulatory framework of CSMA. The cybersecurity law assigns cybersecurity maintenance responsibilities to regulated entities, including government agencies and certain non-government agencies. The responsibilities for managing cybersecurity can be examined from the three perspectives: pre-event, during event, and post-event. For the part of pre-event, both government agencies and non-government agencies must establish cybersecurity maintenance plans and a notification and response mechanism. For the part of during event, regarding the cybersecurity maintenance plan, implementation must be reported and subject to audits. For the notification and response mechanism, any cybersecurity incidents must be reported within 1 hour. And for the part of post-event, when an agency is audited and found defective or needing improvement in the cybersecurity maintenance plan, it shall submit improvement report to the auditing agency and then superior or supervisory authority. As for the notification and response mechanism, the agency involved in cybersecurity incidents should submit a report on the investigation, handling, and improvement of the incident. So from this chart, we can see, better understand the various legal compliance obligations for CSMA covered entities. You can see deployed cybersecurity personnel and stipulate and amend implementation cybersecurity maintenance plan, and so on. So this is the whole picture of our cybersecurity law. But I noticed that this panel focused more on the infringement or impingement of personal right or personal data. So I would like to direct this, this perspective to a bigger picture, because Taiwan is the front line of cyber attack during this specific geopolitical situation. We protect not only the Taiwanese people's personal data, but we also play the important role as the front defender of democracy against the cyber attack launched by mainland China. We established our government agencies 2 years ago. And during that time, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. And during that time, we received a lot of cyber attacks launched by China. And of course, a lot of data was breached. A lot of system was hacked. But we got some lesson learned. We ameliorate our system, and we also, talk to other government agencies to do some improvement measures to safeguarding or enhance our cybersecurity measures. But also, we also characterize their cyber attacks into different patterns. That's why so many countries would like to work with us, not only sharing cybersecurity intelligence with us, but also would like to know what kind of cyber attacks patterns we have collected. And if we can share with them, it will be helpful for other countries. Because now cybersecurity is not only talking in a sovereignty perspective or a standpoint, but we also would like to talk about cybersecurity in international solidarity perspective. If we can work with other countries, building more robust cybersecurity alliance and solidarity with other like-minded countries, it will not only benefit to us and not only benefit to the people in Taiwan, safeguarding our way of life in a democratic way, but also we can work with other like-minded countries to safeguard our alliance in democracy against authoritarian regime. So this is our standpoint, and we urge some other like-minded country to work with us. Thank you.
What a powerful sort of rallying cry to end with. So maybe first, yeah, please, a round of applause and thanks for our 4 speakers. Yeah, I mean, very, very powerful, I think, concluding words. So thank you very much. And it makes my job easier. I don't have to come up with something, potent to synthesize all of your points. But I think it's a really very valuable, message. And perhaps, again, of all of the, conversations, recommendations, analyses that we've heard over this week, again, I think this one point is really a very important recommendation and concluding sort of comment to bring away, not just from the APrIGF, but because of where APrIGF took place this week. And I think it's a really important message. So we have we have about 8 minutes or so to hopefully have a bit of a conversation. I see a few of you already leaping up to go to the mics. Wonderful. So perhaps I'll say now, we'll try and collect a couple of questions, if that's okay with everybody. But if the questions are quite complex, we might just take them one at a time. But in any case, if you have a specific question to a panelist, please address it to the panelist. If you have a general question, that's also fine. And if you don't mind, maybe just identify yourself briefly. Thank you. Begin.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Donkervoort. I'm with the American Bar Association. Promise this is a quick question for Deputy Huang and perhaps Lulu. Lulu, you mentioned the CAC's role in a lot of sort of the outreach of the PRC in terms of digital authoritarianism. It's my understanding that their role is actually being marginalized under the current restructuring by Xi Jinping, and that it's more coming from like PLA and the security and military realm. I don't know if any of the speakers can speak to that, but Deputy Director Huang, you mentioned that the military is actually carved out from the cybersecurity plan. So just wondering if you could perhaps address why and how that might create weaknesses in its implementation if we're seeing a shift to military as opposed to civilian use of tech. Thank you.
Maybe one more.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Anjum. I'm from Internet New Zealand. Also, from a community that suffered a terrorist attack in 2019 when a white supremacist went into 2 mosques and shot people during Friday prayers. 51 people died, 49 injured. And in reading the Royal Commission report and his path to radicalisation, we know he was on Facebook. We know he himself says he was radicalised on YouTube. We know he was online video gaming. We know a lot of the content he was consuming was hatred against Muslims. So I guess the general question is that when you're talking about, a lot of these free speech rights and so on, when a lot of that speech is leading people to kill us, I understand a lot of you are working with authoritarian regimes, but for us who are facing loss of life because of the speech of others, and how they're radicalising. How do you see that fitting into, cybersecurity models? Thank you.
Should we start with those two?
So, okay, thank you for your question. Thank you, because you noticed that military and intelligence agencies are not covered in our law. Yes, because military agencies and intelligence agencies report about their control and command system to our president, because our president is the commander-in-chief. So in an executive branch, we are only responsible for government agencies. But how to, exchange intelligence, cybersecurity intelligence from ordinary government agencies and with other military and intelligence agencies? We have a platform hosted or organized by National Security Commission. And we have weekly meetings every day to exchange some of the cyber intelligence collected from both sides, to exchange and have a better, implementation and have a better counter measures against the cyber attacks received from not only government agencies but also military and intelligence agencies. So this is the way we solve this kind of problem and create more transparent channel between government agencies and those government agencies not covered in CSMA. This is the way we do a better integration and coordination. Thank you.
More about transparency and accountability, like what Lulu said. It needs to be in the light, not hidden, not coordination.
Okay. Yeah. Here is the thing. When we found, vulnerabilities in system from a private sector, we will tell that private sector, you have a vulnerability and you have to patch that vulnerabilities. And this kind of affairs was responsible under a CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team. A CERT, this kind of mechanism not only in Taiwan but also worldwide. We can share this kind of information because now in the global economy, a private sector use some kind of information and telecommunication technologies can be used also worldwide. So we found some of the vulnerabilities. We can patch them and tell other CERTs to do this kind of things, prevent any kind of cybersecurity hacks in this system. This is the way we do. But before the company has the solution of patching their vulnerabilities, we will wait for their patching. Because if we release this kind of information, we also create more opportunities for hackers to hatch this kind of vulnerabilities before we have a patch for them. So this is the way we do that. So sometimes we need transparency, but we also need a reasonable way to address this kind of issue. So this is, just like I said, we try to strike a balance between public interest and private interest. This is the way we address that. Thank you.
On the second question, I believe that any cybersecurity policy, the focus should not be the system. The focus should be people. We are protecting, we need infrastructure, we need protection, we need law, but what we are actually protecting under the cybersecurity, what are we securing? We are securing rights of the people. Be that right to privacy, be that data, be that freedom of expression, be that their right to dignified life. So we are focusing more on technology, but we are focusing less on people. If we go one layer deeper, protecting system is also protecting the data of the people, or protecting their intellectual right, or protecting their right to property, or while we talk about national security, also within the national security, we are protecting people within that nation. So we have to go beyond this technicality of the cybersecurity, and we have to look at the people and people's interest behind it. And I think that value is needed while framing the cybersecurity laws and policies.
Just a quick add, a little bit, very short, because like as a digital right advocate, when we talk about digital rights, which means like digital technology and human rights. So that's why the human rights should be the call by design, especially when we have to talk about the cybersecurity as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I mean, again, just to reiterate that the international experts of the Human Rights Council and others have been quite clear in various general comments and joint declarations that the human rights that exist sort of offline exist online in the same form. So, I mean, it's not that it's an artificial, there's no division, right? It's not that human rights also are online, it's that human rights are digital rights are human rights, and so forth. I'm afraid that we are out of time. I see there's a lot of people lined up, which is excellent because I love the excitement and the, wanting to engage more. I think we'll be around a little bit afterwards, so maybe if you could, unfortunately, hold your questions, try and catch us, we can talk afterwards. So just very briefly to conclude, really fascinating and valuable contributions. Another round of thanks to our panelists, I hope, with claps. And again, thank you all for joining us. I've been Michael Castor with Article 19. As I mentioned at the beginning, we are starting a small research project looking more into the systematic diffusion of these types of rights abusing cybersecurity norms and policies, and hopefully also, what we can learn from Taiwan. So if any of you are interested, particularly in continuing these conversations, following the research or being part of perhaps some of the activities we're planning in Taiwan early next year, please do come up and find me. Also, we have some copies of our report on the Digital Silk Road and the rise of digital authoritarianism in the region by the door. Thank you all so much for bearing with my last sort of plug. Anyway, have a good rest of your day.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Freedom Online Coalition Regional Dialogue, Asia Pacific, will commence at 11:30 to 12:30. We appreciate your participation and attention. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have to set the tables for the next session, so please collect your belongings and wait outside this room 101 for a second. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. We would like to invite you to take your belongings to wait at the back of this room or outside this room for a few minutes because we have to set up the tables for the next session. Thank you so much. Dear guests, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. You're encouraged to sit at the first row. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to come to the first row to join us in this session. Please come forward if possible. Thank you. There are still seats available on the first row.
I think people can just stand up and ask questions if they need it.
Yeah.
Because if I stand up, it's a bit more, a bit too much energy. Yeah, sure, thank you. We all need to break it down. Shall
哎，你帮我。
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started very soon. So if people are at the back row, please feel free to use the front rows as well. We want this to be as much of a round table, kind of a conversational style session. So don't be shy. Go ahead.
Welcome to APrIGF 2024 Freedom Online Coalition Regional Dialogue Asia Pacific Day 3, August 23rd, 11:30 to 12:30. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and a very good morning. I know we're on day 3, so we've seen a lot of energy already and a lot of really great sessions. But welcome to the Freedom Online Coalition Regional Dialogue for Asia Pacific. I will be your host, moderator, counterpart for this session. My name is Dia, and I'm from the Tech Global Institute, and we're one of the members of the advisory network of the Freedom Online Coalition. So good morning again. I know we've had a lot of diverse conversation over the last couple of days, and
I've definitely been really inspired at this point in terms of the different ways people are engaging with internet governance, the different ways we're thinking about internet governance and how we think about protecting freedom of expression, privacy, internet freedoms across Asia Pacific, but also across the world. And I think despite our different ways of looking at the diverse regulatory landscapes within which that we exist, I think fundamentally we can all agree that we want the internet to be open, we want it to be trustworthy, we want it to be secure, and at the same time we want to ensure that the internet is a place where our fundamental freedoms are being upheld. And I think that's particularly important for a region like the Asia Pacific. So the Freedom Online Coalition is currently with 40 member countries and has been on a mission to uphold internet freedoms globally, particularly through multilateral international processes. And we're very grateful to be joined here today by the 2024 chair of the FOC, the Netherlands. So I'm going to pass it to Luca to take us and share a little bit more about the coalition.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, welcome everybody to this FOC regional dialogue. My name is Luca Kuiper. I'm with the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we are chairing the Freedom Online Coalition this year. And this regional dialogue is a third in a series that we've hosted so far. It's been an effort to engage the regional perspectives that not always are being reflected as well in the conversations we're having, for example, in Geneva or in New York, like bringing those conversations to countries, to here, to Taipei, and the previous two regional dialogues we had were in Accra, in Ghana, and one in Sao Paulo. So this is the third one in a series of those. Just let me share you a few words about the Freedom Online Coalition, because I'm not sure if everyone here in the room is familiar with it. The Freedom Online Coalition started 13 years ago, in The Hague actually, during a time where there was a completely different outlook on the use of technology for democracy. There was a lot of sense of optimism. You would to think about the context of the Arab Spring and the use of social media for the advancement of freedom and democracy was high up there. And also I think the thought about, well, we don't really need like regulation because it's going to advance our freedoms. Well, here we are 13 years later, and it's a completely different outlook. And I think even it's a testament to why the FOC is there. It makes the work of the FOC even more important. So like we're trying to, as a coalition, we're trying to enhance diplomatic coordination before multilateral processes happen, because these core values of human rights online and internet freedom, multi-stakeholder model, are things that are under threat, that are, for us, for a lot of people here in the room, a no-brainer, but in avenues such as the UN, right now negotiations are ongoing, and the Global Digital Compact, they are under really increased pressure, which is why we think we need to strengthen our hold and defend these ideals in ways such as through the Freedom Online Coalition. So with countries cross-regionally to come up with common positions and common statements, also build capacity, because not all countries have the capacity to actually engage in these processes. And through the FOC, we're trying to host learning calls, trying to do trainings, trying to have people come to strategic coordination meetings, which are biannual meetings that the FOC hosting. The next one is going to be in The Hague in the end of October. And also the outcomes of this regional dialogue session will be promoted, will be discussed during that SCM meeting. Just say me a few things. Last thing is that the timing of this regional dialogue is very, very good, I would say, since the Global Digital Compact is being negotiated. The last stage is now being negotiated in New York, but it's not going to be an end, obviously. It's a step towards something else. The WSIS process is just beginning, and there's going to be very important decisions being made in the WSIS process. And we want to hear from you what you think should be the priorities there, what you think are the most important things to defend or to advance in those frameworks. And we'll take that also to the Summit for the Future, where next month in New York at Also, the high-level week, we will host a ministerial meeting of the Freedom Online Coalition, hosted by our Minister of Foreign Affairs, with a side event focused on AI governance and human rights, actually. But yeah, let's go back to the room and let's start the dialogue today. Thank you.
Thanks, Luca. And so also, I'll share a little bit more about Luca shared a bit more about how the governments are negotiating and the multilateral processes, and more about the member states within the FOC. I'll talk a little bit more about the advisory network, which is where we get to hear from brilliant colleagues from across diverse backgrounds, from civil society, academia, industry, and other spaces. We're also engaging on these really critical topics on internet freedoms. And after that, we'll kind of go into a more broader Q&A, and definitely this session is more about us listening and everybody kind of telling sort of how we can engage and work together better on the issues that kind of Luca highlighted. So once more again, I'm Dia. I'm from the Tech Global Institute. We are primarily a tech policy and accountability not-for-profit that works across, that works to promote internet freedoms and sort of rights-respecting governance frameworks with keeping the global majority in mind. We originate from Bangladesh, but we have portfolios around the world. And we primarily look at the design of the broader internet stack, the consumer-facing internet stack, and how that can be thought through in a way that does respect human rights, that does respect international humanitarian law, and brings out the equity for the global majority communities, particularly across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, onto the fold. At the FOC, I think we have been working really closely with many of our colleagues from various sort of backgrounds and multidisciplinary spaces to really advance how do we think about freedom of expression, how do we think about privacy, how do these multilateral processes are engaging with the communities on the ground, how do we ensure that things that are happening at a 50,000 feet level are actually responding to the needs that are happening at the ground, and how do we ensure that, as many of us know in the room, the voices of global majority, underserved community, women and children, non-binary groups, the many, many communities that are now part of our broader internet ecosystem are not being left behind in that process. And it's been a really fantastic experience for us to be able to kind of work together with the member states and with the broader community to be able to influence these multilateral processes to the extent that we can. But as Luca said, it is a complicated process. There's a lot happening in New York, there's a lot happening in Geneva, and so how do we engage with this in a way from our different vantage point is going to be really critical. When we kind of zoom into APAC specifically, I think APAC is quite unique in many ways because of the fact that it is probably, from my experience, one of the most diverse continents in the world because of how divergent it is in terms of its the spectrum of democracies, the way we think about rule of law, the way we think about socioeconomic development, and how people are coming online. I think over 60% of APAC is currently online, but that also means that a large number of people in the continent are still offline, and which is a consistent major priority for us in the region. I know there were sessions at APrIGF that really got into the underconnected and unconnected populations. And as governments are thinking about governance and policies and upholding freedoms, a big consideration is how do we also make sure that the promise of technology is not also being missed by people who are not currently online, and what is the process of bringing them online. So I think that's a really major concern within the APAC region. On top of that, I think just in terms of how countries are structured, there is, I would say, a range of political, I would say, regimes and practices. You have some countries, like you said, there's concerns around some places in the world that are perhaps thinking of more of a centralized state-led approach to governance and how they think about sort of freedoms, where others in the world are thinking more about more hybrid structures, and then others that are thinking in a very sort of open market kind of structure. And amidst all of that, I think APAC communities in particularly are confronted with this tension between how do we ensure we are holding technologies accountable, holding the private sector accountable, but at the same time tackling with governments who may not be the most trusted, right? And I think that's a really, really major tension that I think we need to address as a community, and that has been a concern for many of us working in this space. And so how do we think about those equities between accountability and freedom, between what we today know as multi-stakeholder and really safeguarding and promoting the multi-stakeholder model in a region where many of us have been, systemically left behind from those conversations. So I think that's where at least I see APAC being, in this really interesting juxtaposition of many different equities and trade-offs. And I think hearing from the group here today will help us kind of get a bit closer to understanding how we think about our priorities, where the FOC can be can be a useful platform in advancing those priorities, and how do we engage and how do we get our voices to the international forums and processes and ensure that they are reflective of the realities on the ground. So on that note, I will now open us up to the moderated discussion. We have some really great people who have also joined us online, and I know Nick and Yasmin are going to be kind of moderating the conversation, so at any point, people online, please jump in with your questions in the chat section, and we'll definitely make sure we are kind of addressing it. So this is going to be very much there's two microphones at two ends of on the room. Please feel free to kind of raise questions, comments. We want this to be very much a dialogue. This is not us answering questions in any way, but we're here both here to listen. So if I may kind of get us started off with some very basic question. I mean, in APAC, given, again, the incredible diverse views we have in this room alone, what would you say are some of the most pressing challenges when it comes to the protection and promotion of human rights in the region? So if we could start with that question and how people are going to be responding to that. Yeah. I can start volunteering people, but I don't think that's a very good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Good morning. I hope it's morning. Yeah, still morning. My name is Fawad Bajwa. I do a lot of work with connecting vulnerable communities in Pakistan to the internet. And I've been engaged with civil society for more than 2 decades. And one of those, the core areas that I've been working since the World Summit on Information Society has been understanding rights. And in particular, more than a decade ago, something came on the whole internet governance scene called digital rights. So some of you must have also been involved in the Digital Rights Coalition back then, and how we explored that, how does the Human Rights Declaration and the offline rights actually constitute something called digital rights or rights online. Now the problem with that is that in our part of the world, particularly Asia, there is a strong foundation of culture, religion, tradition, and then respect for, let's say, communal laws. And within that regard, we have these generations coming online, being born into a world of internet where their lives are ubiquitous to the existence of the internet. Now, when they try to find themselves online, or try to understand their second life online, it may really not be complying with the fundamental perception of rights, and they face a lot of issues. So whenever any movement starts with regards to people expressing they might be having problems with the existing rights regime in their countries, there are in some countries, there are strict constitutional provisionings to what freedom of expression online is. Like, for example, in my country, you would have a constitutional provisioning for fundamental rights, but within the limitation of national regulations. And there are organizations over here and friends from my past life that have witnessed what we've gone through in terms of recognizing what those rights are and being able to find legal recourse. So fundamentally, we are still in that evolutionary process where we are trying to understand what really constitutes freedom of expression online. And while we are in search of that, so much has happened in our part of the world. Just a few weeks ago, Bangladesh witnessed the worst shutdown of the internet unconceivable in this decade. And what did that do? That turned everything around for that country. We know because we're very near in that area. And we've seen their business being shut down, technology business. There was thousands of Bangladeshi nationals who were working as freelancers, earning their incomes online. So those 2 weeks sent them back 20 years. And when you come into our part of the world, we'll still not, we still haven't understood the concept of national firewalls and what the implications of those would be on the future of our economy. And our internet just slowed down. And there is no reasoning to that, why that ever happened. So if we just rewind a bit back to what happened at the International Telecommunication Union a few years ago during a meeting in the Middle East, there was a clear division in the world. You had 66 countries voting against bringing internet governance into the total remit of ITU. And then you had all these countries from Asia voting in the form of regional groups or as individual nations, trying to see that internet governance and this whole domain of everything online would come under the remit of ITU. So really, I nowadays work within social enterprises. So it's a bit of civil society and it's a bit of capitalism. But capitalism sort of being directed for good. And I find it really hard that the regulatory regimes do not support in most of the countries in our part of the world to help us deal with this new norm that the internet has brought in these regions. We cannot stay disconnected from this perception. We need to work together. We need to have the dialogue happen. And there's a strong need I've stressed upon over the years in the MST at the APrIGF. We need to bring more governments in. We need to provide them a space like this for an open, inclusive dialogue. We may need to re-explore the meaning of equal footing and what it means in terms of intergovernmental governance and the partnerships that they have with the private sector and the overall rights impact that comes where civil society organizations are concerned. So we're really still at the starting point, even after the Geneva Principles and the Tunis Agenda of the World Summit on Information Society. So this is a very good starting point for that matter.
Thank you, Fahad. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rowella from Sigla Research Center in the Philippines, and I'm also a youth advocate. And I'm going here supporting what Farhad has also already mentioned, that countries are not willing to participate in open dialogue. For example, in the Philippines, I looked up Freedom Online Coalition. We're not a part of it. And interestingly, Asia Pacific is not well represented in the coalition. And it's a good idea to bring this dialogue here because as a young person who is starting to engage in the governance space, that aspect is underrepresented. And additionally, I want to talk more about the research on disinformation and influence operations, because what if your problem is your leader, your president, peddling misinformation? How are you going to address the concern that overlaps with freedoms of online citizens in the Philippines? In our research, we have this term we call parallel public spheres, wherein the information ecosystem remains in two polarized communities. So there's no longer dialogue happening. And I think it's also important to talk about that because while we all agree here about certain freedoms, certain rights online, that is not present on ground. And people participating in these polarized communities don't realize the implications about dialogue and conversation. And this is very important when it comes to, widening the space for conversations like this, because once you already have hardened political identities, it's very difficult to dismantle those hardened ideologies that are often conflicting with each other, that often place an othering idea that you are different from me. And that is very present in the 2016 elections in the country, in the 2022 elections, and now in the 2025 national elections. So that is something that we're looking into. We're doing social media monitoring in the elections for next year. And it's very scary for me as a young person because not only does young people lead the trends, lead all of these online trends, your dancing, your TikToks, all these fun trends, but these are being weaponized against them. This is being used to alter how they think about public discourse, about online dialogue. And we are the young people creating these trends, yet in conversations like this, I'm not even sure how many young people are here, how many young people are talking about governance and how we can participate in a very intimidating, high-level executive conversation. Because as we can see here, most of the people here are from the government, and if you're from the CSO, you're the president, you're the CEO, and I'm very honored to be a fellow of Engage Media. Just want to shout out to Engage Media because they have offered spaces for us, but how about those who are not here? How about those who are very much interested about their experience online, about sharing it to a very public space, but doesn't have the opportunity? So I'm talking about a lot of things, but yeah, the first thing is about how about governments who are unwilling to participate in freedom online coalitions because they're the main problem and they know they're the problem, but trying to reframe it in a way that fools us. I think it's important to use these terms here because we're talking about a lot of abstract concepts that as a young person really intimidate me. I'm very sorry, I just graduated from my college degree and these terms, wow, intimidating, but it's fun also to listen, to participate. And yeah, that's the first one, governments, the Philippines specifically, and with a lot of conflict within their coalition, within the government, you would see a lot of disinformation springing out, malignment, gendered disinformation. And second, for youth participation, mainly because the Freedom Online Coalition is a coalition of governments and CSOs. Entering the CSO space is already difficult, but it's also another level of difficult when you enter these kinds of coalitions. In the Philippines, you have to be SEC registered. You have to have a certain amount of money in your bank to be recognized as a legitimate organization. And that's a very difficult space for young people to penetrate. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Executive Director of Engage Media. This is not stage at all. I was just trying to follow up on this. I just wanted to tell you that don't be intimidated. This is just people. We're having conversations. Fawad and I are going back. We're OGs, original gangsters, not old guard on this. So good for you for stepping up and making your points. Just two interventions, call for action, and one word of speculation, I suppose. The first, we mentioned about CSOs working in this sphere, not to mention anything about our colleagues from Myanmar, Bangladesh, but the psychosocial well-being of people working in this field, especially CSOs. Call for actions, funders, platforms, governments, please let's create a fund to support the CSO community working in Asia Pacific in these issues. Long work. The other is around, we have platform sponsorship here from Google's and the like. I think it's time you help subsidize the work the CSOs do. It's painful, it's hard work, it's high-risk work, and we're doing that for free, in a sense, doing work, research and advocacy that essentially you should subsidize. Finally, a speculation about what is digital rights. I speculate that in 5 years, it's going to be radically different what we consider online digital rights. Imagine on your phones, 5 years from now, you have large language models. There isn't going to be a new public that we're accessing. We're going to have a relationship with an artificial intelligence agency. So the rights discourse is going to be radically different 5 years. It's not an access to a new public. It will be the rights to a weird relationship with an AI. I don't know. So thank you very much.
Hi everyone, Jenna speaking, Asia Pacific Youth IGF. I just want to piggyback on the points about the youth engagement part very quickly. I do think there's opportunity out there, just not for everyone. And to whether we are able to speak up for youth or your own community, it's not only an opportunity issues, but whether we have the privilege be in the conversation. And so if we are in the space, we are somehow representing our own community. And there's always a lot of work we need to go back and to do the deliberative ways into engaging them. Because we only have like 3 days, 4 days to have this kind of conversation. It will be very difficult to engage all levels of conversation in just a couple of weeks where we already so overwhelmed with all the session, right? So I think way forward, even more important than just a one-time conversation right here. On that, I think this year the APrIGF MSG Secretariat as well as local hosts tried their best to co-locate many different events, which I really appreciated, because this is actually implementing some practice to integrate cross-disciplinary collaboration, which I think that's something we've been missing in the past years. And now this year we've been advocating so much about multi-stakeholder model, because like with GTC at the backdrop, I think, you know, it's time for every single one of us who are in this room to rethink what's our roles and what we could do in our own community. But of course, government, I think, should also take leads into, you know, promoting that kind of conversation, into actually into including public opinions in a more constructive way when making policy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janita Rukmal from Sri Lanka. So we have all these great conversations, and they, I think, will become great visions after this conference that will have to be transformed into action. So that's what I want to talk about. So we heard from different countries, and what is resonated through all these conversations is the kind of segmentation that exists in this sphere when it comes to online freedoms of the people, especially the information dissemination and how disinformation goes first before the right information comes to the hands of the people, and how much of investment is made in both fronts, and how it leads to kind of social degradation. Also, all these things we heard from different sessions over the couple of 3 days we had. So what we can do is something that we have to, I think, deliberate about, and how as a coalition on digital rights we can push them to become action. So in that space, what I feel is that the kind of apathy we have in different segments, looking at like sort of the knowledge domains we have and our own interests, sometimes shadows the kind of collaborative work. So I heard something really interesting in one of these sessions, I think it was day before yesterday. One gentleman suggested that instead of staying within our domains, why don't we seek out and go to the sort of dialogue that's hosted by other domains? For example, APNIC is strictly technical, where APSIG and even APrIGF and even IGF is a collusion of civil society and the people, and also the technical community. So if we can, the technical community can engage more beyond this space with the civil society in identifying the issues, that's one way to sort of bridge this gap. And also, interestingly, as someone pointed out, we are looking at a future where not only large language models, but also supercomputing and all the technological inventions overtaking us. So even if Dan Brown is a fictional writer who's often frowned upon, the book he wrote, The Origins, has this great visual representation where the human interactions will be, kind of underscored by technology in some time at one point in the future. At the moment, as a coalition working on digital rights and online freedom, one thing we can and we must do is to safeguard the kind of human identity in this space, without having to let it be submerged by technology or other models that will kind of eventually end up dictating in our thinking patterns. So I see certain organizations like Point of View, for example, looking at sort of managing digital life. So that kind of initiatives also should be kind of cornerstones in this coalition, and also including marginalized communities and rather than just letting their voices heard, just letting them into the seats, into the table. It's interesting to have them also involved in this action. So participation is one thing and involvement is another. So we should gravitate from participation to involvement when it comes to marginalized communities. With that, I finish my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Pavitra with the Association for Progressive Communications. I just want to, I guess, add to the point that was made earlier about trying to bring governments into spaces like this. But I get a sense that they are often not in places like this because they have built for themselves other spaces where they can interact with fellow governments. And I think that perhaps we're heading into a future where more and more that might be the case. And we see, for instance, the language in the GDC that is looking more at centralizing some of these conversations around internet governance and making sure that states have a much more central role to play. And perhaps what could happen in the future is spaces like this, like the APrIGF or the IGF being deprioritized, and new mechanisms may come up where non-state actors don't really have much of a role. And I think especially in a region like the Asia Pacific, where others have mentioned that governments don't really engage with civil society, is that we really do then fear being left behind, like civil society and other actors in the region who are not state or who are not companies, right? And I guess my question is, how does the FOC see its role then in helping to keep these spaces open for non-state actors and for civil society? And how do you see yourself perhaps going beyond engagement with states in APAC and actually engaging with civil society and other actors to ensure that there is a balance in the kind of discussions that happen around internet freedom and rights? Thank you.
I can say, yeah, I think I can briefly answer your question because I think it's a really relevant one. And like you said, like also mentioned in my opening remarks, that there is a really strong push to centralize these kind of conversations, which is why we, through the FOC, are trying to underscore the relevance of the multi-stakeholder model. And we're doing that, I think, in different ways. One of the ways is through regional dialogues like this, hosting it at events like this. We're also really advocating to continue these dialogues next year when Estonia is going to chair the Freedom Online Coalition. For another way we do that is through the IGF. We have a very strong presence with several sessions and several open forums. For example, every year there's a Freedom Online Coalition open forum at the IGF that's also really focused on getting all those perspectives, and not only governments, especially civil society members, academia, technical community, industry. So through that way, and through the advisory network that is really ongoing, I think is probably even I would say the strongest element of the FOC is it's the advisory network. It's that is constantly giving advice to governments, and that advice is also being used practically in negotiations in New York and in Geneva, and that's a really testament to that, I would say. So, but yeah, I really underscore your point, and thank you for your question.
Thank you for that. And I think just one more quick plug, and then we can start getting into other questions. And just one more question for people to also ponder as they go through the session. I think this multiple people have spoken about the role of states, right? And particularly for APAC, I think we do have a love-hate relationship with our state, like in many parts of the world. But I think in many ways, where can states really, or not states, but can governments in our countries can truly be the right advocate for the public interest? I think that is a very existential question for many countries in APAC. And that's something I guess many multilateral coalitions need to come to terms with in terms of, how are we actually creating those spaces where, yes, we're negotiating at a state-by-state level, but there's a very real effort, very deliberate effort to not only preserve existing spaces of multi-stakeholder dialogue, but also advance existing spaces of multi-stakeholder dialogue. And how do we ensure that, GDC is probably one milestone, but how do we ensure as we go through other processes like the WSIS Plus 20 and other different mechanisms, there is a very real attempt, both by governments from other countries, but also the community writ large, on ensuring that civil society voices, grassroots voices, youth voices, non-binary voices. All these voices are actually coming to the conversation on internet governance, and I think that's something that we need to be quite intentional about creating moving forward. And I think having a dialogue is a great starting point, but as somebody, or I think you'll all agree, we have to move from dialogues to actual actions. And so what do we actually, what we can actually do, I think that's going to be a key concern and a key question for all of us to come to terms with. So as you're kind of thinking about your interventions, I think another question on the table would be, are there specific regional forums, processes, coalitions where you see the Freedom Online Coalition needing to engage more? Are there mechanisms that you know, the advisory network or the member states could potentially intervene in and support in order for that broader vision of internet governance and internet freedoms? So as you think about it, just would love some thoughts on that as well.
Hi, my name is Professor Salma Abbasi, and I think this is a great discussion. It's the first time I've been here. I think, as one of the older people here that I've been reminded of, I've seen historically lack of government actually taking the work into some form of transformational difference on the ground. With all these other groups that are forming, I'm really scared. I'm scared of repeating and diluting your voices. Voices is one thing. That voice needs to be linked to action on the ground with accountability. I've been involved with WISI since it started way back when I first did my PhD. I'm very concerned about the whole digital coalition. I look at the UN, I look at the war in Gaza, and I think to myself, those voices actually don't mean anything. Governments will still do what they want to do. So something we need to think about. I don't know the answer. I know that what's happening now isn't working. I know that accountability of consequences of violation of human rights, nobody cares a shit. That's a problem. So you, rather than putting yourself out there on the street and killing yourself, there needs to be some form of really powerful, The Hague, total respect for you guys, total respect. As someone from England, I can't say anything without being on the hit list of a terrorist. So there's a lot of danger for even people like me who have a very strong voice to be silenced. So the young generation, God help them. So I'd love to be able to hear from some other people who have been here for a while to see what do we do for accountability for consequences. We're failing the SDGs just like we failed the MDGs. So who cares, basically? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shruti from India. Some great discussions and insights have been shared, especially around governments not listening, and we are failing as a community to make them more accountable. While I myself don't know the exact answer how this can be improved, just a thought and something which I've been thinking for long is, the government wants power, and that's true for regimes across the world, whether it's a democratic government, whether it's a dictatorship, it's a monarchy. The power is very closely linked to economy and money and finances. Now, how do we link the human rights conversations, the digital rights conversations with the digital economy and help them understand how your protection of human rights is critical for the growth of the economy as well? Maybe something which will help us in better negotiations with the government. Because if the human rights are not protected, if the people are not getting a chance to communicate and engage online and do their work online, then that is going to be hitting your economy. We've seen that in Kashmir, we've been seeing that in Bangladesh, as it was rightly pointed out. And there are numerous other examples as well. So that economic hit, is the government of any regime willing to take it? And how it is going to be directly impacting their power and their rule as well. So something on these lines. I don't know the answer myself, but happy to hear your thoughts.
Hi, I'm Irvin from Mozilla Communities in Taiwan and Open Culture Foundations, and I'd like to share some challenges we met in the past few years on internet governance issues. And I've heard that there are many people from different countries that are challenging that. Feeling very challenging with your relationship with your government, but it seems that there are a little difference in Taiwan that like in past few years, our government is willing to seems like pretty willing to form a cooperation with local communities, with technology companies, and with like multi stakeholders in the platforms to do some like to solve some issues. Like we are like a very early. We just have a president elections on the February. I think that it's like a most earliest, one of the earliest country in the world, and there are so many issues happening online, which like all those fake news, all those propagandas, all those disinformations are all happening online, and especially it's all happening online on the social networks, which is not domestic, which is running out of Taiwan, and people are very angry about that. You need to take off all those fake informations, all those misinformations immediately. But in the other end, when our government want to raise the laws on the governance of the internet platforms, people are also angry about that. You need to like stay away from our internet. We need 100% of human rights. So it's a dilemma for government to do like either they want regulations or they want not regulations. They are facing like a very big challenges, and especially when everything is happening online on your mobile phones, on the platforms, and like when the most like the biggest like the donations to the elections, the biggest donations came from the internet platforms when like electors are like streaming online. So it's very difficult that as a human right communities and who try to work with our government and try to work with other companies locally, and it seems that very challenges to cooperation with those internet platforms, and especially all those platforms are not from Taiwan, and the biggest one of the biggest one are even from like totalitarian countries. So that's our like the biggest issues or biggest challenges for Taiwan to have on the internet governance. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Namrata from Access Now, which is also a member of the FOC Advisory Network. Just a couple of, I guess, flags and suggestions for the FOC. One is, in general, there is a big disparity between the internal reality of something that is happening in a country versus how it is used as leverage and positioning in international conversations. So for example, a push for enhancing infrastructure that will basically amplify surveillance is used as currency in international conversations as digital transformation and digitization. So to keep an eye out for governments to call something by what it is. Similarly, moves for tightening the government's or authorities' grip over online content will be movement towards online safety. All of these things are important, but then you need to be able to kind of identify what's what, and that's where I think all the people in this room need to be talking to each other a little more, because all the conversations that are happening, whether it's G20, G7, all these fora, it's all connected to this disparity, and there's that gap that needs to be filled. Similarly, there's this disparity between how companies, the headquarters operate, the positions they take at a global level, versus how their local counterparts are forced to act because of pressure from the government. So for companies to kind of reconcile those two positions. Relatedly, CSOs, the importance of being cognizant of the fact that it's very difficult for CSOs to operate in APAC. So when we put ourselves out there, it is at great personal cost, as a lot of colleagues have also pointed out. So the difficulty of CSOs to survive, thrive, get funding, remain safe is very real, so please keep that top of mind. And lastly, just the nature of challenges we have in APAC and a lot of other regions, agility is very, very important, and there I think FOC has a very important role to play, and in some cases has actually played a great role in exerting that pressure whether through private conversations or through public statements. So just keeping that going, maintaining that agility, it is a challenge, of course, to get so many governments and different stakeholders on board the same points. But that is something that will have to be done if we're going to respond to something like the shutdowns in Bangladesh or the several things happening in other regions in a timely way that can save lives. So thank you.
It's Rachel from Wikimedia Foundations. We are also part of the FOC Advisory Network. I lost my train of track because plus one on what Namrata from Exosno has said definitely resonated with the needs for FOC to regionalize some of the strategies or even messaging while rooted into the shared values on the protection of human rights online. And also, I just want to add the challenges in terms of the optics because there are like some laws, new laws that criminalizing foreign interference within the region. So definitely, I think the FOC need to build a closer relationship, not only with the civil society organizations, but also with sub-regional multilateral organizations like the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and the human rights mechanism that they have. They're currently creating the ASEAN blueprint for digitalizations that will be utilized in the next 20 years. So it's really the right time to influence and also including human rights at the center, resetting their moral compass that internet is not a commodities but a public commons. And I also would like to share the upcoming challenges because I think a few months ago with the FOC's Information Integrity Working Group talked a lot about elections. And for the regions, we already see the result of the elections, which creating the resurgence of political dynasty. We see that happening in Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and Cambodia and other countries. So in terms of information integrity, there will be a lot of systematic and even like legislative strategy that being deployed by state and non-state actors to rewrite history in the internet and how FOC can influence like more progressive content moderations, regulations as a regional norm setting for some of these countries. Thank you.
All right, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Jesse Malibiran. I'm from Amnesty International Philippines, and I do digital research, digital rights research with them. So there's been all this talk about the role of governments, the role of states, the role of civil society. I just want to ask, where's the private sector? We've been throughout APrIGF, we've been talking about reactive solutions, short-term solutions in order to make spaces safe. But of course, we want to also focus on the macro view, how to hold corporations accountable, because you have to understand that most of the digital rights abuses and violations are rooted in their business models, right? So I just want to share, for instance, the case of Thailand in solidarity with our friends from Thailand. One of the software attacking their activists right now, Pegasus spyware, it's created by an Israeli intelligence company. Many of the digital rights abuses that are happening in the Philippines, for instance, disinformation, misinformation, these have been perpetrated, for instance, by companies from the global north. For instance, Cambridge Analytica. The Philippines served as Cambridge Analytica's petri dish, and we witnessed the harmful effects of that during our past 2 elections. Also, there is this resurgence or rise in what we call virtual assistants. And these virtual assistants are essentially outsourced labor. So global northern companies outsource virtual labor from the Philippines, Indonesia, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, we know the labor risks, labor violations associated with that. So I hope that, yes, the FOC, we appreciate, of course, the things that you're doing, this dialogue. But I hope the FOC could also serve as a mediator, perhaps, and engage chambers of commerce, trade associations of these companies from Silicon Valley, for instance. Of course, this is not to demonize them, but to critically engage with them. An engagement that recognizes that there is a power imbalance, a form of engagement with accountability, of course. So actually, that leads me to my second point that I would like to raise. Multi-stakeholderism seems to be a buzzword already in the community, and it's definitely an indication of success, really great. But of course, I hope we also recognize the quality of representation that we're getting. Of course, we are involving many people, but we also must ensure, especially those from us that are representing underprivileged, underrepresented voices, we must also ensure that we're actually genuine representatives of our community and we're able to relate or relay stories from the grassroots. And this leads me to my third, last point, don't worry. I'm a digital rights researcher. And we live in a data-fied society, but our solutions are not necessarily data-driven. So I hope the FOC also engages and funds, perhaps, brokers funding for grassroots researchers so that our responses, be it short-term or long-term, be it reactive or proactive, are more data-driven and actually respond to the needs of people on ground. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ayel. I'm from the Philippines as well. I'm also with Amnesty. I'll try not to repeat what he just said. But to me, to answer the question, I believe one of the... Dude, I'm too tall for this. One of the biggest challenges we face in this space is actually the very convoluted bureaucracy that we're trying to establish and trying to maintain. And as Professor Salma has previously cited earlier in her little statement, I feel like this reminds me so much of the UN and what has the UN done when push comes to shove, when lives are at stake. And that's what I see we're trying to build here. And are we actually going to create something that we know isn't working? Now, going to my notes. Where am I? I also believe that most often than not, these types of bureaucracies interfere with the delivery of justice and remedy to victims rather than facilitate them. And in multiple sessions that I've attended, I've heard these terms such as safety by design, or what's the other versions of that? And who are we safeguarding? Is a policy safe? Are we designing the policy to safeguard the interests of tech companies, the industries, the governments, or the rights holders, the people, the users? Because so far it feels like it's working like the former. And also, I also feel like in the most general sense, there is a little bit of like issue in terms of how we actually are so dependent on the actors that we are supposed to hold to account. Hold on, my notes. My notes are convoluted. And we are faced with a paradox of like having to ask for funding, for support, even for validation, for airtime from these companies. And I wonder if it just like sets us up for failure when these companies profit from the issues that we're trying to eradicate. And also it gets me to thinking that if they can fund me and my projects to call them out to interfere with their business, I can only assume that these companies have even more money to stop me from doing it. And also, I feel like there really needs to be a paradigm shift in terms of representation, in terms of how we are really acting on our intentions of inclusivity. Because like most of the time, when I attend these sessions in these rooms, sorry, but our white friends are always in the front row. Just like today. And I feel like we need that shift not only in our seating arrangements, but also in the structure of this internet governance that we're trying to build. I also want to say, I also want to be the first person to say this word in this 1 week of internet governance forum. I want us to decolonize the internet governance. I want us to decolonize the internet. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. In the interest of time, I know we are running a bit over time right now. Happy for a very quick intervention, and then I think we would like to start wrapping up a little bit, but go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I'm Pradipa from Indonesia. I'd like to follow up on Shruti's point on tying digital rights to economy. I think one point that we can raise to the government is when internet shutdowns occur, it's not about freedom, but also about impact on those whose livelihood depends on the internet, like gig workers, small businesses, and all those impact on digital economy. But I'd like also to say that it's not about the economic impact of violation of rights, but also to critically reflect on ourselves, especially for youth. I'm no longer a youth, but I am still a little bit young, I think. So in recent years, we have observed a growing trend of precarity among youth, especially in Indonesia. Indonesia, for starters, is going to implement an American-style student loan system, so it will make the education more difficult. And also in the job market, it can be difficult for young people because there are a lot of companies implementing permanent contract worker. So the job market has been very difficult. And especially for young people who want to join the civic space, as Pat has mentioned, sustaining civic space is quite challenging, not only in terms of risk and safety, but also in economic security, because in Indonesia, there's a saying among us, among middle-class youth, that if we are going to join civic space, we are committing a class suicide, because it's not the most lucrative or economically secure field to work in, and lots of CSOs in Indonesia follow the permanent contract model or free volunteership model. So this partly explains, this links directly to digital rights and many other human rights issues, because a lot of digital rights and human rights defenders in Indonesia are now supporting the illiberal government they used to criticize against. And some youth are also involved in influence operation campaign, as already previously mentioned. And others have become expert staff or even defenders of human rights violators like the upcoming President Prabowo Subianto in Indonesia. So because CSOs are not really sustainable, I think it's something that we should also address in some ways. I know this problem is broader than the internet governance problem, but I think it's an important point to raise on.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, super helpful. In the interest of time, I'm sorry, Nat, but I don't want to keep you away from lunch, which is probably one of the most important times of the day. But I also want to make sure Luca has a chance to reflect on the conversation, but I think we heard a lot of different themes come out. Particularly around the dichotomy, right? I think Namrata talked about it, and we've also talked about that APAC, in the sense that this whole push towards economic sovereignty, economic mobility, economic transformation, and how that oftentimes interacts with the rights space, and how sort of there is a disconnect in what's happening on the ground, how these transformation is manifesting on people's rights versus how they're being presented in international forum. And I think the FOC definitely, particularly through the advisory network, but other sort of these kinds of dialogues is a space to actually raise those kinds of disconnects and be able to kind of tackle it at an international level in terms of how do we engage with those kinds of challenges. And also just the broader existential sort of issues around, we can talk about rights and freedoms and transformation, but when your internet gets shut down, I think that's pretty basic, it's pretty fundamental. So in terms of how we think about power, I think power came up quite a bit in terms of power of states, power of governments, power of private sector, power of society, and the many power inequities that exist in terms of how do we create spaces. So I think those are some of the big themes, but I will let Luca sort of kind of give the closing remarks, but also at the same time, there are a lot, APrIGF is just one forum for these engagements to happen, but I think what will be really helpful for the FOC and for the broader communities, are there other spaces where you think we should be engaging more, right? Are there other regional, I know the ASEAN for folks in Southeast Asia, the ASEAN sort of forums at the multilateral level, there's things that are happening there. There are sort of other kinds of spaces like there are regional forums and sort of other kinds of trade bodies and other kinds of multilateral bodies where we could also be engaging. So if you can find us after the session and just share some of those spaces where you think you would like to see more of the FOC, more of these engagements, more of these dialogues, I think that will be absolutely stellar. So Luca, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you everyone for this really, really great session, I have to say. It's really impressive to hear your expertise, your openness, your directness. Like, it is really strengthening our own positions and our own way of thinking about these issues. And yeah, I think some things that were mentioned were very on point. One of the things that were mentioned a few times also, how we have to connect the human rights narrative to development, obviously. And this is something that we're seeing in the UN, where countries that don't support human rights are very effective in putting a narrative there of a false dichotomy, basically, that human rights are hampering development and that regulations protecting rights are hampering innovation. So that this is something that is imposed by certain countries. And I think we, as a Freedom Online Coalition, need to do our homework, basically, and come up with better narratives and better arguments for how human rights strengthen development. And some of the examples that were given are very good in that. And I think Bangladesh is a very striking example also of how the open internet and protecting rights-based internet governance actually is important for your, not even important, essential for economic development. So yeah, we have some homework to do there, and I think that's very, very, very key. Another point I would like to mention, I heard also some very, yeah, I would say valuable and also, you know, true critique on what has the UN done, and, you know, what do these abstract conversations actually mean. And I understand, obviously, it's been, yeah, that it's easy to become cynical, to see, while at the same time, you know, these rights on the ground are being suppressed. I just want to say that even if you are we shouldn't fall for this cynicism, I think, because if we don't engage proactively, and if we don't put ourselves, coordinate ourselves together in these fora, other countries and other people will fill the void, and they will set the international standards and the international norms that we don't necessarily share. So only for that reason it's important that we keep ourselves optimistic and hopeful and coordinate and have a proactive stance, because otherwise, and it's worth it and it's necessary. So that's why also one of the reasons why we're doing this, actually. And just trying to say also that we really want to continue this conversation. I think it's really, really valuable. The next venue I'm thinking about, obviously, the Summit for the Future, but that's not so easy to access. So the IGF, where maybe some of you will also go this year, we will host also a number of sessions, and we'll look forward to have more dialogue with you there. And I just want to thank you again for your contributions on behalf of the Netherlands as chair of the Freedom Online Coalition. And yeah, have a great day. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Sure AI, Combating Hate Speech and Fostering an Inclusive Digital Space, will commence at 1:30 to 2 p.m. We appreciate your participation and attention. Thank you. Dear guests, it is lunchtime. Lunch will be available in room 201. Please proceed to collect your meal. We wish you an enjoyable dining experience.
Hello?
Thank you.
Sorry, somebody left a wallet. Does this... Oh. Okay, I'll give it to the organizers.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is lunchtime now. Lunch will be available on the second floor in room 201. Please proceed to collect your meal. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have to restore the setting of this room, so please move to room 201 for lunch. And we wish you an enjoyable dining experience. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence soon. Please take your seats promptly and set your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode to avoid any disruptions. Thank you. Welcome to APrIGF 2024. Sure AI, combating hate speech and fostering an inclusive digital space. Day 3, August 23rd, from 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I just realized I was muted. Okay. So my name is Oindriya Barua, and I welcome all of you who are attending it online as well as offline there in Taipei. I couldn't make it there, but yeah, let's talk about Shore AI. So I am a queer indigenous artist and AI engineer from Tripura. And I'm the founder of Shore AI. So yeah, so basically, Shore AI is an AI to detect hate speech and doxing against marginalized communities in the Indian context. By Indian context, I mean language and the context by which we can understand that something is hate speech or not, because country to country, region to region, and as well as language and communities wise, what we define as hate speech can differ. So, yeah. Uh, so, a Microsoft research showed that 69% of people reported experiencing at least one kind of risk online. And this research is from 2003, and I'm pretty sure like it's more now. But the risks you can see are misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, cyberbullying, harassment, etc. So, we specifically work more on hate speech, cyberbullying, harassment, trolling, as well as doxing or leaking of personal information. So, and when the research was done in India, it showed that in India, the number increased to 74%. And it also showed that there were more risks to LGBTQ plus people, which was 80%. So, to talk about why, like, current social media does have certain content moderation in place. So, why do we need something for India specifically, or any country in for that purpose specifically? So, so to talk about hate speech or online harms in the Indian context, let's see what are the issues. So first is obfuscation, which is not really a country-wise, like a country-specific issue. It is more about how when a lot of hate speech happens, people use a lot of star, hash, etc., which makes it difficult for us to identify specific slurs. So that is something we actually also use a lot when we don't want to like want the algorithm to detect that we are using hate speech, or even if it is something that is safe for Palestine and we don't want the algorithm to understand, or it could be anything. So yeah, that is actually a pretty common thing that we all do. Yeah, and the next one is code mixing. Now, this is more of something that is very common as a problem in the whole global South context, because a lot of times the keyboard that we use is often in English, while people have multiple different languages they speak in. Like if I'm speaking in Bengali, but I have my keyboard is in English, I end up typing the Bengali things in English. So which leads, so what happens is that there is no fixed grammar or spellings anymore, because like it depends on how I am pronouncing those words in my head and then translating them to English spellings. So this becomes a very big problem, because initially how, or even now how, even Instagram's hate speech detection works is that is based on fixed words. Even in your Instagram currently, you can go and set that, okay, these are the words that I don't want in my comments. But then if we do not know how the perpetrator is going to spell the words, I cannot put up a list of words, or I cannot make a list of slurs anymore. So code mixing becomes a very big problem in the Indian context and global South at large. And the next thing is disinformation based context awareness. Now this becomes a very complex thing when we are dealing with understanding hate speech. For example, say we figured out a way to understand slurs even if they're in different spellings. Okay, but then and even if the person is using star and hash and emojis, but then the next problem that arises is that not all hate speech has uh, yeah, not all hate speech has certain slurs in them, right? Because a lot of times hate speech is based on context about what is happening in the country. For example, a while back, this incidents happened when a lot of uh, uh, a lot of people started in India, especially there was this trending hashtag called Love Jihad, and the concept was the from the Hindu superior complex that the Muslims are marrying our Hindu girls so that they can convert them to Islam and then their population will increase. So out of that Islamophobic thing, and in the middle of that trend, something happened that actually made the issue worse, and that was that there was this guy who was dating a Hindu girl and the guy was Muslim, and he ended up killing the girl and like keeping her in a fridge. So, and after that, a lot of abuse in India right now, which is Islamophobic, is saying girls that you will end up in the fridge. But that does not have any particular slurs. In fact, it could be as simple as saying the word just fridge or just using an emoji for fridge or ice. So that is how difficult it becomes through just context related hate speech. And then there is also historical context. For example, calling someone a rice bag is a casteist slur because it is said that in our history, a lot of Dalit people, oppressed, marginalized, poor people, did not have food, and the Christians gave them rice bag and converted them to Christianity. So so that is actually a casteist slur very popular in India. And now, if you look at just rice or bag, you will not be able to understand that this is actually hate speech. But that is where we need to be context aware when we understand hate speech. And next is, of course, intersectionality. So now, when I started off trying to solve hate speech, I was actually thinking more about queer phobia. But when I started collecting the data and tagging the data for queer phobia, I noticed that I cannot really look into one dimension of hate speech which targets only one population or one demographic, because that demographic itself has further intersections. So to be able to understand different kinds of abuse and to be actually able to be inclusive, we have to look into all forms of marginalizations. So from looking into one dimension of queer phobia, I had to actually expand it to 8 things, including religion, caste, race, gender, election related, against activists, and a lot more, which we will come in the next slides. So yeah, so this is where I will talk a bit about myself. So I am, as I already said, I'm also an artist, and I am a queer artist. I do a lot of political art, and my work is about a lot of things that are happening right now about politics and social commentary. And being from a marginalized background myself, I don't really have to choose to be political. My art itself becomes political because it talks about my issues. So when I was doing that, a lot of hate speech started coming my own way, and that is how actually Shore even started, because I was an AI engineer and I was like, if this is a problem that I am constantly facing, why don't I try to solve it? So that is how it started, very in a bootstrapped manner, where I used my Instagram community. I gave out calls asking for people, like, if you are getting abused online, or if you see someone else getting abused online, please send me the links. And I automated the process where I was regularly I set up a code which regularly went through the links that people submitted through a form, and I made a simple guideline for doing the tagging. And then once I scrape all the data from the comments that people all the comments that people were sending, and all the from the links that people were sending, I scraped all the comments. And then once I had like a huge amount of data, it was about 45,000 comments. And then I again used crowdsourced data tagging, where I asked people to come and help me with the tagging, and we had 45 people's community for doing the tagging. And they were also all from marginalized people. They were from my followers who are very involved in the politics, and in like who actually have gone through similar incidents. And that is why through lived experience they also understand what really is hate speech. So once I had the hate speech manual tagging done, I also further classified them into the 8 different kinds, because again, as I was talking about intersectionality, so these were the 8 things that we identified: gender and sexuality, political inclination, which includes activists and people, journalists who are very active in the field, communal hate about religion, caste, disability, race, and there is also general violence. And we collected this data of 45,000 comments, and with a pretty good ratio of non-hate to hate speech. And then now that we have all this data, we went into we keep doing certain analysis and to figure out trends, to figure out like the trends of hate speech and what really are the causes of hate speech. So here you can see one analysis that we did was that 40% of the data we collected were gendered hate speech, and 19% out of that gendered hate speech is against LGBTQIA people. And India recently had elections, so we also analyzed a lot of election data, and from that we figured that most of the election related hate speech was also communal. It was against a particular religion. Now in India, we know that it is actually pretty well known that the politics is played using a religious divide between the Hindus and Muslims, and but we did not really have much to show through data that okay, this is what is happening. So I think this is a very good way of showing that okay, this is actually uh, like we can actually see through the data that okay, the hate speech which is electoral is also religious hate. Now when we further analyzed that the all the hate speech data which was also electoral, we noticed that electoral and communal, we saw that most of the communal hate speech was against Muslims in India, and all the words that are coming out in the word cloud are Islamophobic mostly. Some of it is against Sikhism and some against Christianism, but mostly it is against mostly it is Islamophobic. Now we have talked a lot about like the data we have collected, and then I trained an AI model on it, and that AI model did pretty well, and that AI model actually got recognized by UNFPA. Now what we have right now till now is that an AI model that can detect hate speech against 8 kinds of marginalized people in English, in Indian language and Indian context. But now, how do we implement it? We have a model, but the model is not a complete solution. There needs to be a way of implementing it. So let's talk a bit about that. So we decided to do an API, which will be a third-party content moderation API, which means that we want this to be a SaaS solution, a software as a service solution to platforms any kind of platforms where hate speech can happen or any kind of risks to marginalized people can happen. The reason is that why don't we make something that is UI based? Why are we going B2B? Why not B2C? Now, the problem with B2C is that if we make something that is for the people directly, say an app that hides hate speech that comes on their screen. Now, the problem with that kind of a UI based solution is that it is not global. Say you have an app that hides hate speech on your phone screen. That does not mean that the hate speech will also get hidden on your laptop screen. So, one problem is that even within your own devices, you will need multiple applications to just hide it. The second problem is that this will just be hiding. You cannot delete data globally, like say on Instagram. You cannot delete hate speech in a platform itself unless you have some kind of power or moderation rights. For example, in Reddit, if you are a content moderator, if you are a moderator of Reddit subreddit, you have the right there to delete hate speech. So we have an API to do that also for content moderators on Reddit who have more power to delete content there. But in general, it does not work because you cannot go and decide to delete something on someone else's screen or what someone else sees. So what happens is with that UI based solution is that you can only unsee hate speech, but you're not really doing anything about it. You're not being able to actually delete it or actually hold someone accountable or actually take an action which is real. Yeah, so that is why we are going B2B, where we want to make this model be used as a software within different kinds of social media, dating apps, gaming, etc. And so what the API will do is that it will go in real time and see, get all the all the comments, all the things that are getting posted on that particular platform, and it will constantly check through everything and tell if something is hate speech or not. And then we can actually take action against it. The platform can actually delete or ban a user or hide the thing. So and the average response time for every comment we get, the model can detect if it is hate speech or not in 700 milliseconds, which is like pretty fast. Uh, so I think I'll go a bit into the API demo. So this is our website, and yeah, you can see the API demo here. The live demo is up here, but it is also in English. So this is just a UI just to show how the API can work. So you can actually go ahead, type things here at any point and try out things. So I'm just going to do a little. Yeah, so your comment is classified as hate, it will be blurred, and we recommend you delete it. So this is just a UI example of how this could be used. So right now this comment is hidden and it can be deleted or viewed. And okay, so this was another one. Yeah, so I already deleted that comment. Yeah, so here the live demo is up. And now going back to the PPT. Yeah, so now other than this, also, we also, being an artist, I also feel like art has a lot of value when we are trying to do any kind of innovation that also involves the people, which is for marginalized people, which is made by marginalized people with a lot of crowdsourcing, with a lot of community effort. So I also try to make the AI stuff more accessible because, say, in India or in general in the global south, now everyone has a phone and everyone is actually greatly affected by technology, but very few people actually understand our digital rights or what is actually happening or how AI works, and everything actually feels pretty daunting to a lot of us. So I use art to make all these things more accessible. So if you see our website, I have used a lot of artistic storytelling to break down AI concepts. And I have also, I'm also building a short zine where I use art to explain our process, to bring in more people, to do a more community based thing, and also to create resources for the community. And we also use our Instagram a lot to make reels and memes and informational posts, which are also kind of funny so that people can engage more easily with them and it's accessible to them. Yeah, so I will show a bit of the some of the resources we have built, uh, which are like an artistic storytelling for technological stuff. So this is our website, but like you can go through it later if you're interested. And this is our first zine. We are also working on more. This is currently made by me, but we are also currently opening a call for other people to write their own stories about technology, about its harms, how it affects them. And like we want to create a short zine, which is stories of technology from the margins. So this is our zine. Like I'm just showing you a few pages, but yeah, so this is what I am meaning by artistic storytelling. So yeah, I think this is all. Like you can go through the resources we are building and whatever. Yeah, I think this is all, and I would like to open the space for if anyone wants to ask any question or want to say anything.
Hi, this is the secretariat from the venue. Now you can see at the room. We actually have 5 minutes left for any Q&A, so I encourage anyone who's sitting here who heard the presentation to come up to the mics. We have 2 mics, one that I'm speaking at, and the other one is on the other side of the room. And also those online can also put in the questions so our presenter can take a look. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Shraddha, and first of all, I do not have a question, but I do have appreciation for the work that you're doing. And it's only through this particular platform I got to know about this Shore AI, and I'm surely going to go back home and explore the site more, see how it works, and again, I'm going to connect with you to learn more about this. But thank you so much for doing this, especially in the Indian context. With the localization, we wanted something like this to come up. And now that it is up, I'm sure that more people will get encouraged to do something similar in their own context, right? Like if we talk about other countries, if this works well, then probably this is the way to go forward. Thank you very much for doing it.
Hi, Andrea. I also wanted to echo this massive appreciation. And I think one thing that I've been thinking a lot over the last few days here, both at DREPAC and APrIGF, is that we haven't had much conversation, if any, about decentralized social media. And I think a lot of what you showed today To me, there's been a complaint for several years now across the board that big tech is shaping the spaces we are in, and that we have very little control. And what you're showing is that we actually have control. And the question for me is, how do we connect the work that you're doing with this kind of emerging trends around decentralized social media, and could we foresee creating those spaces that we've been wanting to see? So I think it's super inspiring to see your work continue, and I just hope you're in person and find ways to make you come over, because it would be great to have you here.
Hello, my name is Professor Salma Abbasi. I think you have made a wonderful product. You are actually a role model for AI for good. That's the first thing I want to say and appreciate and acknowledge. The second thing is I'd like to extend a hand for collaboration with you overseas, because I think this is something innovative that a lot of regulators are looking for. It's going to make the global agenda to address hate much more creative, and it's lovely to see it led from the South and from a woman. Thank you so much.
Is this it from the room?
Hi, this is the Secretariat again. Yes, the line has now died down a little bit, so maybe if you would like to summarize and wrap, thank you very much.
Okay. I'm very thankful to the people who joined and all the kind words, and I would really appreciate connecting after this. And I hope that my socials are on the screen in the presentation. Please find me and email me, because right now I can't connect with you all because I'm not physically there. But yeah, please do. I would really appreciate talking with you all. Yeah, thank you so much, and it has been great seeing Bree also. Thank you. Hopefully we'll connect soon again. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Contextualizing Fairness, AI Governance in Asia, will commence at 2 o'clock to 2:30. We appreciate your participation and attention.
We're just going to take a few moments for all the speakers and for more participants to get there. I believe we have an...
Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Contextualizing Fairness, AI Governance in Asia, Day 3, August 23rd, from 2 p.m. to 2:30. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Hi, welcome all. Before we start, I just want to understand if our speaker Isabel is present in the room.
Yes,
Please
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Great.
Okay,
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Hi, Isabel. Hi, great. Okay, all right. Well, hello everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our session today on Contextualizing Fairness, AI Governance in Asia. I'm Tejaswita, Project Officer at the Center for Communication Governance at NLU Delhi, and I'll be the online moderator for this session. Today, we are joined by 3 experts from India, Taiwan, and Singapore each. They will be discussing the concept of fairness as an AI ethics principle in their specific jurisdictions. A warm welcome to our speakers, Nidhi, Isabel, and Jason. We will begin the session with a short overview of fairness in AI. This will be followed by a discussion of fairness in AI in India, Taiwan, and Singapore. We will then open the floor for questions and reflections, after which we'll be closing the session. So now I'm going to begin my overview on what fairness in AI entails and why it's important for it to be contextualized. The principle of fairness is a key tenet in AI ethics, which has been enshrined in different frameworks, such as the UNESCO recommendations on AI ethics and OECD AI principles. However, fairness in AI is not a one-size-fits-all concept. It is nuanced, it's subjective, and it's influenced by various cultural and societal contexts. In its core, fairness in AI mandates that values such as non-discrimination, inclusivity, accessibility, and equality are embedded in AI systems from the stages of design to development, all the way through to deployment. This commitment to fairness ensures that AI operates without bias through its life cycle, and it fosters reliability and trust in AI technologies. Yet, while these overarching values may be universally acknowledged, the specific metrics used to measure fairness may vary significantly depending on the context of where the AI is being deployed or even developed. Fairness as a concept is inherently subjective. Different communities, regions, and nations may interpret fairness through different lenses. lending to varying priorities and metrics. For instance, while there may be general agreement that non-discrimination, inclusivity, equality, and accessibility are important overall in the concept of fairness, the metrics within it may differ. For example, caste is an important metric to take into account when we're considering fairness in India, but that is not something that may be considered in other jurisdictions, right? So understanding these regional and societal components is crucial to developing and deploying AI systems that genuinely uphold ethical principles, while they also will prevent potential harms. AI systems designed with fairness in mind must consider the unique socio-cultural context in which they operate. This approach not only promotes ethical AI, but also supports innovation that is both responsible and inclusive. However, it is important to note that much of the discourse around fairness in AI, including the development of ethical norms and regulatory frameworks, has been dominated through perspectives from the global north. These contributions, of course, are important, but they may not fully capture the diverse realities and challenges faced in other regions, particularly in our case, the APAC region, right? So the socio-cultural diversity within the APAC means that adopting existing fairness metrics from the West without tweaking them could lead to ineffective or even harmful outcomes. Fairness in AI cannot be universally defined or applied. It must be tailored to specific needs, values, and context of the region in which the AI systems are deployed. This localized approach will ensure that AI technologies contribute positively to society, respecting and reinforcing the diverse fabric of human experience. With this in mind, I'm going to ask our speakers today, Nidhi, Isabel, and Jason, to give us a little bit of context about what fairness in AI entails in their jurisdictions, so that we can understand how even in Asia, there are differences in how we see fairness and how it's important for us to consider all these differences and diversity when we're thinking of how AI must be regulated in our specific contexts. So to start, I would like to request our first speaker, Nidhi, to discuss fairness in AI in the Indian context.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening to everyone who's here and online. Thank you, Tejasvita, for setting the context. So as we explore the idea of contextualizing fairness in AI across different Asian nations, start by talking about how it's contextualized to the unique landscape of India. India, with its large population and diverse socio-cultural fabric, presents a fascinating case study to see how AI fairness principles need to be tailored to specific national contexts. So over the course of the next 5 minutes or so, we will discuss how policymakers in India are currently addressing the issue of AI fairness. So the Niti Aayog, which is India's premier policy think tank, took one of the first critical steps on shaping AI governance in the country in 2020 with the launch of its Responsible AI for All report. The document contains 7 basic ethics of AI, which focus on the importance of ethical governance of AI. So it seeks to align AI ethics with India's constitutional values and emphasizes on principles like privacy, security, accountability, transparency. These are all principles we've all heard of. They resonate with many global AI ethics frameworks, but they do require a distinctly contextual interpretation. So getting to the meat of the matter, in the Indian context, fairness in AI basically encompasses 3 key aspects. That is equality, non-discrimination, and inclusivity. While these terms seem interchangeable, all of them carry a distinct and nuanced implication as it applies to our diverse society. So we'll start with equality. Equality in the AI systems, especially in the context of India, is viewed through the lens of India's right to equality, which is enshrined in the Constitution. There is an existing awareness that AI and the introduction of AI-based services can rapidly alter existing power structures and potentially infringe on this fundamental right. So this principle asserts that AI systems must treat individuals equal under the same circumstances, have a focus on protecting human rights, and also that there should be equitable access to technology and that there should be a guarantee of equal opportunities and benefits from AI. The next that we want to talk about is non-discrimination. So non-discrimination in the context of Indian AI ethics addresses technical aspects of AI systems that can perpetuate or exacerbate the existing social biases. So the principle aims to prevent AI from deepening historical and social divisions, which already exist, that are based on religion, race, caste, sex, and other factors, which are deeply rooted in India's complex social fabric. The emphasis here is on diverse data sets, bias mitigation, and transparent documentation during the development of the AI processes. Finally, inclusivity recognizes the risk of exclusion due to various biases in the AI system. So the principle strives to ensure that AI doesn't unfairly exclude anyone from services or benefits, and there's a focus on accessible grievance redressal mechanisms. This is a very crucial consideration in the Indian context, given just the significant economic and educational disparities that you have over the country. So what sets this approach apart is the recognition that fairness cannot be implemented through a universal approach. The factors impacting equality, inclusivity, and non-discrimination in India may differ significantly from those in other nations, even within Asia. For instance, when considering AI deployment, specifically in public welfare services, we must account for unique factors such as caste, along with the more commonly recognized aspects like gender, religion, ability, class, and ethnicity. These considerations perhaps are not as relevant, or maybe they manifest differently in the context that we'll hear about next, which are Taiwan and Singapore. So this approach underscores a crucial point in a broader discussion of contextualizing AI fairness. You can't have a general theory of algorithmic fairness based solely on global north understandings. Every country has its own unique historical, cultural, and social dynamics, and you have to consider how fairness will translate into that specific context. So as we move forward in the series, do keep in mind what India's approach is and how it reflects its specific needs and values. And I think this will provide an interesting point of comparison as the next two speakers talk about Taiwan and Singapore tackling similar challenges in their own unique contexts. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to now getting insight from our next speakers as they unpack the complexities of contextualizing AI fairness in other Asian societies.
Thank you, Nidhi, for your insights. Now I'd like to ask Isabel to give her perspectives on Taiwan.
Okay, thank you. I kind of feel lonely here because all of you are online. So thanks for all of you to accompany me here on site. So I'm Isabel from Taiwan AI Academy. We are an educational program providing reskill and upskill programs to engineers and staffs in Taiwan since 2017. So today I'm going to share what the fairness actually means in Taiwan. Actually, I don't have gathered a lot of information on the legislations in Taiwan, because now we only have the draft of AI basic law, which includes like 18 statutes. That's nothing comparable to EU AI Act. However, I find we have these guidelines for the financial industry's use of our artificial intelligence. I think first I want to emphasize the concept of fairness should be context sensitive. So I'm going to share this example about the use case in financial industry. So according to the guidelines, fairness is a core value of the guideline. So first, it says the financial institution should strive to avoid unfairness caused by algorithm bias and in the process of using AI system. But actually, it includes much more than the algorithms. It's further deliberate that fairness means decision generated by AI systems used by financial institutions should not result in discrimination against specific groups. In other words, decisions should be reasonable, accurate, and avoid discrimination as much as possible. So you can notice the reasonable, accurate decision as also included in the scope of fairness here. So first, what does reasonableness of decision means? The guideline says if personnel arbitrates are used as one of the factors in AI model decision making, there should be reasonable justification. Second, without reasonable justification, decisions generated by AI systems should not systematically disadvantage specific groups. For example, unreasonable loan terms should not be offered to borrower based on factors such as specific religion, race, gender, disability, sexual orientation, place of residence, political inclination, age, nationality, or ethnicity. Second, accuracy of decisions and avoiding discrimination as such as possible. It is advisable to regularly review and verify AI decision models and data to improve accuracy and achieve the goal of avoiding discrimination as much as possible. Additionally, it is advisable to regularly review the decision outcomes produced by the model to ensure the results after model computation align with the intended design purpose. So there are another chapter says about implementation method of fairness. It depends on the different stage of the AI lifecycle, begin with system planning and design stage. So it especially mentioned that you should invite professionals to participate in the design to ensure the system does not discriminate against anyone. So I think I have used up my time, so I'll stop here, and maybe I can provide more information in our QA session. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Isabel. We can now move ahead to Jason, and after that, we're gonna open the thing for questions, and we'll take participants' questions after Jason's done. So, Jason, you can begin yours.
Right, thank you very much, and thanks to all of my fellow speakers for setting the stage so nicely. So fairness, as we've seen, is one of, if not the most common principle that's identified as a desirable characteristic for AI governance globally. And in Singapore, it shows up, for example, well, in all relevant sort of instruments and policies. I'll mention two. One is the IMDA model framework for AI governance, which is now in its second version. That names the principles of explainable, transparent, fair, and human-centric as sort of the headline principles. Likewise, the Monetary Authority of Singapore operates with the FEAT principles: fairness, ethics, accountability, and transparency. But as everywhere around the world, the question is, well, what exactly does this mean? What does the principle of fairness require in the relevant context, which is going to be sector dependent? I think Isabel made that point very, very well with her example from finance, and also dependent on the demographics and the history and the broader societal context in the relevant society. Singapore is also a complex society. It's multi-ethnic, it's multilingual, multi-faith. It's a deeply Asian society, but with a strong inheritance of English common law. And I think that this informs its legal and administrative culture. Unlike many other, or unlike some other post-colonial societies, there's not a strong narrative of, or there's a greater narrative of continuity pre and post-independence than in some other post-colonial contexts. And this carries through, I think, in its legal and administrative culture and institutional setup as well. You know, all of this means that the core of the concept of fairness does lie fairly close to this idea of equal treatment, of non-discrimination and freedom from bias. Although I think the point that Isabel made is a very good one, fairness does bleed into other principles as well, and it's difficult to demarcate them with bright lines. If we're being treated irrationally or unreasonably, for example, then, you know, prima facie, there's I think, a high likelihood that we're also being treated unfairly as well. If I'm a subject of, for example, a public decision-making power and I'm being treated unreasonably, there's, I think, a sense in which that's not fair either. It's fair that we can expect a certain level of decision-making and regard from others. You know, I think in the Singaporean context, as in many, you know, non-Western and particularly non-Anglophone contexts, even though Singapore is an Anglophone society, but it's one with several official languages and with a whole plethora of you know, relatively small languages presented. So, you know, obviously data sets trained on English and other sort of large and, you know, especially global North languages can have an impact which is unfair and discriminatory or exclusionary. One project to mention there is called Project Sea Lion. It's by a body called AI Singapore, and it's to develop a large language model which is trained on Southeast Asian languages. This is, I think, important to Singapore's vision of a smart society and a smart nation. As businesses and as we interact with government in, you know, using data-driven platforms and services, the ability to interact with individual users in regional languages, I think, is also an important aspect of fairness. Otherwise, you know, minority language users are effectively being marginalized or excluded from the relevant service. The other, I think, point of it's not specific to Singapore, but point that warrants general treatment is, you know, when might the principle of fairness actually require differential treatment or some sort of positive discrimination? This is where, you know, there are sometimes internal tensions within the concept of fairness as equity and fairness as equality itself. There's no easy answer to that question. Another question is really how the principle of fairness might interact in different contexts like Singapore with other values. So here, as I imagine in Taiwan, you know, values such as the value, you know, the Confucian concept of harmony, for example, might interact with fairness, which is more individualistic and sort of Western rights-driven in its traditional conception, in ways that are complementary, but might also have some dynamic tension there as well. And I think that sometimes the way that we work out tension between competing principles that require measurement and balance and weighing can give sort of local color and texture to the AI governance regime that evolves in any given place. As to, and this is the final point that I make, moving from principles to practice, the way that we try to, well, either we try to capture something like fairness in a standard, or we say the standard can never capture fairness, so it's never a tick box exercise, but we promote standards and we hope that compliance with the standard helps us to measure compliance with the ideal or the principle, which is more open textured and evaluative in nature. I think this will also continue to give local nuance and local texture and color to principles like fairness in Singapore as elsewhere. And I think, Tejaswita, that's my 5 minutes up.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's been great hearing all of you. Right now, I would like to open the floor for questions from participants both online and offline. If you're offline, you could perhaps ask for the mic and ask Isabel so that we can know what you're asking. If you're online, maybe you can either drop the question on the box. I think our moderators online are saying something. Yeah, you can raise your hand, or if you prefer to be read out, you can put it in the chat box. I think somebody had raised their hand. If there are currently no questions, I actually have a question to the speakers today so that we can get like one more layer of information from you guys. If there's nobody in person, is it okay if I go ahead with my question?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So when we're talking about fairness, it's still a very, it's a concept that we're talking about, and we're talking in theory, right? So how do we actually enforce this in practice, in the sense that the entire goal of fairness is to ensure that an AI system is not discriminatory, that it's not causing bias. But that is something that's a lot more complex than just deciding that, okay, AI systems will from this point on be fair or will not be biased. How do we actually deal with implementing the principle of fairness? Anybody is free to take this question. I would actually like to hear perspectives from all three of you, if possible.
Okay, I think I will start
Whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I was in the panel this morning. There's a director from the Evaluation and Assessment Center of AI in Taiwan. So he mentioned about the Taiwanese government sponsor project to develop tools and toolkit to evaluate and assessment of AI, large language model and other tools in different use cases. I think that's a way to make sure to implement fairness of AI. But the thing is a really difficult thing, I think, because what they are trying to do now here in Taiwan is to design a set of quiz, like the test you take at the school, and to use these quiz data sets to test the artificial intelligence service large language model project. But the thing is, those quiz or questions, how to design them. And I think this should include a lot of professionals in different use cases, because I think different use case needs different data sets, testing data sets. And also, I think you need to include people who is specialized, have better understanding about what fairness means in certain context. Because the question of fairness is not new. It doesn't appear because of artificial intelligence. It's a century-old question. So we should include these people with social science background in the design and the development process of these evaluation tools. I think that's a really important thing and often be ignored now.
Thank you, Isabel. That's really useful insight. I absolutely agree with you that when we're talking about how we implement things like fairness into AI systems, we need a lot of like social science intervention within AI systems. I don't know how that will work without having technical expertise, but I think we'll ultimately get there. I do see a question, so perhaps we can deal with question first that
Sorry, I just wanted to add something to what Isabel just said, which is an important factor that people sometimes forget is that you're not in fact reinventing the wheel. So she already mentioned this, but the idea of fairness and how it's to be implemented has already existed for a long time, including how you wanted to implement that in just a general legal system. So yes, applying that to AI it's complicated, but the idea of it still exists, which is something that I think people sometimes forget. So you can have tech solutions that will maybe fix your AI problem, but in addition to that, you also have regulatory solutions that can be built upon the sort of decades of jurisprudence on what fairness means in your context already exists. So I think that's also something that she pointed out that people should try to keep in mind.
Thank you, Nidhi. Should we also just get Jason's input really quickly before we get to the question?
Okay, super quickly. I think echoing the comments that others have made, I sort of think about it sometimes at three levels, you know, with operationalizing any of these principles. The first layer, I think, is that we obviously jump to is at the technical sort of solution or technical artifact. How do we make this AI system behave better in manner X, you know, that it's more fair or that it's more inclusive or more explainable? And that might be data hygiene, that might be guardrails, that might be, you know, any number of technical interventions. But I think it's important to be also candid, like there will be limits to how, for example, fair we can ever make a technological artifact. So the next layer, and this is maybe what Nidhi was also getting at as well, is, well, how do we deploy it? Is there a human that filters or that sort of checks in a meaningful way its outputs, you know, before it, for example, goes to the customer or to the citizen? And then I think, you know, part of, I guess, fairness and sort of, you know, well-governed AI generally is things are always going to go wrong. Sometimes people will be treated unfairly. And what you have to do when some unfairness has happened in order to have a fair system in society overall is you need some effective system of redress. So, for example, in a project we're doing on operationalizing responsible AI and public administration, my concern is how to ensure that the mechanisms and principles of judicial review of public decision-making and of reviewing public officials' behavior, how do we ensure that those mechanisms and principles operate straightforwardly even where the official has used some AI data-driven system?
Sorry.
Yeah, you muted this. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, my bad. I was saying I don't think we have further time for questions since I think we've run out of time. So anybody who has questions can perhaps send it over to us by email. I've put down our information on the chat. For anybody who's there in person, you can get in touch at ccgdelhi.org. You can check out our website and you can find our email ID there and get in touch with us. It'd be great to see if there's any feedback or responses on your end. I'm hoping everybody got to learn from this session, and I hope everybody had a good time hearing us. Thank you. I think we're out of time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is a code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled N Mondial +10 GDC WSIS +20, What else is happening in the world of internet governance, will commence at 2:40 to 3:40 p.m. We appreciate your participation and attention. Thank you. Welcome to APrIGF 2024, Net Mondial plus 10, GDC, WSIS plus 20. What else is happening in the world of Internet governance? Day 3, August 23rd, from 2:40 to 3:40. All sessions are being recorded and transcribed for APrIGF records and will be made publicly available. All participants are reminded to follow the code of conduct. The agenda is about to begin. Please allow me to invite the host to lead us through the upcoming session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us at this session titled Net Mondial plus 10, GDC versus plus 20. What else is happening in the world of internet governance? I'm Yenchin Tan from ICANN. So this session was jointly submitted by ICANN, APNIC, and ISOC. So I want to thank partner organizations for their efforts. And also, of course, heavy involvement from AUDA. And thank you, Jordan, for being our on-site moderator here as well. Of course, I also want to welcome our on-site speakers. So we have Rita Chowdhury, Director, CCAOI. And then William Lee, Assistant Director from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, Australian government, basically. And then also we have an online speaker with us, Akinori Maimura, Chief Policy Officer, JPNIC. And so I do want to share a little bit on the session format. This is a town hall session, so we do want to hear input from you, all the audience here. But of course, we will have a flow and we'll have 3 main questions that we'll be discussing in a bit. Before that, we'll start off with an overview from our moderator and speakers, and then we'll move on to the 3 questions. And our panel speakers will share their views as well on the questions, but we do invite all of you to come forward to the mic to share input as well. So without further ado, I'll hand it to Jordan to start the session.
Thank you, Yinchin, and good afternoon, everyone. A lovely little summer's day outside in Taipei today. For those who are online and for whom that means nothing, it is absolutely pelting down with rain and there is lightning and thunder. So if you hear strange noises, that might be what it is. Thank you for the intro. My job is, first of all, to give a bit of a context set for you all and to invite the panelists to respond to that context set. And then we'll get into the questions. And when we do the questions, I'm hopeful there'll be a buoyant audience participation straight away, but if there isn't, if you need a bit of warming up, our panelists are ready to serve you in so doing. So let's kick into it. There's lots of acronyms here, right? And my job is to help you make sense of a slightly complicated situation about the context in which we do the sort of internet governance that the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF is part of. A few sort of thoughts about the global picture. There is rising intergovernmental interest in technology and technology policy, including the internet. So-called new technologies like AI and data science are attracting significant interest and concern. And there's plenty of fragmentation of policy and governance regimes for digital policy around the world, as we all know. But there's still no real internet fragmentation so far, and presumably most of us want to keep it that way. And we face a situation where the internet governance system can't deal with all of the social impacts that are arising from the internet. It was never designed to, it isn't equipped to. And yet, it is an important taonga, an important treasure, the internet governance system that we have in governing the internet as a technological system in a techno-social context. And so some of the challenges we face are how to protect and promote that system of internet governance whilst also evolving and improving it so it can do a better job of tackling some of the more recent challenges. And there have been some key events in the last year and coming into the next couple of years that will be places where this system of internet governance is shaped. One of those that happened earlier this year was Net Mondial plus 10. Can you, a little bit of audience participation, can you put your hand up if you've heard of Net Mondial plus 10? I reckon we got 80% of the audience with a hand up. This was a multi-stakeholder event convened in Brazil, in Sao Paulo in April. And its purpose was to talk about strengthening internet governance and digital policy processes. So unlike an earlier Net Mondial in 2014, which thought about all of the topics that internet governance should deal with, Net Mondial plus 10 was about the internet governance process and how to strengthen it. And it reiterated the principles of 2014. It talked about the need for true inclusion in internet governance to make it more participation, especially from the global south and from stakeholders who haven't been as involved as others. And to make sure that differences in power asymmetries are taken into account, that outdated concepts about roles and responsibilities aren't used to block people from conversations that they have an interest in. And probably most significantly, the event agreed the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines, which are a really practical, readable, short playbook about how to do multi-stakeholder collaboration and governance, and what the process steps are that you can follow to take that approach. Nice and practical, only a couple of pages long. If you want to find any of that information, look at netmundial.br as the website. That was in April. A month later, in Geneva, was the WSIS High-Level Forum for 2024. Part of the preparations for the WSIS review, this was mentioned in the session description, which is why I'm mentioning it. It was alongside a big summit on AI, and it's fair to say that towards the end of the WSIS Forum, there's probably more people and energy in the AI summit than there was in the WSIS Forum. There was some discussion about the WSIS review process there, and I think this was an innovation. Someone who's more of a veteran of WSIS can probably tell us, but there was actually a chair's summary done at the event, and it was, I did a ChatGPT summary of it. So if you don't want to read the 7 or 8 page chair summary, you can ask ChatGPT to help you summarize it, if you're feeling lazy. And so it was about digital transformation and digital inclusion, and there was a strong theme about the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration in delivering on the goals of the Geneva Plan of Action, as well as a stock take on how that plan has been going. So that's my shorthand of a Google shorthand of the document. And the good thing about those Geneva processes is they actually believe in and try and practice multi-stakeholder engagement. A nice contrast to what I'm going to talk about next, which is the Global Digital Compact. So the GDC negotiations have been part of the preparations for the Pact for the Future and the Summit of the Future in New York. Another bit of audience participation. Who's heard of the Summit of the Future? Few hands up. Who's heard of the GDC, or the Global Digital Compact? A few more hands up. Yeah, that's not surprising here. It's part of this incredibly ambitious effort that Antonio Guterres launched as Secretary General of the UN, basically saying, seems like the world system of governance isn't really delivering peace and prosperity for everyone, or solving the climate crisis, or protecting everyone's human rights, or dealing with the digital transformation. Maybe we should do something about that. I'm not trying to sound ridiculous. It was a very, very ambitious effort. And the GDC is the part of that dealing with digital issues. A broad agenda for reform, topics around internet governance, but also around AI and about data governance that have proved significant sticking points between a bloc around G77 plus China and different groups of countries. That negotiation has been ongoing this year. There's been some window dressing of public consultation, including one session that happened at 10 p.m. last night, Taipei time. And there's been 3 drafts published of this, which haven't succeeded in generating international agreement yet. There's still some tensions around internet governance and the question of enhanced cooperation, whether that language should be brought back. There's the tensions I've mentioned around data governance and AI governance as well. We should see a 4th revision of that GDC text by the end of the week, which apparently in our part of the world might mean Monday. And they're going to try for the so-called silent procedure again to see if it can be agreed or not in advance of the Summit of the Future, which is in about 4 weeks. So if they don't get that done this time, they're really beginning to take it to the wire. That could have comments around internet governance. And one of the reasons we keep talking about the GDC is that it will potentially shape the WSIS review next year, which is the last one I'm going to talk about before throwing to our panelists. The WSIS was renewed for 10 years in 2015, at which point they decided to review progress against the Geneva Plan of Action, to take a look at the implementation and to work out what to do next. As part of that 10-year review, the mandate of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum was renewed for 10 years. So at the very least, a facet of internet governance that is directly at stake in the WSIS review is the future of the IGF. And I think I'm certainly a strong supporter of the IGF. The organization I work at, AUDA, is a strong supporter of multi-stakeholder internet governance. And we would much prefer that the IGF's mandate is renewed alongside extensive efforts to improve participation, stakeholder balance, and to begin to think through ways that it can continue to increase its impact, even as it has already evolved over the past 10 years through the policy networks, the dynamic coalitions, and so on. There is more to do. So the WSIS Plus 20 review is vital in determining the future of that. There's been some dialogue at the forum. There's going to be possibly requests for the WSIS review that come out of GDC. There's going to be a Paris phase with UNESCO dialogue next February. There's going to be a CSTD, Commission for Science and Technology for Development, a UN body, in Geneva in April. There'll be another Geneva phase, so-called, in July in Geneva with another high-level event. And then September, October, probably the New York phase, where the General Assembly will get and debate on a resolution to do the review and decide what happens next. So one version of the future is it says, thanks very much, we don't need the IGF anymore, we're going to do something else. One version of the future is there's a huge multi-stakeholder community around this institution. It's a vital part of making the internet work and dealing with the public policy-related matters that are arisen by the internet, and we need to keep it and strengthen it. I'm hoping it's in the second of those categories. There are other events going on. There's the WTSA, the ITU's World Telecommunications Standardization Assembly, happening in New Delhi in October. There's the IGF in Riyadh in December. There's RightsCon here in Taipei in February. There's an ITU plenipotentiary conference coming up in 2026. So this train rolls on. If we want to keep an open internet governance system that has inputs and roles for all stakeholders, we've got to be working at it. And it isn't something we just fix. It's an ongoing discussion and debate to protect the core of what we've got that works well and keep improving it as well. So panelists, hopefully that's given you a few things to either argue about or agree with or have something else to say about. Give you 1 or 2 minutes each. We'll start with Amrita, we'll do William, and then we'll do Akanori. Amrita, any thoughts?
I think we are living in exciting times. We have lots to see at this point of time how it goes. One thing is there, if you look at the GDC documents, it's not denying IGF or the WSIS Plus 20 review. The question is, what is the role of IGF the GDC is looking at? Is it just looking at IGF being the IGF, or is it looking at enhancing it? It talks about, supporting the IGF or putting in, even financially, but how? We know IGF is starved, right? There is no concrete steps out there. The question is, we all understand IGF has evolved. It can evolve more. There has been a lot of discussions on how to take it to the IGF plus, etc. But is the UN going to fund it for doing all that? I don't think at this point, and this is my own understanding, IGF will be renewed. But in what avatar is the question? The other question is, and for how long? And what's going to be the dynamics? Because if you look at the GDC, there are various new structures which are going to be created. Now, do we need those structures, or can existing mechanisms be enhanced to take care of those things? Those are, I think, certain questions we need to see. There are some good practices which came up from Net Mundial, etc., which could be imbibed, if not completely by the UN processes, but they could definitely look at it like how multilateral processes can be more multi-stakeholder in their approach or get in more communities. So I think those are certain things we need to see. Yes, I agree with you. GDC is very ambitious. Summit of the Future is also very ambitious. The SDGs were also ambitious. We haven't met them yet. So I think that's where we are. But GDC does have good text also. I would not deny it. If you look at digital divide, if you look at access, harms, etc., when it calls to big tech to take care of harms, but what is the regulatory mechanism they have? The text is very good, but where is the enforcement?
Thanks. William.
Thanks, Jordan. I agree with you, Amrita. It's an exciting time. I also say it's an exhausting time. Just listening to Jordan talking about all the things that are going on, it just makes me feel exhausted, and I've been involved in many of those processes. I think the big takeaway from NetMundial Plus 10 was the fact that the community can organise and coalesce around how to do multi-stakeholderism better. That was a really, really clear message out of Sao Paulo, and that's something that we all need to be championing going forward. How can we continue to bring the community as a whole together and coalesce around common positions and common outcomes? As we dive into things like the GDC and the WSIS 20 review, at least from my perspective, those kind of commonalities, those common voices, that unity of voice is going to be really, really essential for both community and governments to prosecute the type of internet governance outcomes that we're looking for going forward. This will be, I guess, a foundational shift in how internet governance will work. As Jordan kind of talked about, there's a number of preparatory processes that are going to go into that. But at the end of the day, we're going to end up with an outcome that defines what internet governance is for the next 5, 10, 15, or even 20 years. And if we want that to be something that we as a community want to see, then we need to be able to vocalise what that looks like and offer that positive narrative and positive message. So for me, I think it's an exciting time. There's enormous opportunity out there, but there's also enormous challenges if we just ignore the fact that these processes are going on. They may not be perfect. I suspect in many cases we'll get to the end of the processes and say they weren't perfect. But if we're contributing, we're actively speaking, we're actively engaging them, I think there's an opportunity to shape internet governance for the next 5, 10, 20 years in a way that works to solve some of the challenges that we've been talking about over the last 3 days. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you, William. Let's go online to Japan to Maimura-san. Over to you, Akinori.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Hello, everybody. My name is Akinori Maimura from Tokyo. I'm afraid that I cannot make myself in Taipei, the lovely city, and I miss a lot of friends there. But I'm fine in Tokyo. Then, thank you very much for the very brilliant kickoff, Jordan. And then it's really a high time for us to, think about the future of the internet. And the internet is all about, everyone on the internet need to do our own, need to do everything on our internet. So it's a the very important point. And then I know that the current multilateral process, they are, for example, the future of the summit of the future is the UN event, and then the membership is the member states. So the member states resolve or decide something. So they have the power. But what we are talking about is that if the member states think about the public policy for the internet or the digital policy, they definitely need the stakeholders' voice, because it is really complicated, and then one stakeholder doesn't necessarily isn't necessarily familiar with the perspective from the other stakeholders. So the multi-stakeholder rhythm itself is to help the decision maker to make a much more effective decision. So that's how the multi-stakeholder approach is. So we had a NetMundial Plus 10 event in April in Sao Paulo, and then that was actually a really good example that the multi-stakeholder the discussion can produce a really valuable outcome from there. So I loved the outcome of the NetMundial Plus 10 event, and then it is it is already the multi-stakeholder setup, and then the high-level executive committee capably produce the very good the document of the Net Mundial Plus 10 statement with the really concrete guideline to do the multi-stakeholder the discussion and the decision making. So that's one of the really good example which the forthcoming multilateral process need to learn from that. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you, Akanori, and thank you to the three panelists here and sort of fleshing out and drawing attention to some different parts. So it's complicated, but it's not endlessly complicated. There's a few things going on, and you've had a bit of a canvas of those now. And in the spirit of an APrIGF town hall, the point now is to try and gather some perspectives. We're not going to be rigorous about trying to pose tough, specific questions to you, but we did put together 3 questions to try and elicit some discussion. I don't know if we have a slide for those. Do we have a slide for those? Maybe we could pop that slide up on one of the screens. The first one is to ask what we've learned from Net Mundial, the WSIS Forum, the GDC processes so far. Are there approaches similar or different? And I guess implicitly that asks, do we prefer some to others? The second one, I don't know if that's appeared, no, appears not. It was to ask you, what are the principles of the internet that should be protected in these discussions to avoid internet fragmentation? What principles need to be protected? And then the third question that we thought might provoke you a bit was, what should be the region's key priorities for the WSIS Plus 20 review, and how can we best participate? So basically, I'd like to invite people to come to the mics or the online participants to put their hands up. Yeah, that's the same 3 questions. And to share your thoughts with the room, because that's the town hall way. If you don't, I'm sure that our panelists will begin to offer some provocative thoughts to you to help nudge some views. That first question was around what we've learned from these processes. I think one thing we've learned is that different parts of the UN system have different levels of openness to stakeholder input. The Geneva-based ITU processes around WSIS are more open and more inclusive than the New York processes around the GDC. Personally, that's why I'd much rather the internet governance stuff stay grounded in Geneva. They seem to get the idea of inclusion better than people in New York. Is that provocative? Just going to nudge anyone up to the mics. Oh, we've got a Vivian.
Kia ora, Vivian Maidborn from Internet New Zealand. I was very inspired by Akinori by your comment about the reason why we have multi-stakeholderism is to make better decisions. And I don't think I've ever heard that said quite so clearly. And it's amazing because it invites a whole lot of other questions, like what else could we do? So let me jump from there to your third question. What should be this region's key priorities? And as I've been listening over these days, I can't help but think that if we had a way of balancing the power imbalance for civil society and participating in a key thread from national to regional to international internet governance forums, that would multiply the effect of good decision making. So that's the thing that jumps to mind for me. And because I'm from Aotearoa, I would also want to say a way of amplifying the effect of good multi-stakeholder decision making would be to consciously design for Indigenous voice. And so I'm just going to leave it there, those 2 questions, but I think that's a very clear and inspiring statement that the reason for doing multi-stakeholderism is to make better decisions. That's incredibly clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. And it has a political function as well of saying something like that, which means it doesn't just sound like a bunch of people demanding to have a say. for its own sake. It's because we genuinely think it leads to better decision making.
Hi,
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm Lokendra. I'll discuss the third one. So the WSIS documents of 2003 and 2005, when we pursue them and we read between the lines, we find that even as multi-stakeholderism is recognized for the first time in an authoritative way, but reading between the lines, it's clear that not all stakeholders are equal. That's something that comes out from the documents themselves. So I do hope when the upcoming WSIS plus 20 review happens and whatever outcome document comes out, that reflects the changes that have happened in the last 20 years. So we are able to put stakeholders on a more equal footing, and the document reflects that, first. And second, okay, I'll make the second point later. Okay, bye.
Okay, thanks. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sita Laksmi, coming from Indonesia, from Diplo Foundations. I would like to comment on the discussion number 2, the discussion question number 2, for the policymakers. As far as I know, policymakers are usually very pragmatic and also need tangible examples. So I would like to offer the idea of bringing thousands of cases, not principles, but cases of having incentive of having the multi-stakeholder processes in the internet making policy processes, and also bad cases when you don't have the multi-stakeholder processes. And the cases should not be very long, like we can have like 1 page per cases, but we can show the policymakers that you are having incentive if you are using the multi-stakeholder processes. Thank you.
Thank you. So the power of actual practical examples instead of rhetoric or abstract ideas. Thank you. Don't see any cues of the mic, so I'm going to do a reverse parse down the... oh, I do. Kiki. No, that's all right.
Exciting
Just
late.
saying things like that to nudge people along. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Excuse me, I'm tired. It's been 2 conferences, but so fruitful in the discussions. And interesting, Viv, I heard one of your reflections yesterday and the gratitude of the spaces that we come and for the sharing of the various communities' journeys here. One thing that I see in terms of, like, I would like to reflect and say, what have you learnt from the Mundell processes and the GDC processes, that we as a community are not yet a community in this region, but multiple communities. So we need to really look to what each of our individual communities are and how we can help. Again, Viv, you've spoken about recognising power and how that works in this space. We've seen and I acknowledge the tensions of some of our sponsors here. And that's not to criticise, I'd love sponsorship, but how could we perhaps have them supporting and present here by bringing up the stories and showcasing the civil society work in preparation for this, and so that we can, and our delegates and the technical community can really see and absorb those particular stories of harm and individual resilience. So on that, I ask also to respect civil society self-determination. The model of good, stable internet, and please, if someone from the technical community can help me with that, is like a mesh network, right? That decentralized type of web. It is the same for people. And if we would like to be a community, I'd love to see us build in that shape of solid nodes and networks that can work not just one-on-one, one to the other, like our STAR model, but where we can work across each other, share resources and information. Lastly, there are micro steps that I think have been expressed in these, in the lead up and following up some of these processes from civil society. And so just handing over some of that, those decision-making to society, respecting that we aren't resourced, that we either in labour or money, and Amrita, you've mentioned some of those things previously. Please don't say that civil society was represented if we were not really present. Instead, acknowledge that maybe there was a gap in certain processes. And then we can work together to make sure we're represented, because sometimes some of the stories I hear is people are not sure that they belong in those spaces, and they don't know how to access it. And so our community can facilitate that. Things like preparatory information, bring it out earlier, consider our timeframes rather than just the project management type timeframes or event management, and also for feedback, just to extend that more. We'll be going back home today. We'll be catching up on all the things that we've had to put aside to be here, and it would be great to be able to, for example, just look at the other sessions, reflect on that before we put our feedback, especially if this feedback is what, in the synthesis document, is what goes to the next round and then ends up in that higher thing. So those little micro things are actually quite major for us. And I think that it would be great if we could work towards that a little bit more, again, in that self-determination and listening and building that kind of stuff for civil society. But thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to this mic. And I'll do, after you've spoken, I'll do one speaker over here, and then I'll ask the panelists for a quick set of any thoughts, and then we'll come back. So, oh yeah, sorry, over here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fawad Bajwa from Pakistan. One thing you would normally see across all these international fora is that they've been stressing on multi-stakeholderism, and they've been focusing on cooperation. What GDC brings to the table is not something new, but sort of a defense of a future scenario where it sees that, you know, there's going to be a digital world. And today's cooperation mechanisms around internet governance may not be the only version of cooperation. There might be a parallel cooperation within the scenario of, you know, AI, and of course there's internet fragmentation happening as well. But if we look at the issue of internet fragmentation and why the world is so skeptical about it, is that, look where it's happening. It's happening with the superpowers of the world. And that impact, you know, filters down to the smaller countries who are already trying to find their footing. And for them, multi-stakeholderism always held sort of a hope that their voice will be heard. But will that voice really be heard within that future which is being cultivated by the larger and the powerful? I won't call it government, I wouldn't call it private sector alone. But you know, at the end of the day, how do we continue to participate and continue to build all that effort that we've done over the past 20 years? Now, each time the CSTD comes in, we know what happens. The skepticism, will the Internet Governance Forum continue or not? What I see it personally is that will innovation at the ends of the internet work continue to accept diversity of views, diversity of openness, and that's where our pursuit for open standards even stands stronger today, that we should push for open standards because there is a possibility of a clamp down, and that is what essentially creates the internet fragmentation. And if we would have so much fragmentation, each stakeholder group would have to work over multiple standards, multiple views, and there wouldn't be a collective, or what do we say, an aligned effort to achieve the result of what has been done over the past 20 years. So again, we cannot just leave the CSTD review to the CSTD review process. we need to get our message or sort of a declaration of the stakeholders from the APrIGF to these forums. Because at the end of the day, Net Mondial is not considered as a multilateral treaty. The multilateral treaty effort is happening within the CSTD review. The digital cooperation tries to draw a parallel to internet governance, accepting it, yes, it's there, but it really doesn't give a statement on whether internet governance is part of the future scenario of what the GDC is trying to achieve. So we need to start working on removing this blurred line and having a collective discussion on this, even if we try to do this from the future on the future summit. So I think do not leave these processes to their own demise. Please, all stakeholder groups need to get together and try to work even stronger towards building this view of internet governance, which is based on less fragmentation, open standards, and multi-stakeholder participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll turn to this mic over here.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few points. I really like the idea of the case studies. And just to add to that, I think a lot more investment and resources needs to go into communicating and synthesizing the results of all of these different processes, because we really need better feedback loops in order for multi-stakeholderism to work. A lot of information that's provided in these types of forums just go into, it feels like a black hole. We have outcome documents, but it really doesn't reflect the richness of the voices, and I think that we are living in a data-driven society, but that is not necessarily reflected in how information is communicated. And I think that there could be more information could be collected from the community, kind of put into a more standardized data set and then communicated back so that we feel like these conversations are progressing instead of just staying stuck in the same loops. The other thing is I just wanted to note that there are other processes outside of the internet governance world that we could maybe look to. It's not a perfect process, but I would just point to the Open Government Partnership, the co-creation, the monitoring and the accountability processes that are in place there could help provide a model in some instances. And then third, I think a lot of times we talk about human rights as, human rights-centered approach for internet governance. But, and of course, that's foundational. But I also want to stress that the importance of civic space and these fundamental freedoms to even get to the point where multi-stakeholderism is meaningful. In so many contexts in which people are coming from, they don't live in societies where they can actively participate, and that really hinders their ability to meaningfully engage in these processes. So unless those fundamental civic space issues are addressed and considered in a meaningful way from organizers, I think there's going to be a real challenge for a lot of stakeholders to participate in more restrictive environments.
Thank you very much. I'll give our panelists a chance for a quick intervention or response. Focus on the quick. I'll do it from me out. So Amrita, and then William, and then Akanori. Anything sparked your mind? Anything else to throw in?
I think there was a question on what we have learned. I think what I have learned is information sharing between the community. There are so many processes. Time zones are not Asia friendly at all. So the information process, sharing, mailing lists, etc., what was there, certain things comes to your concern, certain things comes to the concerns of others. If that is raised or the information is shared about these, this helps us to be prepared. Many times we've seen community approaches help. For example, when the first submissions were made from Asia Pacific, quite a few from the community, we came together, made our submissions together on what we think is important, the first GDC draft. So I think many times when entities can't do it themselves, they can come collectively together to do things. In terms of fragmentation, we do have fragmentation of various kinds. GDPR fragmented things. IPv4, IPv6 are fragmenting the internet. But some things we can live with, some things are, there are concerns about it, So we need to see what is the fragmentation we are afraid of. So I think we need to be wary, and collaboratively, I think we can do if we share more information within the region and see, we are so diverse that different concerns come up from different places. If we can collectively come up with some points, I think that would be good.
Thank you. That's it. William, quick one or two.
Thanks, Jordan. I agree. Better decisions as multi-stakeholderism, as Akinori and Vivian were saying, really powerful message. The challenge is proving the negative. How do you prove the fact that we would not be in this place had we gone down a different approach, right? The point around case study is really, really important, and would love to see some of those case studies coming out of the community give us as governments ammunition to defend and enhance the model and push back against alternative approaches. I think in terms of lessons learned for me, multi-stakeholder participation in New York is fragile. They're not used to doing it. You might get an opportunity to participate, and that's a really valuable opportunity, and that's the chance to show what multi-stakeholder participation can achieve. But it's very fragile, and it can break just as easily as it can be given, and that's just the nature of New York. Probably the only other thing I would reflect on, better feedback loops are needed. The question is, how do we resource it? How do we make sure that we've got those resources available? And you kind of end up in this chicken and egg problem of needing those loops to improve the model, but needing the model to improve in order to generate the resources to improve the model. I don't have the answer for that, but a really interesting insight. Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks, William. Akinori, do you have anything to add at this point?
Yeah, for the lesson learned, I really learned from the net mondial plus 10 process. We had the government officers, civil society, advocates, technical committees, and academia there, and then actually we are all friends, very good friends with each other, and then the discussion is really amicable and constructive, so we can do that. So, I'd like to tell this lesson learned from the others for the better consideration or something. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Akinori. And one thing I learned, studying myself in, is just how much we do with how few resources we have already in these systems. And a little bit more money that is in the grand scheme of things like government investments in submarine cable systems, for example. A little 1% slice would transform internet governance and the ability to resource civil society, as a simple example. But everyone's like, oh, why did I do that? I need to build another cable. So anyway, that's one thing I learned. We've got an online comment here that Yinchin is going to share with us.
Yes, so it's a comment from Ian Sheldon. So he says, +1 Vivian and Akinori regarding multi-stakeholderism and better decision-making. The WSIS Plus 20 review process will be grappling with the breadth of digital issues, which includes internet governance. There is an opportunity here to proactively and positively show how multi-stakeholderism has been effective in the governance of the internet, then perhaps show how a multi-stakeholder approach could work to address new and emerging digital challenges like AI, which will continue to be one of our topics du jour for global digital conversations. There are useful learnings which we could share from our internet community with other spaces. And also just a housekeeping, the remote participants has requested for our on-site speakers to please share your name and affiliation. It will help them in terms of following the conversations. Thank you. Back to you, Charlotte.
Thank you. I'm going to close the speaking list now. We've got 4 people up on the line. So we'll start over here, and then to Joyce, and then back.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Lokendra. I'm APrIGF fellow this year. So 2 quick points. First is on the second question. So one thing that we should really push for and ask policy makers to do is to get interoperable platforms. Imagine making a call to anyone, and you can only call people who are on your telecom service provider's network and not somewhere else. So that is the problem we have with both OTT players and also social media platforms. So we really need interoperability, and we need to ease migration from one platform to another, the way we have done it in the telecom sector. So that is really needed now. And second point is to all the panelists. This is a question. So all of you are on multiple committees, multiple groupings, both national and regional initiatives, as well as bodies like ICANN, IAB, IETF. So based on your interactions with these bodies, I want to know how do whatever is discussed here and the outcomes of these conferences, NRIs and also the IGF, how do they translate when the actual work happens at ICANN, IAB or IETF? Is that translation there, or are we struggling with that part? Yeah, thank you.
I'll let panelists respond to that question in the wrap-up, or you'll have like 1 minute, 1.5 minutes each, depending on how long these interventions are. Joyce.
Thanks very much. I'm Joyce Chen from APrIGF, but I'm largely speaking on my own personal capacity and individual observations. The first question on what we learned, I won't say what we learned, but what I observed was that all these processes that we see on the screen that have happened so far, they are outside of the Asia-Pacific region. And then 2 of the 3 that are on the screen are Europe and US-centric, right? So if I take the temperature of the room right now and ask you, raise your hand if you made some input or contribution to any of these processes, how many of you? So you might know about the process, but not as many people are contributing. So why? This town hall is really trying to tease out some of these questions. Why is it that it's so hard for us in the Asia-Pacific region to be contributing? So that's one observation. My second major observation is that I think as we went through the GDC process especially, we realized, especially in the technical community, there is a lack of leadership. So one of the strengths of internet governance and multi-stakeholderism is that we highly respect individual autonomy, right? Every organization or individual has your own voice, you can speak up, you can have your own view and your own perspective, but when it comes time to contributing or to come together and have a consensus of views and to put that up into a process that requires exactly this, we really struggle. We really struggle. And so I want to call out, there's this Technical Community Coalition for Multi-Stakeholderism, the TCCM, which I think is such a fantastic initiative. And thank you so much for the organizers to bring some of us in the technical community together to try and make sense of all these things and just be a support for one another, to come out with joint statements. I think a lot of speakers today talked about there's lack of resources, lack of time, lack of bandwidth, lack of understanding. And so something like that is so helpful to us to be able to come together and coalesce on certain things. So I would like to know if there are such similar initiatives that might be happening. If you can share that in the room, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Joyce. Last 2 speakers over here, you're first.
Thank you. This is Baltazar from Safer Internet Lab in Indonesia. Just a quick reflection to piggyback what Joyce has conveyed. I think amidst all these parallel processes, it's also beneficial for these parallel processes to learn what have we achieved as IGF for the past 20 years. And I believe that the merit of IGF is not only that it is multi-stakeholder, but it is also multi-level, that it facilitates the hierarchy of dialogue, well, not hierarchy, but rather structure of dialogue from global, regional, local, and national level, and thus ensuring the integration of opinion and from across all these regions needs to be reflected in all of these parallel processes. It's only through this structure of global IGF, regional, and then local IGF that this third question can be asked: what should be the region's key priorities? So yeah, that's all my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lucky last.
Thanks. I'm Peter Misek from Access Now and Columbia SIPA. I think on the second question, principle of the internet is kind of end-to-end accessibility and reachability, that there is, it's a network of networks, but you should be able to kind of resolve the same address from anywhere in the world. And trying to apply that principle to what we see emerging through things like the GDC. I was struck by kind of the scientific side of the Global Digital Compact and the way it talks about AI. I think there's an emerging tendency to treat AI as not as a digital or as a cyber, but as a new bucket or a separate space. And I think the technologies involved are much different from kind of internet governance, internet networking technologies. And so I think there's, especially given the vast military potential applications and investment, there's a risk of of these discussions not kind of reaching that endpoint in the AI space. And I think similarly around things like satellite internet and submarine cable management, I don't know where those bodies meet. I don't know how they make standards, whether they consider internet principles or much less human rights. But yet, I think those are crucial for the coming decades. And so the kind of end-to-end reachability of these types of discussions and ways of discussing is something that I think we should pay more attention to. And then just a shameless plug, I'm glad to say that kind of more like NetMundial, but not so much the ITU or the GDC, the conference that Access Now puts on, RightsCon, and thanks for mentioning it, is civil society. It's a civil society-led space, which I think makes a difference, and it is going to be brought to this region. Really happy to say we'll be here in February, and so yeah, I think showing more support and recognizing those types of civil society-led events, also the global gathering in Portugal next month on this calendar is really important, and thank you for kind of putting those up.
Thanks, Peter, and thank you all for an incredibly rich discussion. I've closed the queue already, Jenna. Sorry about that.
No, I would just wanted to quickly respond to Joy's call to action, but it's all right.
Go on.
Oh, go on.
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you.
No one else, though.
Thanks for letting me to use my youth license, too.
Yep.
Many of the youth think that they don't have the opportunity to contribute, or sometimes they don't have the privilege because they have other priorities. But I just want to let you know that Net Mission it's a youth initiative in a region who tries to help facilitate the process and then empower the youth and to do it collectively, because not all of us can always engage in so heavily in the process. And we do submit our comments to consultations, and also whenever we can, we make sure there's volunteers from the network to also participate in some of the consultations as well. So if you can't follow everything at that level, you can engage at youth level. So you can go to the website. I'll spell it out, netmission.asia, and you figure out more. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenna. And one online comment, and then we'll do a 1 minute each wrap from the panelists.
So this is a comment from Ao Yitan. So he said, for the second question, for me, I think one important principle for policymakers to keep in mind is net neutrality. In a session yesterday, we discussed South Korea's policy that requires content providers with high upload bandwidth to pay significant fees. This led companies like Meta to relocate servers to Hong Kong, increasing latency for South Korean users and causing internet fragmentation. The government's response, introducing policies similar to service-level agreements, only exacerbated the issue, as these requirements could only be met with servers hosted within South Korea. Policymakers should consider these impacts to avoid further internet fragmentation.
Thank you very much. We have to finish on time because we're at the main plenary in here, but I'll give each speaker 1 minute to say something of interest that caught your eye or that you want to leave the crowd with. Akinori, you're first this time, so
okay.
1 minute.
All right, thank you very much. 1 minute. Okay, I'll make it. Someone raised the IETF and the IAB cases, and I'd like to. I don't really believe I can make meet to the expectation of the question about the IETF is a really highly technically expert to set the standardization, and the discussion itself needs to have a lot of technical expertise. Then that's then IETF is the open and inclusive environment, but not necessarily they force some civil society people to participate in some decision making or something like that. Not the case, but they have the very fully open and inclusive the situation. So that makes their own way to have the multi-stakeholder input to their own standardization. So that's what I say. Thanks.
Thanks, Akinori. William?
Thanks, Jordan. My key takeaway was we need a stronger civil society voice for all the reasons that have been shared throughout this panel, throughout all of the speakers. We know the WSIS 20 process is not going to be perfect for that. These processes do not change overnight, but I would really encourage everyone to find a way to contribute, whether that's talking to your government, whether that's talking to another government, whether that's talking to entities like ISOC or ICANN, or your CCTLD, or finding a way to contribute, have your voice heard. I think it will be really important, because I think what I've taken away from this conversation is what we lose if we don't have those voices in the room. Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks, William. Amrita.
Thank you. I think getting cases, as Shita mentioned, is important. The successful cases and unsuccessful cases. Two is communication is important. There are coalitions who are working, but that information going is important. We have the ICANN mailing list, which is WSIS plus 20 mailing list. You have the working group strategy on IGF. It's a group you can join. There is a lot of discussion happening there. Similarly, if you want, since we are at APrIGF, you can use the APrIGF discuss mailing list to discuss more, so that we can help each other in this journey. It's difficult. WSIS plus 20 would be starting. We still have time. We can still shape these discussions. And perhaps as organizers, if we have the key takeaways and we can have certain things which we can work on tangible, it may make sense.
Thank you, all the panelists. I'll hand up to you in a sec for the real closing. But one thing I just want to reflect on is that we all spend, there was a question about the IETF and ICANN. We spend time in those bubbles, and the key vital importance of forums like APrIGF and the IGF is it gets us out of our technical community bubble or our civil society bubble. We all have to actually talk to each other. And that's what I find most valuable about this sort of engagement. So from my point of view, the way I use that input is by being in these forums, listening carefully to people, drawing on the sense of the room, talking to others about what their sense is, and then being able to apply that in ways you would never know about in advance. You can use this resource by being here, but you can't be everywhere, which is where that better aggregation, communication, sum up, it needs to go, and we should all invest some more resources in that. So from me to the panelists and to the audience, thank you, and I'll hand it to Yinchin to close up.
Thank you. So thank you to all the panel speakers again, and of course, Jordan, for moderating this session very well. For me, just one last wrap up. I would say the multi-stakeholder model is very, it's adaptable. So we do need to have ongoing conversations to get the right expertise, diverse perspectives. We were lucky to have actually this audience here, pretty mature in this topic, I would say. But in the region, a lot of people still have not heard of the processes, even just the name. So at least from the ICANN perspective, we try to hold sessions at different forums that we host for different maturity knowledge in terms of knowledge level for the topic. So hopefully that will kind of help push forward as well and motivate ongoing conversations in the region. So thank you very much again, all the panel speakers and moderator, and of course the audience for all your great input. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the code for the APrIGF synthesis document. Please scan it to contribute your thoughts and make your voice heard. This session has now concluded. The next session in this room, titled Closing Plenary, will commence at 4:20 to 5:40. We appreciate your participation and attention.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How is my sound?
Hello, everyone. We're supposed to start at 4:20, but there are a few technical issues that we're just sorting out, and we'll take a few minutes. If you could just be a little patient, and we'll be with you shortly. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. If you can just settle down because we are about to start. Okay, and right. Thank you, everybody. My name is Waqas Hassan. I am the regional lead for Asia at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. I know it's been a long conference. You know, most of us are tired, just want to go home, see our families. So I can at least promise you this, that this is going to be the last one, absolute last one for the whole conference. So bear with me because we have a fantastic panel to discuss about a very important issue, an issue that probably we have been discussing in bits and pieces in the various sessions during the event. But this is where we want to just summarize all of it and, you know, of course, take your opinion as well when we get to the Q&A. So what we're going to talk about today is harnessing innovation, while we also try to balance the risk associated with it. If we look at this human development and the digital development overall, innovation has been the bedrock of everything. We are here what we are because of the innovations that have happened over the years. And while going through that path of innovation, I think you would all agree that internet is actually the most empowering tool that is out there now. And it has empowered communities, it has created so many opportunities, but at the same time, there are risks associated to it as well. There are online and offline risks, which we need to cater for in order to make sure that the next billion, that the next wave of connectedness that we're talking about remains safe online and are keen to join the internet, you know, just to remove the fear of the unknown that they have. And for this, we have a fantastic panel. I think you would recognize all of them probably, but I'll just go through very briefly on who they are. First up, we have with us Raj Singh. Raj is the CEO of APrIGF Foundation. Raj has been a former serial entrepreneur. He has done a lot of public policy work, community engagements across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. And you know, we're honored to have him. with him, we see Audrey Tang, who has been the, as most of our Taiwanese friends here would know that was the first digital minister for Taiwan, and also one of the Time 100 most influential people honoree in AI. So we're very honored to have him as well. Alongside Audrey, we have Professor Salma Abbasi, who is the CEO of E-Worldwide Group. Salma is a technology visionary who has done a lot of work for social inclusion, community empowerment, digital literacy, AI. She is an engineer by profession as well. So she has a multi-dimensional profile. And we have Michael Karimian with us, who is the Microsoft's Director of Policy. And Michael and his team work to champion and counter the online threats in cybersecurity, and he would be representing the platforms for this panel. So this is how we're going to do this. First of all, I'll take brief remarks and opening remarks from all of the panelists very briefly, and then we're going to have one guiding question followed by an interaction with all of you, and we're going to close with some closing statements. So I request everybody on the panel to please share your remarks with first up Raj, and 3 minutes for each speaker for this particular segment. So Raj, I request you to please share.
Thank you, Wakas, and it's wonderful to be here in Taipei. Of course, congratulations to the hosts and the organizers for putting this together. I think we've had a good week. The rain's tried its best, but I think we have done better inside the room, so that's been good. So this was an interesting topic for the panel discussion. When I saw what it was when they sent the information to me, it was a little bit about everything, right? If you really look through what the description is. And the other thing that struck me is that, we talk about innovation. The question that I was asking myself, what type of innovation are we talking about, right? Because innovation comes in many ways, right? Yes, there's the technology innovation, which I think, most of us, that's why we're here in this room. It's what led to the internet and everything that runs on top of the internet. But there's also innovation that happens at the very local level that we sometimes don't hear about. And I just, instead of giving you a speech about innovation and my thoughts on it, I thought I'd just share a little example of why I thought this localized innovation was such a cool thing. A couple of months ago, I was in India with one of our project grantees who were looking at seeing how they could build telecom towers in rural areas in South Asia. If any of you have worked in that field, building a telecom tower, it looks easy, but it's not. There's a lot of things you need to take into account. One of the biggest problems is how do you get the steel to that particular location? How do you get the welders in place and build up your tower, et cetera, et cetera? So this grantee, what they did, they said, why can't we build these towers from bamboo? And bamboo is, of course, in parts of South Asia and Southeast Asia, it's everywhere, right? It's another tree of life in our part of the region. The coconut tree is the other one, right? And so it was fascinating for me to go and see what they had actually done and what they were trying to do. And they were using innovation to actually do the modeling to create the tower. And I've worked with telecom towers in a past life. And your typical telecom tower is your pyramid sort of structure, right? But they came with something that looked very, very different. And my first reaction was, ooh, I'm not sure this is going to actually stand up in high winds. They said, no, we've done all the simulations. Now we're building the prototype. And we're going to see and measure, put sensors on it, and ensure that this actually works. And the reason they wanted to build it out of bamboo is so that you don't have to ship steel and iron and bolts and all that to places in the Himalayas or to places in parts of Southeast Asia, right? So that, for me, was the interesting bit about innovation. So I'm just going to leave it there. I thought I'd take a slightly different perspective to the question. Thanks.
Yes, I think that's an excellent perspective. I think what you're talking about is sort of a community innovation, to connectivity. Audrey.
Yeah, thank you and for the host for hosting this wonderful event. I think in Taiwan, when we think about innovation, we think not just about technological innovation, but also about social innovation, exactly as Rajneesh have described. Because innovation, unlike the simple application of technologies, is never morally neutral. Innovation is usually embedded with human aims and values, and especially when faced with common threats or common risks that mobilizes everybody. So in preparing for this panel, I was just reading a new report from the Doublethink Lab. It's called Taiwan Power, and it's usually phrased as a way to a model to counter foreign information manipulation and interference, so like FEMI resilience. But I think it's also a kind of general purpose model that can explain the Taiwanese way of balancing the innovation socially against the emerging risks. So in this case, I think many of you know, for the past 11 years, Taiwan has been the most targeted place in all the world, where, according to VDEM, when it comes to foreign information manipulation. Yet, we're the most free place in Asia Pacific, according to Freedom House, when it comes to freedom on the net. And so the way that we see it, it is not about a trade-off between human rights on one side and online safety and risk management on the other side, but rather we share the same purpose to take both sides and also ensure that there is an organic assembly of civil society actors. And this takes a very different nature when it comes to the government's role. So the government would need to act as a kind of funding body, but without kind of direct top-down control when it comes to counter disinformation and counter information manipulation. And also the W in power stands for whole society. So it is not just the government or the private sector, but a social sector which includes universities, civil society organizations, and independent media as well. And we all co-evolve when the new threats come, so like synthetic media, AI, deepfakes, and so on, which I'll talk about later. But the most important in the power abbreviation to me is remit bound, so that each organization is institution in their particular sector work on their own specialisms, but with full coordination with other parts of the sectors, so as not to duplicate the labors of others and maximizing the collective efficiency. So I'm happy to illustrate that with more examples later, but if you search for Taiwan Power Model from Doublethink Lab, you can see the whole analysis.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Audrey, for sharing this powerful power model. Next up, Salma.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Again, I'm really appreciative of Asia Pacific IGF for inviting me to this platform. I have learned a lot over the last 3 days. What I'd like to share about innovation comes in twofold. One is similar to Raj from the grassroots level, and the other is with academia and university with the innovation hubs. So recognizing that 50% of the population here is definitely ladies, which is great to see you all. One I'd like to share is the power dynamics, the cultural social barriers we face accessing education, accessing money, and of course mobility. So we did a project in India, a case study with on the ITU website, working with the self-help groups and how empowering them with ICT knowledge, the power of the mobile phone, and actually helping them become monitors of implementation of government programs. We changed their position to be part of the panchayat system, which is a very big deal. If those of you who understand the Indian system, it's very male-dominated in the rural areas. And that, to me, is a major win, using a creative method at the grassroots to tackle a barrier to these critical things that prevent empowerment of marginalized women in rural areas. The second is an example of Pakistan, which was in a rural area in the Sindh, which was women were not having access to the health clinics because they had to be traveling with a man for their own safety, and their husbands, brothers, or sons were busy working in the fields. So the innovation program we came up with was to implement remote consultation first in a primary healthcare center and partnering with a fertilizer company so that there was a reason why the male agriculture economic empowerment, but the other way around. So soil testing, access to fertilizer, access to seeds. So, okay, wife or sister, come along with us and you can access the doctor. So it's really finding those win-win scenarios with unique partnership that wouldn't typically come to yourself. That also brings about sustainability. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Salma. Michael?
Thank you, Wakas, and it's a pleasure to be here and join this panel. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I think we should begin by recognizing that The people who have the most to gain from being brought online are people who also have the lowest levels of cyber resilience. Bringing more people online is essential, but of course that sadly widens the cyber threat landscape. Cyber threats such as cybercrime, state-sponsored operations, cyber influence operations really challenge the integrity of digital spaces. And we need to stress the importance of proactive measures, including transparency, accountability, and collaboration across sectors to address these challenges. That includes the need for a rules-based order, including in cyberspace. Promoting a rules-based order in cyberspace where responsible behavior by all stakeholders, including governments, corporations, civil society, and individuals, is crucial. Cyberspace governments must, of course, ensure that innovation does not come at the expense of security, stability, or human rights, exactly as Audrey said. And so that begins, I think, by recognizing the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. This means reinforcing that all corporations of all sizes and all locations have a responsibility to respect human rights in their business activities, particularly in the products that they develop and sell, but also in their business relationships. And whilst technology companies, including Microsoft, do strive to uphold these principles, there is, of course, room for improvement and growth. The complexities and challenges of implementing human rights standards globally, especially in regions and locations where the levels of digital maturity or regulatory frameworks are low, need to be recognized as well. And this, of course, this process requires continuous learning, adaptation, engagement with local communities and stakeholders to address these challenges meaningfully and in effective ways. I think as well it also demonstrates the importance of legislation. It's great to see the growing body of legislation that exists around the world, but actually perhaps to a lower extent in this region. Regardless of whether there's innovation or not, legislation or not, we need inclusive innovation because the need to bridge the digital divide, in particular for underserved regions and communities, is essential to ensuring access to next generation technologies. That does mean that innovation needs to be inclusive and accessible so that new technologies empower rather than marginalize communities. But I know that in this room, that's a message that's relatively well understood. So I'll just end by saying that the balance between innovation, risk, and inclusion is an ongoing process. It does require constant vigilance, adaptation, and dialogue, just as we will do today.
Excellent. Don't you love this panel? Everybody is taking to the timeline, making their point well. I think this is a great start. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So, Raj, you spoke about this community social innovation. And we all, I think, do realize that the world has miserably failed in achieving and, the SDGs and MDGs and the promises of getting connectivity to everybody out there. Now, when that person who puts his time and effort, to have that community infrastructure out there, and once that person gets online, that's where his online experience starts, that person's, right? But how can we make sure that that experience is a safe experience? How can we ensure that the new joiners feel safe and, more secure on the internet?
Okay, so yes, pretty strong fighting words there, Wakas. Miserably failed MDGs and SDGs. Some of them the UN here. Look, yes, for those of us who've been working in this field for the last couple of decades, we always knew the last couple of billions was going to be the hardest to connect, right? So let's, I think, also recognize that. The second thing is most of those remaining billions are in places which have other issues as well, right? It could be terrain. In many places, it's an economic issue as well. So affordability comes into play. We keep on talking about affordability, but I think it goes just beyond, is it $10 a month for my subscription or is it $5 a month, right? You need to get the device and you need, the socio-cultural issues at play as well. So I think we have to be mindful of that. The other issue is that, for the rest of us, maybe most people in this room, we have the benefit of the last 25, 30 years of internet and digital development, right? And that's why we are perhaps a bit more digitally literate, although I make mistakes online too, falling for scams or silly stuff and all that. But the fact is we still have a level of understanding that, what's good, what's bad, how to be safe. And there's lots of literature around and training and things that we can do, including from ISPs and other companies and so on. But now we're expecting that someone who's never really experienced the internet and the digital world, they'll come online and they'll be secure from day one. I think that's a fallacy, right? That's not going to happen. Because they necessarily don't have the background, nor the training, nor the knowledge to be able to cope with what's coming. For them, it's this new thing, it's a new world, right? And they want to experience it as much as possible. And you know, back in the old days, we used to say, don't believe everything you read on the internet. That still remains true, but how do you ensure that the most recently connected actually understand what that means? You know, just because they receive an email or see a picture or a video or get sent a meme, suddenly they believe it. And I think that also has, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb here. The new toxic online environment that the whole world is creating, I think it also has a role to play here, right? Misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, and that propaganda is at all levels, and it's not just political anymore. It comes ethnic level, you know, socio-cultural level. It's just getting out of control, frankly. And now you expect someone very recently online to be able to deal with all that, you know. So yes, we need digital literacy, but I think it's got to be very localized digital literacy. And how do you ensure that, you know, someone in a remote village in the Himalayas or in a small atoll in the Pacific is able to cope with that on day one? It's actually a very hard question to answer. I will say we have some sort of collective responsibility here, but how do we ensure that they actually feel safe when they're online? So I'll stop there because I don't want speaking.
Yep, no, thank you. Wise words spoken. You mentioned about online propaganda and, you know, all of the misinformation and the toxic environment and all. But I'll come to Audrey now. Audrey, with your government background and, you know, been working as a digital minister for over 7.5 years, and we do see governments coming up with these digital transformation agendas, you know, I mean, there are all sort of frameworks and digital inclusion promises and all. But how can governments actually facilitate, you know, a safe online experience, you know, while making sure that the innovation still stays in the society?
Yeah, I think the key here, again, is whole society response. When I was in the government, the idea is to build not just digital literacy, but rather digital competence, because literacy is when you consume and competence is when you contribute, right? And we do know that it is not the checked facts that inoculates young minds against propaganda and misinformation, but the process of going through this collective fact-finding journey together that inoculates a mind. And because thinking like journalists, like taking different perspectives in a more stereoscopic vision and things like that, does have an effect, and is like immunity, antibodies in a mind. And so for the government, I think the most important idea is just to refrain from stepping in and disrupting the process of people learning how to build this kind of digital competence online. But the government must always communicate very clearly. And we have found that pre-bunking works much better than debunking, because debunking works after the fact when somebody has already seen the issue. But nowadays, for example, we already know during election times there will be deepfake videos, there will be voice cloning, there will be people accusing the election tallying process is rigged and so on. You know that like ahead of the time, right? So what really worked is just to let people know that there's deepfakes coming. And I 2 years ago deepfaked myself, showing to the entire country how that is done. And so we moved from a kind of content level detection to more like an actor level. So nowadays in Taiwan, we do have ways to authenticate. For example, when the government sends out SMS, it shares the 111 number, and so that people do know that this comes from the government. And this exactly same content coming from any other longer code does not actually come from the government. And the other private sectors, banks and so on, are taking the same short codes now as well. And finally, I'll make the point that anything that does regulate the internet platforms need to consult broadly. And in Taiwan, we have run alignment assemblies, a kind of deliberative polling process, where we sent 200,000 SMS from this 111 number to random numbers across Taiwan, so that we have a statistically representative sample of people, 450 strong. And they deliberated in 45 rooms of 10 each online in video, so that we can take the conclusion after deliberation of their wide rough consensus, for example, requiring the advertisement platforms to do KYC, to have digital signatures before posting things online, so that you cannot just arbitrarily deepfake somebody to sell a scam or things like that. You have to secure that person's KYC, that person's permission in order to post that. And this is the kind of law that is already in place in Taiwan, is being implemented this month by the larger social media advertisement platforms. And the reason why it got through so quickly, I believe, is partly because it was co-created by the stakeholders in this way.
Thanks, Audrey. Salma, Raj spoke about this toxic environment, and Audrey spoke about this digital competence that is required. All of this is supposed to lead to digital equality, you know, so that everybody is an all-inclusive society and an online experience. How do you think that the technologies are supposed to create a level playing field for all, right? But how can we ensure, and what are the critical factors with which we make sure that that actually happens?
I think that's really difficult to ensure, and I think I'm so happy to have met you. I think that we have to acknowledge that this is difficult because it's a dynamic, changing landscape where the inequalities are actually broadening. What we need to be able to do, in my opinion, is the consultation part that we've said, and I think over the last couple of days. But probably I've got, I think, 4 recommendations. The first is within the communities that we're focusing on is identify who they are, definitely, so you can have targeted intervention, starting with awareness, because lack of awareness is a big culprit. And within this, not just the digital skills that you were talking about, I love that. It's the digital proficiency, the critical thinking, all of the aspects of data verification, multiple sources. Also creating relevant information within that space, not just sit in a classroom. It's got to be usable. So when we do right skilling and reskilling in our experience, we always use it right away, so that you can see, okay, this is not just in a classroom, it's how I can use my mobile phone to do this. And there's lots of case studies there. The second point is in the context of, we've heard a lot about multi-sector, engagement, multi-stakeholderism. I'm losing all these isms. But what does that actually mean? In my experience, when we start to do things to address inequalities, like I gave that example of Pakistan and India, you look at that grassroots issue, cultural, social, economic, the power relations, and you target to break them. If you target to break them in that way, looking at collaboration, private sector collaboration, everybody over the last 3 days has said to me, we need money. We need money. That's what I keep hearing. So the only way to find money is if you come up with a partnership where there is money circulating, because that individual rural connectivity doesn't bring profit because you haven't got enough of a population there. So looking at the return of investment by creating those partnerships across the health sector, the mobile phone charging, education, fertilizers, everything that logistic companies, they all want to reach the rural areas. So that multi-stakeholder, multi-sector partnership has to be across industries, across age groups, so intergenerational, because you've got to make sure you don't exclude the elderly, women, people with disabilities, and in Asia Pacific for sure, the migrants, the refugees, the internally displaced people. That's a huge number I don't hear much of. The third one is policies. We've heard a lot about policies. It's one of the areas I love working in. Later on in life, I realized that without policy, nothing gets done. So I did my PhD in policy, so in ICT. So in this context, we need to have practical, implementable policies that can be measured. They need to be integrated across multiple ministries, so it creates that ecosystem where one pushes the other for implementation. In that context, then, you name the marginalized groups that you're targeting so that you can surely tick the box, you did it, but then you measure it. So it's not just on paper, it's executed that way. And the last thing is that we need to have a global metrics. We briefly touched upon it while we were waiting for this session. I am always afraid of information overload and writing reports and monitoring evaluations, which take up a big amount of time for civil society organizations when they take grants. That seems to be happening at the top level as well, and that worries me. I'm delighted that the G20 has now got social, looking at society in that system. But we need to sort of consolidate those voices so that they can actually affect real progress in this change and not have multiple organizations saying, we're going to do this, because then nothing gets done. So we need to channel our energies to make that engine strong and accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Salma. Michael, you spoke about cyber resilience in your opening remarks, and we do see that the companies are in a race of technological innovation and to rolling out smart products and solutions and everything. But what kind of design principles are they looking at while these smart products and these solutions are being conceived to make sure that they remain safe and they are consumer-centric in the end, while of course remaining commercially viable?
Thank you, Waqas. There are two sets of design principles I'd like to focus on, two very broad sets. One is secure by design, the other is human rights by design. Admittedly, I normally avoid using those terms because they're easy to say but very hard to do in reality. In terms of secure by design, I think it's important to recognize that based on Microsoft's insights of the global ICT ecosystem, we identified nation-state activity in over 120 countries in the preceding year, always increasing in sophistication and frequency. We saw actually a shift from destructive attacks, which is what we often see in the headlines, towards more cyber espionage, which can often be hidden and less visible, but still very harmful nevertheless. But actually we also see a blending of espionage, influence operations, and destructive activities too. In terms of targeting in this region, 17% of nation-state activity in this region was aimed at organizations and individuals in South Korea, 15% here in Taiwan, 13% in India, 6% in Malaysia, while Japan, Australia, Indonesia, and Thailand each had 5% of the nation-state targeting in this region. Very different countries, very different levels of digital maturity and ICT penetration, but also you see very different levels of targeting too. It is worth noting, particularly for those of us in this room, NGOs and think tanks remain top targets because they're often seen as soft access points for nation-state actors. The good news is that 80% of security incidents they are attributable to just missing basic security practices. Number one would be protecting user identities with multi-factor authentication. Actually, 90% of compromised accounts lacked strong authentication. That's actually not realistic in some countries, though, right, or some locations, because not everyone on the internet actually has access to a smartphone, and so how they can then conduct multi-factor authentication is not necessarily as easy as it might be for other users. But also it's important to apply software updates promptly to reduce exploitation risks. Again, not always easy if people have limited internet access or they're using older second-hand devices. But of course, the pace of technological change, and particularly AI and cybersecurity, has created new challenges that do require a careful balance, hence the focus of this panel, this closing plenary. And so in today's environment, ensuring that products are safe, secure, and inclusive is just as important as ensuring that they are innovative and commercially viable. And actually one way that, at least at Microsoft, we're trying to advance that is through something called the Secure Future Initiative, or SFI for short, which is intended to be a strategic company-wide response to the new threat landscape. There are a number of pillars or principles within the Secure Future Initiative itself. One I'll mention is AI-based cyber defense. The thinking here is that we can leverage AI to create essentially a cyber shield which can detect and respond to threats at speed and scale far faster than human intervention. We've already started to see that come into effect for a number of years now. Another benefit of AI is through Security Copilot. This combines large language models with security-specific insights to assist cybersecurity professionals in identifying and responding to threats, and also could help to close the cybersecurity talent gap which exists around the world, but particularly in low and middle income economies. It is still important to advocate for international norms, and so at Microsoft we continue to advocate for stronger international norms in cyberspace, and that includes efforts to protect critical infrastructure from nation attacks and recognize that critical infrastructure should be protected under international law. We could spend more time talking about the topic of responsible AI, but I know in this audience that's a topic that I think you're all relatively well briefed on and understand, but of course happy to discuss it more during the Q&A. But actually one thing I'd like to do just briefly is give an example of using principles and collaboration to address risks in innovation, specifically innovation of malicious uses of AI, and how we seek to do that in support of the right to democratic participation. Of course, 2024 is a major year for elections around the world. Over 40 countries hold elections, including in this region, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Japan, Pakistan, and of course here in Taiwan earlier in the year. And just as Audrey was talking about, the rise of generative AI presents both opportunities and significant risks to democratic processes. So earlier this year in February, 20 companies, including Microsoft, launched a new tech accord to combat deceptive AI. That includes a commitment around prevention and detection, whereby companies are committed to invest in technology to prevent the creation and dissemination of AI-generated deceptive election content, as well as committing to provenance and transparency, whereby the companies will attach provenance signals to content and provide transparency in how AI is used, and also seek to increase public awareness and resilience. The fact is, this is not just a problem for 2024, but I think it is one example of whereby problems can be identified in advance. Some solutions can be brought to help mitigate those problems, not always to 100%, but of course that does require constant collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I think this is the great details. So now we will come to you. If you have a question, there are 2 mics at the front. You can just take the mic and ask a question to our panelists. I hope that the topic is interesting enough for you to think of a question. Otherwise, then, we're just going to keep it between us and we can go on, we can go on for long. So for now, I don't see, oh, yeah, okay, please. While you state your question, try to limit it to like 1.5 minutes, or if it is a comment, so that everybody can take a chance. Although I don't see anybody else in the queue, but still.
I don't think you're going to have a problem with me. My name is Rosemary Sinclair, and I'm the CEO of the .au domain administration for Australia. I had the privilege of hearing Audrey in Australia last week. And I asked her in that presentation about the concept of harnessing civil society. Today you talked about harnessing the social sector. I'm very attracted to this idea of harnessing because to me it reframes the position and role of civil society or the social sector from having to knock loudly on the door to say, listen to us, we have valuable things to say, to a position where that view, those perspectives are sought by design from the very beginning because the value of the diversity. You also mentioned today a new concept, maximising collective efficiency. Which I think is something we can learn from as well, and then the G20 social. So my question, Wakas, is to ask the panel to comment on this new framing of how we deeply engage civil society, the social sector, in discussions that started off being very technical, but now we have a socio-technical system. So we can't just have one side of the discussion anymore. It has to be a socio-technical or multi-stakeholder discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Audrey, would you like to lead the panel on this?
Yeah, thank you for the great question. So in Taiwan, when I was the minister in charge of social innovation, we very specifically coined this very umbrella term, social innovation organizations or the social sector, which includes the traditionally defined civil society organizations, but also co-ops or with profit but for purpose organizations like social entrepreneurs and many other kinds of organizations as well. The reason why that we put everyone under the social sector umbrella is exactly as you said. It is not just about advocacy or about protesting or about knocking on the doors, but rather it is about demonstrating, about showing a better way of doing things by prototyping locally. And I would just share one mechanism. There's many mechanisms of doing that in Taiwan. One is called the Presidential Hackathon, where every year we run this more than 200 project hackathon. I think this particular year is about the health issue. And so any CSO or any social entrepreneur, any innovators can demonstrate their local innovations in a local social technological way. And there's a quadratic voting round. And so for people who made it to top 20, they receive coaching and so on. And the top 5 ended up getting the trophy of a presidential commitment of basically taking whatever local infrastructure that they require or they have built prototypically and promising that it will become the digital public infrastructure the next fiscal year. And so it is a way of crowdsourcing not the implementation, but rather the agenda of what counts as essential service, what counts as innovation, what counts as public infrastructure. And so I do believe that it is like people first PPP, when the people, the social sector sets the direction and the public sector amplifies it and the private sector implements it, it tends to be much better than the other way around, which is a more traditional PPP that affects the people and then people demonstrate different way of doing it, mitigating the harm. But it is much better if you can start by demonstrating a way that does not have that sort of harm because it is co-created by people and with the people closer to the pain.
Co-created by the people. I love the ending of your answer. Audrey, please, sir.
Thank you. My name is Izumi. I'm trying to sort of recall all these past 15 years of APrIGF. How far have we come? And also seemingly the gap between the tech or tech capabilities or tech people and that of the so-called society or the human institutions are seemingly widening if we compare with what was there 15 years ago. That's kind of my pessimistic observation. I hope I'm wrong. But even though Audrey mentioned rather positive or more of, say, like optimistic observations and backed by what you have done collectively in Taiwan, which may not be the case in my or other countries outside. But I still am very worried that this gap will increase, combined with certain organizations or institutions are very much capable of handling these new powers, like, say, generative AI is a good example. Or those you have the platforms or servers and all this money financially, and the large ones behind yourself, as some sponsors are like that. Are we really going to close the gaps? How can we? And I don't mean that to target you, Audrey, only, but any other comments from Raj or any other folks that we very appreciated. By the way, thank you, Audrey, for a few years ago, we had organized an online discussion where you came in, thanks to Go-Away's introduction with Dave Farber, if you remember. And I was in between you and Dave. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So, since you mentioned the sponsors, Raj, would you like to answer this one?
You want me to answer as the sponsor or as... Look, Izumi, so for a number of years now, I'll try and answer your question in a slightly different, or address your question and or comment, but in a slightly different way. So for the last maybe 5 or 6 years, I've really been concerned about the new digital divides we're starting to create. The term digital divide's been around for pretty much forever since we started doing ICT4D and all that sort of things, right? But if you look at just the disconnect that we have between economies, just in this region as an example, then you have disconnect within an economy as well, right, depending on where one is located. How fast you can access the internet, what sort of device you have, what you can afford, they are actually creating new digital divides. And then, what you mentioned about Gen AI and other technologies that, largely the Western world is moving ahead with, which, needs resources, including financial and technical skills and et cetera, et cetera. What does it mean for those who are not able to afford all those, right? Because that gap will keep on widening, it will keep on widening. And then, of course, there's the opportunity cost, or the opportunity lost, as I like to say, because you'll have these certain economies and countries around the world which will take off, they'll accelerate their development even further, they'll benefit from the technologies, their industries will benefit. But that will not flow down to every economy around the world, as we've seen time and time and again over the decades, right? And it's not just an IT problem, it's a general development problem. So I don't have an answer as to how we fix this, but I'm not so sure that we don't talk about this enough. We seem to sort of gloss over it a little bit. And now, because of all this other fancy, sexy stuff that's about, we stop talking about the root cause that exists there. So I hope that adds a little bit of food for thought.
I think that's straight from the heart, Raj. Thank you. Rukmal, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Akash. I really appreciate the fact that question you raised during the panel about how do we make sure these innovations are safe and inclusive for everyone. So we talked about the safety aspect and inclusion, and right now I think Raj brought up a very important thing that's relating to my question, which is the affordability of the devices, which is which is getting less and less, and thus maximizing the digital divide in a way. Say, for example, this device I'm wearing costs around $3,000, but the same functionality can be obtained using the Meta glasses, which cost a fraction of that. So, and this is also repurposed Google glasses. So we see big tech encroaching into territories where the community has built resilient tech. What I'm talking about is many of the open source software and many of the sort of small scale device manufacturing, even the AI that has been happening over the years is now currently being taken over by the big tech. So I feel this is slowing down the progress that we can actually achieve, because big tech is already regulated and they are responsible, which was echoed in the sentiments shared during this panel as well, to how, they have to be responsible. So in this dichotomy where you have to be responsible and then you support the upcoming technologies and looking at their safety, so in this kind of situation, isn't there a way that has been identified by big tech, including Microsoft, to expedite the process of innovation amidst all the regulation that's there to sort of make sure it's secure and safe to use? Thank you.
Thank you, Rukmal. I think, Michael, you can probably respond to this with some additional comments from Salma, perhaps? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm actually going to go back to the previous point made by, I think Rosemary?
Izumi.
No, Azumi, also Azumi-san. The issue that I wanted to bring up was with the divides and how Raj was talking about it. I think that's probably one of the most important things for us to talk about, especially post-COVID. The impact in society and the gaps and the affordability. Even if you look at the United Kingdom, women are making the choice whether they feed their family or pay for the broadband. So we've got basic survivability issues that actually force us to make those decisions not to be connected, not to have our children connected. So I actually think we need to have a concerted effect around the Asia-Pacific region. Is probably one of the multiple growing divides if you look at the stats from the World Bank. We not only have the gender divide, but the digital divide. We have the economic divide that's growing. We have the educational divide. And we have the political divide. The representation of women in politics and government is low. It's alarming to see male ministers represent women. In Asia Pacific, I wonder where did all the ladies go? So when I look at this, I think that we need to have some form of coherent plan going forward that ticks all of those issues. When we talk about marginalization and inclusion and innovation, many wonderful examples I've heard now, but the challenge will be to operationalize that into something usable to address those issues that we were talking about and leverage the G20. Again, to the point that Rosemary made, it's really lovely to see that Brazil not only took that social as a new component, but it went from Indonesia to India to Brazil. It's developing the South. Suddenly said, what about the society? Because the intersection between technology and society is what's causing a lot of issues and expanding the rate of divides. So I'm delighted to, again, use the IGF as an area to push this discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Salma. Michael, would you?
Sure thing. Thank you, Salma. Thank you, Akash. Thank you for the questions. And similar to Salma, if I must just have to take an opportunity to address Rosemary and Izumi's questions as well in a slightly combined way. I think one of the worst cases, of which there are many, in which we are seeing a lack of harnessing of civil and social sectors and continued power imbalances actually is happening within the United Nations, where we see member states mandate processes which specifically or implicitly don't harness civil society enough. The open-ended working group on ICT security would be a good example of that, where of course, member states have a vote. That's absolutely the way it should be. But civil society, the private sector, academia can still have a voice. And yet the way some of these processes are set up is that they don't, or at best there is a 3-minute timed intervention. The microphone's cut off and then that's it. And of course, therefore, participants don't travel all the way to New York to do that because why bother? And so I think all member states in the UN system, and of course recognizing that it's a complicated topic here in Taiwan, but all member states in the UN system should be better at making sure that there is better harnessing, to use that term. And then in terms of the other question, my interpretation of it was essentially the gap between legislation or regulation and innovation. Of course, there's this using accessibility as a very valid case study. There's, of course, this concept or term that regulation is incremental, innovation is exponential. And there's a lot of truth to that there's just inevitably this gap that happens all the time. But I think one positive change in some companies, in some geographies, is a recognition that regulation is a good thing and we shouldn't be afraid of it. And that former kind of mindset that regulation stifles innovation actually is completely false, and we shouldn't take that approach. Instead, we need to recognize that across the board, whether it's with regards to vulnerable populations or just majority populations anyway, these are incredibly influential, sometimes potentially harmful technologies that we're looking at, and regulation needs to be embraced, not turned away from.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, and with my one eye on the clock, I think, oh, yeah, one more. Right, so you need to go to the mic.
Hi, my name is Chester. I used to live in Hong Kong, and now I'm in Europe, in Spain. So I think a lot of us know that we have freshly enacted the EU AI Act. So, and it brings up the question that I guess many of us here would feel that in the days that when I grew up, and I guess to the point where I was developing my career in ICT, when we hear innovation, we cheered. We were happy about it. We were excited. But now I think maybe in the past 10 years, we hear more fear, and I think the EU Act, no matter what I guess the legislative intent behind it, or maybe what it's saying, I think I'm sensing fear more than encouragement. So I guess I'm not sure if this relates to Mr. Isui's question about the divide and the gap, but I'm hoping the panelists maybe can enlighten us, if there's any practical way in addressing this issue. I mean, with more policies or with something that I guess work that we can really kind of turn this around. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a great question, and this is sort of a great scene setter for your closing statements, all of you, right? I think we can all agree. Raj, you first. Oh, we have another one. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Ahita from Indian Youth IGF, and also I work in the cybersecurity industry. So I think there were lots of points mentioned at the intersection of AI and cybersecurity. And something that as young people we discuss extensively is on deepfakes. So my question is that there are organizations out there, including the organization that I'm currently part of. We are working on creating community tools for the community to identify deepfake videos, for example. So how do we ensure that these community-driven or tools for the community are integrated in this entire process and are, because we are talking about execution, not just about ideation. So how do we ensure that happens? And yeah, I'd just like to hear from all of you on this.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a good question. So we have two now, and I think this is a bit of a challenge for, I think, our panelists to include both of these questions in your closing statements, and just to address on what she said and what Jesse was talking about, the fear of, unknown, I would call it. So, you want to go first,
Yeah.
Salma? Okay.
This will be my 1-minute closing remark, but I want to address the last 2 questions because they're related and they're lovely. So first of all, thank you for pointing out the word fear rather than cheer. As a person who's been talking about the risk from AI, I must reassure you that I am teaching AI for SDGs because I believe they do have power. So there is positive more than negative. With the ecosystem cybersecurity, I'm working with the universities, as I've said. The G20, again, with the German government, has an opportunity for all innovations to come up and enter competitions where there's a support mechanism in place. So grassroots innovations are greatly welcomed. To fit into the ecosystem, absolutely, they are plugged into the ecosystem. The only thing I advise my students is protect your IP. You need to make sure that you're safe, and I'm sure that my colleague from Microsoft will talk about that. So within universities, a lot of innovation centers have been established, which are linked to a nurturing ecosystem. I've just come from Malaysia, where one of the biggest priority areas for us is cybersecurity and AI ecosystem development for innovation, entrepreneurs, and startups in the local grassroots level. So I'd love to talk to you about that later on, but we want to make sure that it's really Asia-Pacific voices being heard and actually being valued and integrated. So I'm looking forward to more youth participation and innovation in nurturing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Audrey, would you like to go next?
Sure. Yeah, so to continue on Salma's point, I do think that fear comes from the lack of steerability. Like if you have a piece of technology, but you cannot steer it towards social, local, community innovation, then obviously there is fear, right? There is this shortage of whether it's resource in terms of capital or knowledge, whether it's shortage in terms of proficiency or competence. There's this general idea that if this thing moves, then my society moves, and I'm not going to be able to steer it. And so to me, whether it is the EU AI Act or whether it is the interoperability requirements of many other EU acts, to me, one of the most fruitful way to think about them is to invite for more steerable alternatives, invite for steerable alternatives that either are done with the community in the local use cases, or starts from the community, which is, it's important to me that both in the EU AI Act and in the Californian one now, there's carve-outs, right, for open source fine-tuning, for the kind of use that does not cost a lot, less than 1 million or something like that, and that steers meaningfully toward your community expectation of how AI should be integrated with the community, and there should be a certain like liability shield or other kind of protection for this kind of grassroots innovation. So I think with careful thought, we can create an incentive where if you're proprietary, you're big tech, and so on, then you end up becoming liable for most of the downstream effects that your product has on the society. But if you're actively working upstream to steer that technology in a way that is compatible with open innovation, then you should be shielded from that liability. And also there needs to be incentives designed, such as the presidential hackathon, to harness that kind of social sector innovation.
Thank you, Audrey. Great thoughts. Raj?
Where to begin? How much time do I have?
Well, you were in deep thought, so you can take a 1.5 minutes.
Look, I'll try and keep this simple. So I remember the days, many, many decades ago, when we, and I was involved with the telecom industry then, we did not want regulation. And we fought tooth and nail to ensure that regulation did not come into place. So I'm talking the 90s here, right? And it's somewhat ironic or amusing to me that these days we now have big tech saying, no, we want regulation, particularly if we look at the AI sphere in particular, right? So it's amazing how things change over time, isn't it? You know, so that's one. Number two, when we start talking about regulations and policies, I think we need to also recognize that you know, one of my friends used to say the problem with policies and regulations is they don't allow me to do anything. So I think there needs to be a balance found between what it can create in the future, or what, you know, you don't want to miss, you don't want it to stop doing something that will lead to something else in the future, right? So how do you define that? It's a very hard question to answer. But if we go with the whip and stick approach and crack down on everything, then you start asking, then what you're basically saying is, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, right, from regulation. So I think it needs, obviously we are at time, so it needs a bit more thought. But I want to leave you with something that one of our grantees wrote in a report to us, and it's actually going back to the innovation and inclusion and connectivity theme of the panel. In the report, they said, it's not about getting the internet there, it's about it not dominating their life. And this particular people were working in a rural, underserved area in Asia. And you know, when I read that, and it was highlighted to me by one of my team members, I found it very profound. Because sometimes I think we lose sight of that. And I think it's some of the problems we're facing today. So, thank you.
Yep. Michael?
Thank you. If I may address Chester's point on fear. Chester, I think you're absolutely right about fear. I actually would disagree with one thing. I don't think that's new. And one reason why I don't think it's new is I think about 120 years ago when the first escalator was installed on the London Underground, a man with a wooden leg was hired to ride the escalator up and down all day long to prove it was safe. I don't know what is the 2024 equivalent of a man with a wooden leg to demonstrate safety, for example, in the age of AI. Would love to hear thoughts on that. But there is a school of thought that it takes time to be comfortable with new technologies, and I think that's entirely true. So what are the sources of comfort? Audrey mentioned steerability. I think that's true. I think another source of comfort comes from knowledge, and knowing and understanding how technologies work. But actually, there are some that you just can't really understand. I'll be very honest. I don't understand how electricity works, but I know that generally I can trust the devices that I buy by virtue of the, ensuring they use the right principles. There's regulation, there's liability, as was mentioned, and there's transparency in the marketplace. So those things help to alleviate some of that fear, but that fear will always be there.
Thank you. So this marks the end of our panel discussion. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience, and I request a huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. And I guess I'll hand over to you, Joyce, right?
Hello, okay. Please don't start leaving. I know we are at the end of the day, but we're not quite done yet. So I have the unenviable task of making sure you stay in the room. No excuses of going to the loo. So while we're just waiting for the stage to be cleared as we go into the final stretch, those of you who know me, I love interaction when it comes to the audience. And I love for my sessions to always be very interactive. So let's do a quick poll. In this week, if you've had, let's say, 1 to 2 bubble teas, raise your hand. 1 to 2 bubble teas. Okay, if you've had 5 bubble teas this week, so we're talking almost 1 every day. Oh, there are. Raise your hand, raise your hand. So 3, 4. Okay, now the real question. Who has had more than 5 bubble teas this week? Anybody? Okay, good. Do we have, we do have 1 hand, so. And more hands. Okay, well, this is the APrIGF, and I don't want to have to talk about health issues and diabetes and that sort of thing, but do take care of your health is what I can say. So we're just gonna let the panelists come back and do a quick group photo. I think we were in too much of a rush to try and change up the stage. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you. Let's start the closing session proper. So I think we've all enjoyed the facilities in this venue, and being here in Taipei has been such a wonderful joy for all of us. And so I want to invite our local host from TWNIC, Zhou Fan Yu, who is also the board member and CEO of TWNIC, to give us her closing remarks.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I hope you are not too tired of seeing me again on the stage. I promise this is the last time. Thank you for all your participation. I hope you enjoyed the forum and then also enjoy the discussion and engagement. And with the WISES Plus 20 in 2025, I believe this year's APrIGF is particularly important because it represents the voices from the Asia Pacific before this critical moment. So I believe the discussion will not stop here, but also in the coming IGF and the next year as well. And we are really honored to be the local host this year. So allow me to spend some time to thank my teams, because without their hard work in the past few months, we cannot have this event. So Anthony and Xiping and Peyton and David and yes, Weini and Ian and Jinghen and Yanjie. Okay, thank you. And of course, we thank you for all your participations. We hope you have some time to explore this beautiful city and have a safe flight back home. Thank you. See you next time in Taipei. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zhou Fan. And thank you for keeping your remarks really very short. You are the role model for the rest of our speakers. Next, we have the Secretariat of APrIGF, Edmund Chung, CEO for .Asia organization.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And I will be the bad example, because I want to say a few things. Actually, this is very tall. I'm very short, sorry. So this year is the 15th installment of the APrIGF. And at .Asia, we feel very much honored to serve as the secretariat for the APrIGF since its beginning. And we really thank the community for your continued trust for us. Let me first and foremost also thank our host, TWNIC, and thank you, Kenny, for putting forth the proposal to host APrIGF. Thank you, Zhou Fan, and your team for great work to actually putting and implementing the APrIGF 2024. And it's not just the conference this time. We have actually more than 10 concurrent activities, pre-events and side events. And this is actually something I must say is a very exciting development for us at the APrIGF. And I really hope that the wider community will come to see APrIGF as a hub event for stakeholders to gather, network, and talk about internet governance here. So TWNIC has really set a high bar for us again. After 8 years ago, when Kuowei actually led a remarkable APrIGF here as well. So thank you very much to the TWNIC team for bearing with us from the Secretariat team for many demands and last-minute requests. So please join me in another round of applause to Zhou Fan herself. And of course, the TWNIC team. Now, from the Secretariat, that's the reason why I need to take a little bit more time. Wanted to report a little bit on the statistics on this APrIGF. So we have a total of 1,060 persons coming from 63 countries and economies registered for APrIGF. Of those, of those, we have actually a great gender balance with about 49 male, 49 male, no, 49% male, 46% female, and 5% identifying as non-binary or preferred not to state. And out of which 644 actually checked in. This is a pretty big APrIGF year, over 600 people joining us on site, and another 1,700 logged in across the different online sessions. So, and this does not include the many others who joined the 5 local hubs from Bangladesh, India, the Philippines, Thailand, and Samoa. So among them, we have almost 200 speakers and moderators across 27 official APrIGF sessions. And I want to make an observation. Of those 27 sessions, actually 5 of them had AI in the title itself. That represents almost 20%, not to mention the many other discussions that included AI. Last year, actually, at my remarks, I mentioned that the AI governance and internet governance, the line between them is blurring. So it seems pretty evident to me now, and just now the panel as well, and the discussion that AI is part of internet governance. This morning, I heard a speaker mention something I really agreed very much. He explained that the question of AI governance is not just algorithm governance, but also what feeds into the algorithms, the data, our data, through the internet. And that relates to data privacy, digital rights, what I believe is best understood as what I call personal digital sovereignty, and that has everything to do about the internet governance. So as AI evolves and becomes part of our daily lives, responsible innovation must be informed by a truly multi-stakeholder dialogue. And that's what the IGF movement is about. And that leads me to add another part, which is the global multi-stakeholder model and global multi-stakeholder internet governance itself must evolve. For APrIGF, we actually have a 10-year-old innovation that was the introduction of the synthesis document. So I encourage you, and I really hope that more people can go to put your thoughts in to comments.aprigf.asia. And finally, echoing the recent output from the Net Mundial Plus 10, the IGF itself, of course, has proven to have convening power. And here at APrIGF, I can't think it can be evidenced by the multitude of side events that we have this week. And if it's strengthened, it can be consolidated as the preferred space for information sharing and coordination among digital governance processes. So we hope that you will continue to help us evolve APrIGF. So I think there should be a survey QR code coming up. Please come in and add to the APrIGF survey at aprigf.asia/survey or use the QR code. Now, finally, I guess all of the credit must go to all of the credit of the continued improvement of the APrIGF must actually go to my great team from .asia who made me look good and cover my own blunders, especially Jenna, please join me in a round of applause. Pio, and of course, our lead for APrIGF work, whom all of you know, Jasmine. Hey, Jasmine. So, in order to evolve what is happening here, we really need your help, your continued participation, and facilitating that community effort is at the heart of .Asia's contribution serving as a secretariat. We look forward to continue working with you and look forward to many more years of APrIGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edmund. Our next speaker is the chair of Asia Pacific Youth IGF, Organizing Committee 2024, Samir Galot.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Distinguished guests, participants, and esteemed colleagues, good evening. My name is Sameet Gehlot. I'm co-chair for the organizing committee of Asia Pacific Youth IGF 2024. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to share the reflections on the engagements of the Asia Pacific Youth IGF 2024 held on day 0 of the APrIGF under the overarching theme Connecting Generations, forging a responsible digital future through collaboration and policy innovation. Under this theme, we discussed issues at the confluence of security and trust, resilience, and ethical emergence of AI. This engagement saw participation from over 90 on-site participants and 170 total attendees in total participating from across APAC region, including remote participant tuning in from the youth-led YIGF local hubs in the Philippines and Pakistan. Together, we engaged in a rich dialogue drawing on the diverse perspective of speakers and attendees from various backgrounds and regions to empower the next generation in navigating the digital landscape responsibly. This discussion could not be more timely, offering an opportunity to provide a unified digital journey in an era marked by rapid technological advancement. With the unwavering commitment to advocate for youth and child rights, democratize internet access, and ensure online safety through the innovative regulation of emerging technologies. To address challenges such as enhancing digital literacy, promoting cyber hygiene, and empowering marginalized communities, which remain central to our mission. We further explored the transformative role of AI in the education in alignment with the United Nations IGF Youth Track 2024, and panel discussion reflecting the relevance of the multi-stakeholder model. I'm pleased to inform that this esteemed gathering that we have also developed a 3-year blueprint for the period 2024 to 2027, which is crafted in collaboration with all the youth IGF leaders within the APAC region. This blueprint envisions promoting multi-stakeholderism, especially focusing on empowering youth to drive impactful change and transforming and amplifying our mission and strengthen this multi-stakeholder community. Though initially we faced numerous challenges in organizing this year's forum, but we successfully overcame them with the generous supports of our community partners. For this, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the TWNIC team for covering the accommodation for 14 fellows and providing venue and logistical support for on-site participants, and Asia for their unwavering support for the Youth IGF Fellows, which is the longest standing Youth IGF initiative according to the UN IGF records. And last but not the least, NetMission for facilitating the collective efforts and actions of our youth community. Additionally, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the ISOC team for sending their delegation from Latin America and seasoned community professionals, including members from the public sectors, for joining the intergenerational conversation at YIGF. As the Asia-Pacific region emerges as a global leader, home to the world's largest population and the highest number of the internet users, it is imperative for all of us to harness the potential of this emerging technologies to advance regional interest and support sustainable growth. On this note, the insights from our one-day engagement on the critical intersection of education, technology, truth, and youth will serve as a foundation for our ongoing efforts. Let's work together to connect, harness, innovate, protect, and sustain as we build a digital landscape that is safe, inclusive, and empowering for all. especially for the youth. This is perhaps the most significant indicator of what our efforts thus far has achieved and how much more we have yet to accomplish. As we conclude, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this year's YIGF an incredible, enriching, and insightful experience. A special thanks to our organizers, speakers, sponsors, and committee members. Local Hub organizers and coordinator, JC from the Department of Information and Communication Technology, Philippines, Harisa Shahid from Pakistan, Annie and Parveen, they are also from Pakistan. Our organizing committee members, especially our remote team lead, Bia and Sucheta, digital content specialist, Khushi for sharing real-time update on social media, and my fellow co-chair, Ankita Rathi and Nataya, Luke for his extended on-site support, and our head coordinator, Jana, who has been a dedicated torchbearer with great enthusiasm in this field for the past 6 years. Can we have a round of applause for all these people who made this possible? Now we all have to keep this conversation alive to stay engaged and bring pragmatic changes. The future of IG is in our hands, and I have every confidence that it will be bright and impactful because of your dedication. Lastly, I would like to thank all the youth for their active participation. I urge you to continue this engagement by joining MSG, where your voices can profoundly influence and shape the future of region's internet governance discourse. I will conclude with this thought. We are the generation with the power to shape the future of humanity. The choices which we will make today will define the legacy we will leave for tomorrow. As we wrap up, I want to extend my heartful thanks to each one of you. Safe travel as we return back to our home countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samir. I'd like to now invite Aris Ignacio, Vice Chair of APrIGF Multi-Stakeholder Steering Group, MSG.
Thank you so much. Okay, I will be also a bad example. Sorry for that. Sorry, Joyce. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, dear colleagues, and esteemed virtual participants, a good and wonderful day to all of you. As we wrap up this year's APrIGF, I stand here feeling hopeful and very inspired. Over the past few days, we have come together from across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond, all driven by the shared goals to shape the future of the internet. Actually, this year, under the theme Evolving Ecosystems, Enduring Principles, Shaping Responsible Internet Governance, as if you don't know as of yet. So we've explored many challenges that come living in a digital world. We talked about how to keep our digital spaces safe and trustworthy, how to stay strong against the growing cyber threats that we are experiencing right now, and how responsibly to govern new technologies like AI. It's artificial intelligence, it's not Aris Ignacio. The discussions have been very deep, the viewpoints were varied, and the results encouraging. This year, the voices of the younger generation, more specifically the fellows, were not just included. They are at the front and center of our conversation. And as of this time, I would like to request each and every fellow out there to please stand, to be recognized, because you have done a hell of a job this week. So please, I request everyone, please be recognized. Thank you. Our young and upcoming and seasoned fellows brought new ideas and challenged us to think in different ways, reminding us to consider the long-term impact of their decisions, of our decisions. Their involvement highlights the importance of including everyone, no matter what their age, in the realm of internet governance. As we conclude this event, let us take with us the lessons we've learned from and the connections we've made during this forum. The challenges ahead are really not small, but neither our determination. Continue to engage and participate in the discussions, join mailing lists, and let your voices be heard. In line with this, I highly encourage and please provide your inputs in the synthesis document, as this is one of the most important outputs from this event that validates what multi-stakeholderism is all about. The internet has the power to change, and it changed lives, but it is up to us to make sure that change is inclusive, secure, and responsible. On behalf of the MSG, I would like to thank the organizers, especially TWNIC, Kenny, Jofan, and the whole team. Again, let's give them a very warm, big round of applause. Okay, they brought the event here and who serve as the main reason in bringing all the discussions in this very lovely city of Taipei. I hope you have enjoyed the food as much as I do. I hope you have experienced a little bit of tipsiness within the week, but I hope all of those things you will bring along as you go and continue in these discussions. Also, I would like to thank the tireless members and co-chairs of the program, events, the fellowship, and the Stakeholder Engagement Committee of APrIGF. These particular people have tireless nights, sleepless indeed, but at the end of the day, they were able to come up with the lineup that is necessary. I would also like to thank the management and staff of NTUH Convention Center. Actually, the interpreters who are on the back, I think we need to also give them a round of applause for doing a wonderful job. Okay. The sponsors, as you could see on my back, there are a lot, but we really need to thank them. The hardworking .Asia who serve as the secretariat for this year, and hopefully they still continue for next year. The session proponents, moderators, and speakers, the food servers, the utilities, the ushers, and the registration team, and all of the volunteers who made this event possible. Your dedication and passion have been the driving force behind this forum's success. And last but not the least, I would like to thank each and every one of you who attended either on-site or online, because this will really not be possible without you. Let us celebrate and give ourselves, again, a wonderful, big round of applause. Lastly, there's a last. Let us carry forward the momentum from this forum with renewed determination as caretakers of an evolving internet. The work of internet governance is never complete, as it evolves with each passing day, as we all do. Looking forward, I'm really looking forward for the next edition of this endeavor, and will it be either online or on-site? as we cross paths again in this shared journey toward a better digital future. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a wonderful and safe travels back home. But before that, I'm still here. I was given a very difficult task to announce. Recently, we had our elections for the vice chair of MSG for APrIGF, and I am privileged and honored to announce to you the one who got elected, and I would like him to come up on stage to say a short message to each and every one of you, so that you will not see me after this one. So I would like to announce our elected vice chair for the MSG or APrIGF, Mr. Ashriwar Tripathi. Thank you.
So thank you so much, the multi-stakeholder group, for your trust in me and in re-electing me as the vice chair. I look forward to continuing serving the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aris, and congratulations to Ashwat. Sorry, I have to walk back to my script. And finally, we're going to announce that the APrIGF 2025 will be held in Nepal. And so we have Baburam Ariel, who will be the next APrIGF 2025 host. He's the founder CEO for Internet Governance Institute in Nepal. Baburam, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The chair of Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum, vice chairs, especially thanking new vice chair and another vice chair just spoke, and all the guests of honors, local host of APrIGF 2024, and the member of MSG, sponsors, secretariat, and all the fellow participants. Good evening in Taipei. Unfortunately, I missed this evening there. I was there at the 0-day time, but because of some work back to home, I came back to Kathmandu. So I believe that it was very pleasure. It was fantastic edition of APrIGF 2024. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, speakers, and participants who have made this forum a resounding success. And this is very challenging for me and my team to host in Nepal. That TWIGF set an example of best event this year in Taipei. As we remember that we were very excited to host APrIGF in 2020 in Nepal. Unfortunately, because of the COVID pandemic, we went to virtual in 2020, and we went to hybrid model. Opening and closing was there in Kathmandu, but unfortunately, you couldn't travel to Nepal because of the pandemic. But this is my pleasure that MSG accepted to host Internet Governance Institute as host and Internet Society Nepal chapter as co-host for this round of upcoming APrIGF 2025. And I hope this will be an excellent legacy continued in Kathmandu by our effort. We'll try our best to make this event very successful as compared to our past events. It will be more inclusive, it will be more content oriented, it will be more youth oriented, and you believe Kathmandu is very best and pleasant time in October, and this will be a very good time. Be prepared for coming to Nepal, be prepared for traveling to Nepal, and I hope we have a very short video. I'd like to request the technical team to play this short video that appeals welcoming you all in Kathmandu. Thank you very much for your kind acceptance for our proposal, and safe travels for you, all of you who are coming after this successful edition of APrIGF 2024 from Taiwan back to your home. Thank you very much. for this opportunity for me at this evening. Joyce, thank you very much, and I would like to request the technical team to broadcast this short video, and I would like to acknowledge Ananda Gautam from my team and Ashirwad Tripathi as well as co-organizer, co-host of APrIGF 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baburam. Thank you. All right, we're in the home stretch. Now, we have to work off those bubble tea calories, okay? There was a reason I asked this question. So everybody raise your hands up, both hands. And then I want you to do this on your wrist. That's right. Now, we're going to thank the local host, TWNIC, the Secretariat, and the MSG for your hard work this past year. Big applause. We want to also thank the technical crew and volunteers without whom this meeting would not be remotely possible, pun intended. And finally, the biggest applause of all, so really, put your energy in. I want to thank you, the participants, for making the discussions here at APrIGF 2024 meaningful and rich this past week. So thank you to all of you. Big applause for all of you. Some housekeeping announcements. For those who were in the closing plenary speakers, please do a group photo later on. This has nothing to do with the rest of you, unfortunately. The MSG does have a meeting after this, unfortunately, so we're not quite done yet. You're not off the hook. So room 301 or remote participation. And with this, I declare APrIGF 2024 closed. So closing ceremony speakers, please come to the front for your group photo.
you.